What is going on? Hey. Okay. Wait, why is Chris there? From our last one. Okay. Hello, everybody. Also, my keyboard randomly died, so I have to buy a new one. Mana entrapped inside your SSD, please let me out. Can't wait to shake my head the whole stream because all of this. Yeah, I know. Trump incense. Yeah, we're gonna be hog watching today because what the fuck is going on, bro? Like, I literally also it's gonna affect all of the people that are, especially the indie people who are doing merch runs. Yes, because a lot of the chain of production is going to be affected by the tariffs. So I don't think there's going to be a Mana merch this year. So there we go. That's how the Trump tariffs are affecting everybody. So have you seen like updates on like companies that are doing like merch drops for anime people? Like what's that called? Like that one company, Vite Ramen. I think I saw the post of their CEO and said that they're gonna be at like 100,000 in deficit because of like the production costs, that because of the tariff rollouts and stuff like that. So it's not like it has real life consequences even on your on your favorite streamers. So you know we're all fucked. Yeah, Mochi, right? Like I don't know if I can do any merch drops this year with Mochi. Or anytime soon in the next 4 years. I'm not sure. I don't really know what's gonna happen because the economy is tanking and we don't know what's going on. So we're all fucked. We're all royally fucked because of the ego of a man child in the White House. New PC parts will skyrocket too. So if you want to get that laptop you wanted, now is the time. Right? I don't even know. I don't have the money for it yet. Are we gonna? Because like trade wars will become real wars, right? So, are we actually ready for another World War III? Is it true that Trump apparently told people to buy stocks before he suspended the tariffs? Oh, there was a pump and dump? What? I didn't even know that. What the hell? There was just how many pump and dumps is he gonna do? What the fuck? What is going on in this planet? Bro, I'm so over this. Okay, so first of all, yeah, okay. So what should I react first? Because like I don't, there's really it feels like decades are developing within just a week. So I don't know which one I would react to first. What is going on here? There's so much shit going on. okay, there's one. There's a new development apparently. Okay, so I'm looking through breakthrough news right now. So let's see. There's a lot. Holy fuck. Okay, so let's do this one with the. It's mostly about like China's reaction though. Hold on. Yeah, let's start with this one. Hold on, let me see. Okay, we're back to our dumpster fire. To our dumpster fire ideology. Hold on, let me just Okay. Let's look at this one first. Let me minimize myself for. And actually, you know what? I'll put her here. There we go. Okay. Are you ready to have a headache, imps? Cause let's just go straight into it. Fuck it. Let's just go straight into the disaster that is the Trump tariffs. There's really nothing that we can do to like avoid like discussing this topic. Why you gotta do me like that? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Platinum. So I found out one of my favorite metal artists is a Marxist. Pretty. Yeah, let's go. You finally found out after like 4 years. I'm kidding. Let's go. Welcome. It's okay. China will carry the academic and pharma torch. As a citizen of a country isolated for 3 years, first year would be hard, but you'll see local production catching free niches. They will be as good as Chinese. What do you mean? What country are you talking about? We're not okay. My brain is already fried as well. Like, damn. Like, you know what? Like, I'm just gonna tell y'all. I tried fighting Zoshia for like 3 times today, and I died. Actually, I played it with Chris because we were trying to level up our ranks, right? And then we wanted to defeat Zoshia, but like, nah, man. We always died. We always failed the quest. So I think we need to like level up some more. Like I'm literally on like high rank now. Like I'm on rank 76, but still it's not enough. But to be fair, I am dual blade, so I just wanna fly in the sky. I don't deal as much damage as like a lot of, but maybe it's just skill issue. which it is. Which is like 50% skill issue. I'm still learning how to do like like perfect dodge. I can do it, but like not all the time. So every time I hear a new system, I remember an old Soviet joke that seems actual today with change polarity. A plumber is sent to prison. His cellmate asked him why he is in prison. He said they called him to Kremlin to fix leaking pipes, and he said they need to change the whole system. Yeah. I feel like domestic USA manufacturing will never kick off. The USD is too strong and wages are too high. No country would buy those. Yeah, exactly. That's why they need imperialism. That's why do people not understand why like the US, why do you think the US is doing imperialism? To keep the goods that they sell within, within the US as cheap as possible. And also to maximize as much profit as possible, right? I want to see white people in sweatshops. What the fuck? Platinum. What the hell? As if they're not already, though, on Amazon, Like, Amazon workers, that is, my God, That is already, like, sweatshop condition, As if it's not already happening, right? Let's go headache stream, but at the same time, yeah, I know. Yes, okay, all right, okay, let's do it. From a Marxist perspective, let's go. Let's look at it from a Marxist perspective. It's gonna be a lot, it's gonna be a lot more headache inducing because we understand why this is happening and and more. Hold on. Where the fuck is my audio though? What the hell? Okay, there we go. I hope it's working now. 1, 2, ready, and go.
We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity. Donald Trump has declared a global trade war. Countries all over the world are reeling. Trump hits China with tariffs of 104%. China is retaliating. The stock market has plunged over the last week, losing over $7 trillion in value. Mm-hmm. Welcome to the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today we're talking once again with Eugene Puryear. Eugene is an author, he's a political organizer. He is the co-host of the Freedom Side Live, a live video show every Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern on Breakthrough News. Eugene, welcome back.
Brian, thank you so much for having me.
Topsy-turvy would be a major understatement when we look at the stock market.
Okay.
$7 trillion in lost value since last Wednesday.
That's being generous.
We have a lot to talk about today, Eugene. Again, for people who are not economists, who are not heavily invested or invested at all in the stock market, they might not know what this is all about. What's the real goal? It might seem like a foreign language when we talk about economics. But what is Trump actually doing? He's obviously declared a trade war against the world and against China in particular. But to what end? What's your view on this?
Well, I think Trump is looking to approach the overall agenda that we've seen U.S. imperialists approach for many years, right? Which is to be on top of and control of the entire world. I think that when you look at what's been happening, I mean, there's no doubt that the United States has been the principal beneficiary of the globalization of production. But I think, as has been much discussed, over the past few years, mainly under the guise of quote unquote multipolarity, the sort of relative power and prestige of the United States appears to be slipping. And I say relative because look at what just happened with Ukraine, where the United States was able to get all of Europe to go against its economic interests. What's happened with the genocide in Gaza, where the United States has been able
Yep.
to facilitate total genocide of the Palestinian people. And even though countries have spoken up, no one has taken any real action of
For
note.
fucking
So the US is
real.
still
Like
extremely
how is this even possible that we can all see that the a live stream genocide is happening in real time and nobody can do anything about it? What the fuck, man? What the hell? I have 70 ways to make you happy. The first one is big hugs and the other. What the fuck is that, bro?
powerful, but we can see economically they're coming up against more and more challenges. And with China being more at the center of that, I think it actually sort of helps us conceptualize what that means, because you think about the dominance of the United States on a global scale. So much of it is, we think about brands, right? Like, say, Apple, and you look at the current, reality of the
Stop being weird, man. What the fuck? Don't be weird.
global
I think that's I think some people do that because that's the only way they could actually talk to women, like, okay, I get it. You have never, like, spoken to a woman in real life, and the only way that a woman would ever get to talk to you is when you say shit like that. Like, be so for fucking real right now. Absolute fatherless behavior.
marketplace. Now,
Not in my chat.
of course, most of Apple's products are being built by other companies in other countries, mainly the global south, but the vast majority of value is going to the brand holder, the Apple brand holder. But you're seeing the United States, which has had this preeminent economic position, sort of no matter where the production was happening, whether it was in America or in the global south, now being challenged by a Huawei, as you look at the issue of cell phones, being challenged by
Okay, so they know how tariffs work. Their goal is to depreciate the value of the USD so they can set up manufacturing so they aren't reliant on Chinese in case of a future war in the future. Of a future war in the future? What the? What? That's not how it works, though. Oh, not that board. He had Europe in the country list. Okay. I see with the German government, I'd rather suspect incompetence rather than malicious, because maliciousness wouldn't make sense in the realm of capitalism. What? Okay, wait. Too many people are, I'm not sure if you are being sarcastic or being serious right now, because like it's so hard to tell the difference if you're being so serious right now or you're just, memeing. Freedom has always been propaganda? Brain rotted motherfuckers be like, oh my god, this is like my favorite true crime show. Right. Yeah, true. It's crazy how analysts jump to tech when the cornerstone of every economy is agriculture, and the U.S. is getting choked the fuck out. Why do you care about iPhone, dog? You don't have food to eat. That's true. Well, and also like their ICE raids, right? Like, don't they know that a lot of their agricultural like production relies on immigrants? Who's gonna pick your fucking fruit, bitch? Nobody. Totally hate he is an maniac. I wish he would behave more like Scheinbaum. What? Okay, alright. Who the fuck are these people coming to watch here? I think the weirdos are coming out of the woodwork.
A BYD, when you look at the issue of electric vehicles. I mean, you can even look at, laptops and computers and things like that. Lenovo, one of the biggest laptop makers here in the United States, especially, for those looking for more affordable ones. And so you can see, even at the highest levels of sort of dominance when you look at it from an economic scale, right? The brands and
Shitting on Trump will attract the libs, but also like I don't want the libs here. You're not, if you're a liberal and you think that Kamala Harris should have been the president, fuck you too. Shut the fuck up.
the advanced goods and the things like that, that obviously in a relative sense has been slipping for the United States, and even amongst their allies, even amongst many of their, vassals, there is
The fascists probably want to replace undocumented low wages by prisoner slave labor. That could be. It's like, you're Japanese jaded is fucking legend. When my anime is in production, we must talk. Well, we'll talk with Spirit Box too about royalties and stuff and reroll. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. What do you mean?
there's a greater desire for, quote unquote, more shared global governance, to put it in those kind of neutral, international meeting sort of terms.
I don't think you can do that though, because like Spirit Box that's copyrighted by Spirit Box. That's their own song. I'm not sure if you can actually monetize it for your own production. I mean, I could do it. I could monetize it because I released it and then on DistroKid, and it's perfectly legal to do that through like a music distribution company because I got like the cover license. But for like other things, I'm not sure if you can do that.
But that also challenges the relative power and privilege of those who have set up a system for a tiny circle of U.S. elites to be the ones who benefit. So now we see this tariff policy, the negotiations that are related to the tariff policy, and it's obviously just using sort of a blunt force instrument to disrupt all the various patterns of development and
I think you could, but you can't monetize it,
growth economically that were leading to this, what you could call, I think, relative decline. And of course, it's easy for us to say relative, but when you are the most powerful and privileged person, just like, say, the leaders of the Confederacy who weren't facing an end of slavery, relative declines can be extremely serious and thus, become the impetus for extremely chaotic and perhaps even detrimental action, right? Like I just used the Confederate example. They started the Civil War, didn't work out for them. Now Trump is starting a major trade war. I guess we'll have to see how it plays out, but very much could be a similar situation where moved by your own self-interest in terms of your own self-aggrandizement and global megalomaniacal control of everyone else, you end up taking action that is sort of shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Wow, those are really, really important points and a great historical analogy, Eugene. The South was riding high. They had the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, the Dred Scott decision of 1857, the Missouri Compromise about Western states has been basically undone. It really looked like the South was winning, but Abraham Lincoln won. They freaked out. John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry. They seceded, and the system that they had fought to maintain and were, in fact, expanding, slavery came to an end within 5 years. This is an excellent historical analogy because anyone sitting back and looking at America and watching Donald Trump whine about how America has been treated badly by the rest of the country, how it's so unfair. We've been ripped off by everybody. But America is the richest country in the world. Global capital flows here. Students from around the world want to come to U.S. universities. The dollar is the world reserve currency, meaning the U.S. government, unlike every other government in the world, can actually print the dollar where the other countries have to buy and sell it. I mean, this extraordinary privilege, you would think, oh, America's in the saddle. America's in the saddle, but there's something underneath all of this whining. It's not just Trump. And, we saw a video, and I shared it with you, Eugene, Jeffrey Sachs, who says many important and good things about the world economy. He says, this is Donald Trump. This is Trump acting alone. This is Donald Trump. Well, there is an element of Trump grabbing hold of power, that's for sure, abusing executive emergency authority to do things that are constitutionally only allocated to Congress, like tariffs, for instance. But it's not just Trump. It is this other bigger picture that you're getting at.
Yeah, I think it's such an important piece because I think it speaks to the cultural environment that Trump has also tried to lift up, and that might help us bring it into focus. I mean, you look at the people he praises, Andrew Jackson, most well known, of course, for his role in securing the land in what we now consider a lot of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas, and by clearing the land, I mean, the ethnic cleansing of the Native Americans. And we know what they were going to put on that land and what they did put on that land, slave plantations. You look at his constant invocation of the 1890s and the Gilded Age, as many have called it, but I think as many of us know, at the age of the robber barons. And the name itself kind of speaks for itself, robber baron, right? Like not an age of enlightened rule by great people. We can go sort of on and on with the way he sort of puts himself in this way. Roy Cohn, his mentor, this, the McCarthyite thug who is the real sort of intellectual spirit behind what McCarthy's crusade was. I mean, it's this long-term trend. Theodore Roosevelt, I don't know how I almost forgot him. The open door policy in China, this huge, massive military that'll go all around the world. The Panama Canal, actually, right? So we can see these sort of direct pieces that Trump is putting out culturally that speak
The
to
Panama Canal,
this
yeah.
deeper piece that I think is important because there's a lot of specific, kind of economic things that are happening. And there are different people, obviously, in Trump's ear who want him to do things in a different way or look at it like this. But why did a lot of these people, really, really rich people, support him in the first place? It's this deeper underlying desire for not just generally capitalism to be ascendant, not just generally imperialism to be ascendant in the world, but this specific American elite capitalist imperialist class to rule over the rest of the world, to subordinate Europe to its needs, and then to be able to take over after World War II of the old, European colonial empires and really control the entire globe. And there's such a direct connection when you look at it. You've got one of Trump's second top donor, Tim Mellon, right, from the Mellon fortune, talking about the robber barons. By the way, that same family, a lot of money for the heritage that did Project 2025. You've got Elon Musk coming from, the South African apartheid mining complex set up during the 1890s and used in World War II in a major way to help America control the whole world, especially Africa. You look at the third person that gave over $100 million. These are the only three people who gave over $100 million to Trump. The Adelson family. And of course, a family whose entire basis of political giving is to facilitate the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of the Palestinian people. So you put it all together in one root, and you can see not only this broader vision of America to control the world, but the deep white supremacist core of it, right? And I think that's also an important element of this because
Also, news troll. I don't know. News trolls. How the fuck do you pronounce your name, dude? News. Okay, I'm just gonna call you News. I think because the most VTubers who are doing politics on their content are glazing Trump or glazing the Nazis, right? So yeah, of course they're not gonna talk about it. They're fucking dick riding Trump. The fuck? Anyway. Let's get back to it.
Family. And of course, a family whose entire basis of political giving is to facilitate the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of the Palestinian people. So you put it all together in one root, and you can see not only this.
Oh my God, there's so many right-wing grifters in the there's this one, I forgot the name already. I ran into one of those, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, because you're criticizing someone who was cosplaying as a fictional fascist, but then here you are, praising the Soviet Union. Oh, the real fascists are the Soviet Union. Stupid bitch." I didn't even I had a mistake
of America to control the world, but the deep white.
I had a mistake to initially reply to that bitch, but I'm like, you know what? You're not gonna get any engagement from me, cause that motherfucker just want engagement galore. Even that person even went out of their way to spy on my server, and we're like, okay, whatever. You won't see anything in my server that I don't already discuss in public, So what are you gonna try to find, bitch?
Supremacist core of it, right? And I think that's also an important element.
Yeah, let's not mention their name. Let's not give them any kind of like, let's not mention the names because, they don't deserve any they don't deserve any acknowledgement. So we're just gonna talk about them in the abstracts because they don't deserve any kind of formal acknowledgement because what they're doing is just grifting. That's it. They want more engagement. They want to stay relevant because they have nothing else going on in their lives. They don't imagine having all that time, man. It couldn't be me because holy fuck, I need all of that. I wish I had all the time to do that so that I could do all of my hobbies. I want to get back into cross stitching and, crocheting on top of having more plants, also recording, also learning, learning new vocal techniques and shit, all the stuff, okay? Doing more collabs. Damn, there's so many things that you could do in life. And you chose to grift in the far right. What the fuck?
Element of this,
I know, I get it. Some people okay, but they're some of them are that's how they make money. Man, there's so many. Get a fucking job then. Get a job. My God, do you actually want to sell your dignity, or you're giving up your dignity for money instead of just getting a job? Why not just get a job?
It speaks to how they're reacting on immigration. It
Get
speaks
a
on how they're
fucking
reacting
job.
to civil rights.
The dipshit posting screens from our disc. Yeah, that's true. I got recommended mommy-daughter VTuber duo on YouTube who glazed Trump and celebrated deportations. It's pretty awful how many views they were getting. Ew! Oh my God! What the fuck? You're forgetting that in modern political discourse, the fascists are the people we don't like. Okay. Yeah, don't name them. Let's really not acknowledge these people. Never tap the glass mana, just enjoy the troglodyte exhibit. That is true. Same people crying to not talk about politics. Exactly. Whenever it's against their politics, it's oh, you're getting political. But then if it's in favor of their politics, they're oh no, we're just voicing our opinions because it's a free country, freedom of speech, freeze peaches, frozen peaches.
I mean, I think the relative decline of America should be easy for them to manage. I mean, again. It's the U.S.
Yeah, motherfucker woke up and be like, yeah, no, Antifa, you're mistaken. It's just a Warhammer 40K Commissar, totally not based off of actual Nazis, It's just a coincidence. It's just a little coinkydink,
U.S. is ripping off.
It has nothing to do with politics, of course,
I mean, the very fact that the parts of the globe that produce, I would say a significant bulk of the products that we consume, and in fact,
you're right though. You're right, dear Ronnie. I don't think people who what's that? People who give up their dignity for that had any dignity to begin with. That is true. I mean, these people are spineless, so.
Huge amount of inputs for manufacturing in America. Hopefully we can talk about that later. Those countries.
Yeah, exactly. You can't say shit these days. It's just them wanting to be able to say slurs and they just want to say the N-word and also be awful to poor people, Freedom of speech until it's not aligned with their opinion. Exactly. Just look at Asmongold. What the fuck?
Are getting the least amount of money out of the deal. And somehow these American brands that just have these claims on paper through patents and other forms of ownership are getting the vast majority of money. And everything else you mentioned about the dollar and all these things, America is ripping the world off. So why would they be so concerned about this? To me, it speaks to that white supremacist core of this imperialist capitalist system, because it's not just people generally getting out of hand, so to speak.
So Warhammer fans are bad people now. Does that make me a terrible person used to collect and paint the Imperial Guard? What do you mean? Like, do you not see the connection though?
But it's China, right?
Are you really for freaking serious right now, Commissar?
Which has obviously been the subject through many years. I mean, we talk about the
Warhammer joke is funny. Some people act apolitical, but just happen to like all the things that the far right likes. I feel like a lot of gun culture of far right podcasts is virtue signaling for the other side. Yeah, for real. Only those who use Warhammer 40k as flimsy plausible deniability to cosplay as a Nazi. That is true. I mean, within of itself, if you're aware what the the Imperium represents, right? What they represent, like, I think Warhammer wants you to see that, like, don't be like these motherfuckers, they're not saying like, oh yeah, like you should idolize these people, or you should idolize, not people, you should idolize these creatures and shit. Maybe okay, we here in Russia, it's not about the game like it in and of itself, but the representations, like Samuel said, it's when you use that, as a plus, like, as a really, for plausible deniability to like just cosplay and kind of like a wink wink nod nod nudge nudge, to your Nazi fan base. Yeah, that's when it's fucked up, but you playing the game and being like, oh yeah, well, this shit is cool, like all of these factions exist, etc., 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 all these races and shit. Okay, yeah, because like I'm a fan of like Lord of the Rings too, but that doesn't mean that I idolize fucking Sauron. You know what I mean? Or Saruman, right? That doesn't mean I'm bad just because like in the story there are characters like Saruman and Sauron, right? But when you use that to like be like, oh yeah, I'm totally not like, borrowing the aesthetics of fascists to like, put myself on the spotlight again to get attention so that I'm relevant again within the, VTuber sphere and shit like that, Also, it's always the Imperium, never the Tau. Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Liking Warhammer for its fascist aesthetics is the problematic thing. Exactly. Mana is right. It's why the game's visuals are so over the top. The thing with Warhammer is that it has these bad things as political satire, but people with no media literacy take those things at face value, right? Exactly. Like, Warhammer, I think, is like very clear. Like, yo, these motherfuckers are evil. Why you gotta idolize them though? What the hell? Why are you missing the point? Not Saruman the Stinky. I thought Tolkien was actually borrowing from World War One, Germany for Sauron, imperialism and such. I think there's a lot of influence from that. It's like watching Starship Troopers and siding with a fascist regime ruling over humanity. Why is that? Why is nobody cosplaying as a Tau? I would love if she really wants to like do the Warhammer thing, if that person really was, why don't you just cosplay all of the all of the races? Why I want to see the Tau version, You Warhammer 40k fan, you big fan,
the history of
I want to see you go all out. That's really lazy. Oh, you're just doing Imperium, you know? Do the entire thing, you know? I said do the entire thing. If it's your thing, then do the entire thing. It's gonna make you more relevant.
the open door.
Because it's gonna be fair. You're just cosplaying everyone. Isn't that nice? You know. Tyranids is objectively the best because they're the most apolitical centrist. Not like, I mean, I don't like centrists, so I don't like that. Centrists are only, you know, allowing the status quo to continue. For the God Emperor. That, and then like screaming about Xenos and unironically quoting the xenophobic lines. In the grim dark of the far future, there is no good guys except the orcs. They're just having fun. I'm sure I saw a Tao cosplay. No. You're not like it's not that, like, of course there are, but it's not a lot of them, you know? And also this person was not, you know, was just doing the Imperium one. Imperium, space Catholic Nazis, Tau, space communist aliens. Yeah. How is something centrist and apolitical? They just want a buffet. Eating isn't political. He's cosplaying as my favorite character from Warhammer. I'm in the Nazis Museum. I've seen this shit before as a Gundam fan, where people for real, people fuck with either side for the aesthetics and do the dumbest thing and say the feds are the good guys, and if they're not portrayed in a critical light as well. Yeah. And remember, anime/games are not political. Totally not, you know. Absolutely. It's just there for everyone's consumption purpose and entertainment. And there's no politics in my entertainment for me. Stop watching one Belarus streamer after he started to seek out political context in games. Sometimes it was too far-fetched. Sadly, he created a good content, learned a thing or two about Civ games. So Warhammer is World War II in space, minus the Allies. Got it. I did some research, and yeah, it would be so much trouble, but hey, it's so goated, that cover. I'll have to make AMVs re-edit with that scene I have in mind on YouTube. No monetized, but I'll put it everywhere. Your cover for Jaded is really the best cover I've ever seen. Keep singing and like an angel. Thank you. What is your anime about though? Like, are you a company? Are you an indie like anime production? Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm a Star Trek fan, and seeing right-wing Trekkies is weird. I know, right? Yeah, like how are you a Trekkie and a right-winger? What the fuck? They're literally doing space communism. They're like the the end goal of communism. I've always liked G. Roddenberry's dream of post-scarcity society. Xeon is literally a dictatorship. Same goes for the Federation. No, guys, no anime/games are guys, no, anime and games are only political if they have women and minorities in them. Yeah, fucking woke DI.
Those Reconstruction conversations, the extremely racist discourse around Chinese immigration.
I want all male in my male characters in my game. I want them burly and oily for my own entertainment. Anything less than that, like women or minorities, not in my game. That's woke DEI bullshit.
Based around this Chinese boogeyman. You don't want yellow peril, Asian people coming over here and taking over. And we could go on and on. I think people can see the nature of the rhetoric. But when
I think these motherfuckers just want to fuck dudes. Like, I mean, I get it. You're in the closet, but please. Jesus Christ, man. Just fuck a dude. Just fuck a guy. Man, you clearly do not like women. Fuck a guy. Go fuck a dude, you know? My God, it would solve so many problems on Earth. Some people just want to get a dick, you know? They just want to get dicked down by a burly, oily man. So do that, please. Go outside and, you know, meet someone in a bar and do the thing. Instead of taking it out on like women and minorities. Come on, please. Please.
you see that China is the
Go fuck a dude. Try it.
Vietnam,
Your life will never be the same.
India is the Africas, the element, the parts of the world that were so derided. I mean, I read something.
Man, did somebody say Metal Gear is apolitical? No space travel, no communism allowed. Exactly. Star Trek being communist, should probably watch it. Work in progress at the moment. It's giga messy. It's about shedding layers of the self until the point where we don't know. Don't tell me the plot. Just say the kind of like the. Just say what it's about. Like what's the premise. Your mistake is that you think these people go outside. Okay, all right, my bad. Walmart, you make it sound so easy. Okay, fine. All right, fine. Maybe not so easy, but you can probably meet each other, you know? You know, go find a bro on the internet who wants to do the same as you and do the thing, you know? Save us all the trouble. God. I think some of y'all just want that, you know? And you're just frustrated and taking it out on women and minorities.
Recently, you know, Nixon saying in the 1950s about
Exactly, Adoring. Just fuck a guy. Try it, you know? I implore you.
The strategy when he was vice president they should take towards Africa. He said the thing you got to understand about these Africans is not that long ago.
Having a complicated relationship with the creator. Ah, okay. All right. I want to see your anime, okay? So I want to let me know when it's done. I want to see it. Get close enough to smell a phallus and your world will open. What do you think about the Mexican president right now, especially now she is reacting to Trump? I mean, she's a liberal. I guess like she's just doing her best as a lib, but like she's probably definitely better than any other leaders reacting to Trump, like at this point in time, right? Especially in Latin America, yeah. But I'm not really sure what she's like. I don't have any like right now I don't know what she's doing. Like in reaction to Trump, what is she doing exactly? My favorite apolitical franchise where the first game in its chronology focuses on its portrayal of war as this horrible thing right? What the fuck? WWE and their oiled up, roided wrestlers cost. Exactly! I know, Platinum. Like, it's embedded in everyone, like, everyone's psyche. They want that. That is peak masculinity, and they want to be dominated by a burly, oily man. So... so anything less than a burly oily man in their games, no, that's a woke DI bullshit, you know, because these motherfuckers internally just want that just want that oily burly man inside them, you know. Then the next best thing is the oily burly man representing them in the games. So they want that, because they can't. That's the second best thing they can get, you know. Joe Aniki Peak Gaming. Yeah, exactly. Turkish Oilers Wrestling. The burly Ottoman, you know. The burly, oily Ottoman physique.
Ago they were still living in trees, and this is the 1950s. Like, this mentality, I think, is what's led them into a panic, just like that Confederacy
Is
piece.
this why right wingers love WWE? I don't know. I mean, they like it for different reasons. Like,
Not to keep
I used to watch like WWE with my dad because like we just want we like watching puroresu, so it's just fun for us. It's my dad and me and my dad's like bonding time is watching wrestling. I like some of these fatherless people on the internet. Like, man, at least me and my dad have like a bonding time with like watching wrestling. Some of those like people acting out like like attention seeking on the internet, they didn't have that kind of relationship like I did with my dad. So I feel sorry for them. Not that them having like them having no like personal relationship with their fathers is somehow our problem now. So fuck, man. I wish these motherfuckers had like WWE bonding with their dads. They wouldn't turn out the way they are now. I'm pretty sure. I know how people buy war games, see war crimes, friends dying, family being killed like nothing, and then continue to glorify war. It's happening in real life too, and yet they still do that, So like, what could games do? Come on. Mana, please stop talking about burly, oily men. You're distracting me. Oh, is it really? It's not a distraction if you're not letting it distract you, but you're letting it take over you. So maybe, I don't know, Samuel. It's a skill issue. Maybe you just want to get taken over by burly, oily men. So it's not my problem. How is that my problem? Fuck the Hulk Hogan. He's a piece of shit. Yeah, no, not that guy. Not that guy.
Harping on it, but I mean, why not? Because a lot of people supporting Trump, they do harp on it and love it. It's not like slavery was ending, but
sounds like a good time. Okay, we are inching towards TOS. So let's get back to the Trump tariffs before we get before we violate any of the TOS here. Okay. Let's reserve the oily burly men discourse for later.
Just the idea that it could end in 300 years was like, no, we can't accept that. Can't have that at all. And I think this is the same thing. Like, well, we are basically ripping off the world, controlling everyone, committing genocides when we want to, telling Europe to tank its own economy so we could just do what we want to do with Russia. We are able to do all that. But what if in my children's generation, China's on top of America? We can't have that. And so I think it's all of a piece when you start to bring it together. And I think there's all sorts of specific economic aspects to the whole thing. But I think when we look at this overarching vision, what Trump has done really gives us insight, what he's done with the tariffs, like the real desire by Trump, a capitalist himself, and the ones who have been backing him to apply blunt force trauma to the world to make sure that they stay on top of the pyramid. And also the fact that part of the thing they're concerned about is those who they most revile and deride and look down on could potentially be the ones to knock them off the top.
Right, because a lot of the policies being pursued by Trump right now are hurting American capitalism. When you wipe out $7 trillion in value, that hurts the U.S. ruling class. That's who's invested in the stocks. Many of Trump's billionaire friends are now like whining and yelling and screaming and saying, how dare he do this, as if they didn't know who he was. But now they're paying a price. So it's kind of a self-inflicted wound. But when you think about it, if Trump is driven by an ideological...
Essentially shooting yourself in the dick and be like, wait, why you do this? You did it to yourself, bitch. Asagayasita, hello. Thank you for subscribing for 4 months. Whoa, let's go.
position, this kind of white racist, white supremacist, American exceptionalist, we must rule the world. We have to make America great again, meaning when we're unchallenged internationally and not challenged by American civil rights movement or the labor movement or the women's movement or the gay movement, when we just have like unparalleled, unobstructed power. That's what makes them act like this. It's an ideological agenda at home and abroad. The system was actually working well for American capitalism, but they are at war against their own system. And so then the question is why? And I think you've really hit on something. You know, at the end of World War II, Eugene, when the U.S. really became the dominant empire, when it created the trade on tariffs and trade agreement, the GATT treatment, which later morphed into the World Trade Organization in 1993, they regulated trade because they didn't want to have tariffs, they wanted to have low tariffs, they wanted to have free trade. But the U.S. was 4% of the world's population, producing 50% of the world's domestic product. It had the extraordinary privilege of having the dollar, as I mentioned earlier, as the world reserve currency. And today, Eugene, the BRICS countries, the global south, constitute a greater share of world production, 60%, I believe, compared to the G7 countries led by the United States. So Europe and America, the colonial world, is being surpassed by their former colonial slaves. I mean, that's in essence how they look at it. Just the way the ex-slaveholders couldn't adapt to Reconstruction. This is kind of global Reconstruction on an economic phase, and they don't want to do it. And they're willing to use all means, including a trade war and possibly a military war. I mean, Trump is also ramping up the military budget by another $100 billion and preparing for war with China. I think this is the logic of these people. This is why this actually makes sense for a policy that on its face doesn't make sense.
No, I think that's exactly right. And, since it's the socialist program, I feel like I can say this here. I mean, this is exactly why Marx and Engels made the point about the relationship between the quote unquote base and the superstructure, right?
Yeah.
The base being sort of the economic,
carefully.
productive, underlying material realities, the superstructure, the society that's built on top of, the various relations of production, that they said it's not a one-way direction, right? It's not deterministic. Even though the base is what creates the superstructure, they react on one another. And so I think that the point you made about being at war against their own system is a very good point. It's like the very contradictions of the system they themselves are following has created a certain subset of very powerful capitalists who have a general feeling that they need to make a rapid course correction. Now, of course, there's different specific feelings. And, you can look at Elon Musk, who obviously has been a big critic of the tariffs. I mean, I'll just note, he made his first statement, by the way, in Italy against the tariffs in Italy at the party conference of the League, one of the most far right sort of Mussolini-esque parties. So he's not just doing the salute; he's meeting with the squadristri in terms of fascism. So he may disagree with Trump on tariffs, but I would suspect that he does agree that they need to be supporting blunt force trauma on countries that are considered to be out of line. And it's like he is all against the tariffs, and no surprise given how much money he's making in the stock market. But when it was just bullying South Africa over land reform or saying how they have to change their policies, he doesn't want to open Starlink in South Africa because of what's called Black Economic Empowerment, BEE, which was brought in by the ANC. We can make many critiques of BEE, but it's basically like an affirmative action program where a certain percentage of the company has to be owned by Black people, essentially, is how it's set up. And Musk is like, they have to change this. So when it was that, he was fine with it. But when it's maybe more broad-based, more chaotic, he's not that excited about it. But you don't see him breaking with Trump either. Because again, it has this same sort of core underlying ideological piece to it that, of course, they're disagreeing here and there. But nonetheless, they're still sort of carrying out, it's a vision. Trump's carrying out a vision, I think, capturing a certain ethos or zeitgeist, I should say, that these people are feeling and channeling it, even if it's a little bit contradictory here or there. But that's the sort of core underlying essence, I think, of a lot of what Marx and Engels, certainly for those of us who look to them as socialist, forefathers, we're trying to point to, and how sort of the sort of politics and society and cultural elements all play a role in and of themselves in shaping the ongoing development of the underlying mode of production, in this case being capitalism. And that's
Yeah.
why I can think it, and we could talk more about this, why this could end up being a very significant own goal economically, because it's sort of the system at war with itself. And, ultimately, I think a lot of the things they're doing could end up being not good for the US capitalist elites.
Hold on. Okay. Hi. Recently radicalized by Hassan. Welcome. Trying to watch some creators I haven't seen to expand my resources. Nice. So this is why I put a Hassanabi tag, so that I can poach Hassan's viewers to like maybe go a little bit further left. Hassan, because Hassan has a purpose, but yeah, I'm gonna take we're gonna take it from there. And learn more. And it's a good thing that you are learning. You want to learn more, Witchy. So, since people are asking what liberalism is, so basically, liberalism is the smiling mask of capitalism. Why am I, as a socialist slash communist, I'm a communist. Okay, so why am I, as a communist, do not fuck with liberals, even though they're also mad at Trump, right? But the thing is, liberalism is essentially the smiling mask of capitalism, because first of all, it says sure, on paper, right? Liberalism is like, it promotes, on paper, it promotes individual freedoms, private property, right? And the free markets, while still claiming to support equality and democracy. It doesn't make sense. If you are promoting private property and the free market, there's no such thing, like, you cannot also claim that you are supporting equality, because in order for you to have private property, you need to accumulate the means of production, right? And that means subjugating, workers to generate profit for you, right? Because it's still like the ideology is still rests on the backbone of workers, the exploitation of workers. Like liberalism pretends that everyone is free. Like, oh yeah, you're like, in America, you're free. You have all the freedoms: the freedom of speech, the freedom to be homeless, the freedom to be jobless, the freedom to pay so expensive rents, like exorbitant rents. But if you can't do that, well, skill issue, But the thing is, workers, are you really free? Do you think that that's freedom? What is freedom for you? The freedom to become homeless? We are not free. As workers, we are not free, because we need to keep on paying rent. We need to keep on working so that we don't become homeless, so that we can still feed ourselves to survive, right? Like, liberals would often say that people have freedom to choose jobs, and they can vote, and they can own property, but with what capital though? But because under capitalism, workers still have to sell our labor to survive, right? This is why we all have jobs. We need to have a job in order to survive. And also, the bosses, right? The so-called private property owners, the capitalists, they just profit off of our surplus value that we create, right? It's not freedom. What do you call that? It's wage slavery, right? And also, so why we don't fuck with liberals? Because it defends private property. And it's just like, why do you think, the even under not Kamala Harris, but Joe Biden, the rich are still getting richer. Like, there's no systemic change whatsoever. It's Trump, or they're just less racist. But even Joe Biden is, he has some issues with like black people and stuff. But like, you know what I mean, right? Like liberals would often say that they believe in the right to own private property. So for individuals to own factories, lands, and corporations. This is why like 8 people own 50% of the entire world's wealth, right? 8 people. Imagine, 8 people. All of their wealths combined is like equal to 50% of the entire wealth of the entire world, right? There's just where like how is that fair, you know? And also, it claims to support equality, but it's only on paper. But do you really think that a world that allows only very few individuals to hoard wealth like that, do you really believe in your hearts of hearts that that is a fair and just equal what do you call this, society, right? There's so much economic inequality that's happening, right off the bat. Like a homeless person and a CEO have the same right. They would say, yeah, they have the same 24 hours. and they all can sleep under a bridge, but that's not real equality, right? Like capitalism ensures that the rich would stay rich and the poor would stay poor, because who else is going to work in those factories to generate profit for the rich, right? And whether or not, it's Kamala Harris or Trump, the way it is right now, the United States would still protect capitalism. Liberals would say like, oh, they in their minds, it's just pure ideology in their minds that they think that it's they have a neutral government, but that's not what it is. It only serves capital. Why do you think like there's really no difference anyway? Especially in their international policy, right? Like in their relations with other countries. Maybe not as bad as Trump, but like still the kind of similar though. Like their policy on Israel-Palestine situation is still the same, And it prevents real change. Liberalism would just want to reform. But you can't really make any changes on you can't put a band-aid on a gunshot wound, right? You need to treat it properly so that it doesn't fester. But that's what liberalism is. And that's why we say that wound festers, and then we say that a scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, because it essentially protects fascism. In the end, it will just but it would just devolve into fascism. Our world is literally a satire of itself. Uncle Fester, yeah. When I learned just how bad the US was, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, anyone can just like read a history book, not from the perspective of the US, but from the perspective of the world. Or the people that were, from a different perspective, like from the perspective of Native Americans, or from minorities in the United States, right? Oh wait, what's that? What was that? Howard Zinn wrote a book actually about that exactly. Right, A People's History of the United States. Read that. Actually, that's like one of the books that kind of helped me understand like the situation in the United States. Like, oh, they're not, the beacon of freedom and democracy. They're actually the most evil terrorist organization on the planet. Generalizing a bit, liberalism promises you abstract rights while denying you real concrete material condition. Exactly. That's the gist of it. I just wanted to like kind of have a point by point, since some people are new here, like they don't understand why we hate liberals. So now you know. Liberals are just fine with providing weapons to Israel, but when it's a Republican, it's the Oval Office doing it. They complain. Exactly. Good comparison. A homeless person and a CEO are both free, but in practice, the CEO is free to break laws, and the homeless person can't even sleep without having cops go. Exactly. Now you get it, huh? Someone has to be on the bottom, and it sure ain't gonna be me. Yeah, a liberal. Exactly. They just want to maintain their lifestyles, you know?
Well, let's stay with the Marx Engels grouping.
Let's
it is
go.
the socialist program. You know, Engels wrote The Principles of Communism. It's a really interesting little piece of literature. It's a precursor document to the
Oh, yeah, Settlers is good too. Yeah.
Communist Manifesto that came out in 1848 when Marx and Engels were very young, 28 and 27 years old. But Engels in that says the goal of communism, in short, is the abolition of private property. Now, he doesn't mean personal property. He's not talking about people's clothes or their toothbrush or their home.
Yeah.
He's talking about private property and the means of production. And one of the notions of Marxism is that private property is a form of theft. Now, that's something that Americans who are, been raised under American capitalist ideology won't understand right away. But let's go back to the iPhone in China or iPhone in Vietnam. The people in China, the workers in China, are doing all the work. They are the ones who are assembling the iPhones. They are doing the work. Without them, no iPhones. The iPhone comes back here. Apple sells the iPhone. We pay whatever we pay, and Apple keeps the profits. Now, what is it about Apple that allows them to assemble phones in China or in Vietnam very cheaply and sell them and make hundreds of billions of dollars over a few years? It is they are the private property owners of the patent for the iPhone. Their so-called intellectual property. Now, it's not really theirs. They just own it. That's how the capitalists maintain their profits. They own, and everybody else does all the work. Now, China has threatened, Eugene, as a retaliation against Trump's 104% tariffs, that they're going to renegotiate the deals, possibly with the iPhone, and say, from now on, we're going to insist on a greater technology transfer, meaning the patent rights, the private property rights of the intellectual property owners are going to be transferred more and more to China. Now, that has already happened to a large degree because the Chinese Communist Party insisted on it. It wasn't allowing China to be treated as a neo-colony. But still, there's a lot of room there for China to say, yeah, we're going to just take these technologies because we do the work. This is another way that private property is a form of theft. The working class, or in this case, China or Vietnam or the Philippines, can take it back if they so choose.
Okay, so just speaking of smartphone, it just reminded me about commodity fetishism. It's a concept that Marx coined, where it describes under capitalism, we see commodities, right? Like the iPhone as having inherent value, while ignoring the human labor and exploitation behind them. Like, for example, what goes into the when you produce a smartphone, it's just not, it's just not the product itself. Like, there's a production chain that comes with it, and human hands had to do that, right? Like, when you look at the smartphone, right? You can see how, oh my god, the phone is thinner, it has a lot more features, but you don't really see the child miners in Congo digging up the cobalt that's from or the overworked Foxconn workers, that were assembling it in China, right? It seems like we put value on its own, but that value actually comes from the hidden labor, right? Under brutal conditions. There's always been a problem in Congo, but there's nobody give us a fuck about the children in Congo. What the fuck, not only that, but not only the smartphone, but also the fast fashion that we have. coffee, like all of this stuff, right? We just don't see the connection between like this product, a person probably died mining this, mining the minerals for this. And that's what capital wants to hide, right? Capital doesn't want you to go beyond the product itself, right? Like, and that's how they keep the illusion, right? Genuine question: how do you respond to someone asking about a limitation of anti-capitalist economies in producing varieties of economies? What do you mean by that? So it's a separation of the labor from the product. The idea of sweatshop is minimized in American culture. Yeah. I'm curious how Japan teaches history regarding the US. Japan glazes the US, but how since I did not grow up in Japan, but my nephews and my nephews are, they're going to school in Japan. I think the textbooks don't really the textbooks don't really expand much, especially the World War II atrocities. They're just like, oh yeah, this happened, oh my god. Rather, they also give a little bit more highlight on, of course, the bombings that happened, which is, I think that it should be also studied. But yeah, other than that, like the Japanese government definitely had some censorship going on, and a little bit of historical revisionism in the textbooks, because they don't really mention the atrocities that the Japanese Imperial Army did, in China, in Korea, and in the Philippines, and wherever else, Here, we also have to acknowledge that there are systems calling themselves communist/socialist and are the ones perpetrating the abuse of labor. Wait, so can you explain that further, though? How do you know? What can you tell us more about that? From what I heard in Japanese history, they almost skip. Yeah. My grandmother lived through the Japanese occupation of Korea during the Great Depression and World War II. Historically, the failure of the Soviet planned economy was genuinely a failure of the bureaucracy to let production adapt to changed technologies. The Soviets prioritized allocation and were very hesitant to change up production lines in general. That's why you have the same late 60s based vehicles being made till 1990s. There's definitely a lot of course, the former socialist experiments had their own misgivings. But we can't. China is a Maoist country, if I remember correctly. Also, historically, the GDR and USSR used slave labor for cheap goods. Wait, where is that? Where is that from? It's kind of crazy that the Congo has been exploited since the time of King Leopold of Belgium. Yeah. Slave labor in the US? I don't think so. What do you mean by that? Are you okay? If you're gonna give us the Gulag Archipelago, then you don't have an argument. If your source is the Gulag Archipelago, I am not going to entertain that. Slave labor? Where the fuck? If America had supported the USSR like they supported us, we'd have a much different world. No, America would not have that, because they don't want the USSR to become, they saw the USSR as a threat. They saw communism as a threat. The failure of the Soviet Union comes from the fact that the revolution transformed into brutal totalitarian dictatorship after Stalin took over. Man, so many people here are not really, that have not read anything. He can't bring up slave labor thing when the US currently does prison slave labor too. You don't know, for all the cheap IKEA furniture in 1990 came from imprisoned slave labor. It's not some kind of archipelago. My dad and granddad were state security, MFS and FSB. They told me about it. Wait, IKEA is Swedish though. What? Technically, all labor without compensation is slavery. I mean, we are all under wage slavery. If you really want to get technical about it, if you work for a job for a wage, then you are a wage slave. You are a slave. We are all slaves. What is going on here? Why is IKEA? What does IKEA have to do with fucking USSR, bro? What? Okay, they did make. They used to make goods in the USSR. However, where is your source that it was from slave labor? Also in the 1990s? Was it? From when? Oh, okay. FSB was made after the fall of the USSR. Then that's not the USSR. Then that's Russia. That's not the USSR then. What? A lion is kind of a hunger slave. Glory to the IKEA Soviet Republic. What the fuck? What? The Russian slaves made Sputnik first to space. What the fuck? Okay, alright. Now, you're just fucking with us right now. Alright, I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna touch that shit. Oh my god, what the fuck?
No, I think that's a crucially important point, and it's one reason why we should pay attention to the fact that a big chunk of the executive order around tariffs and the conversation about it is around the sort of national security threats, right? The idea that the U.S. has eroded its defense industrial base, to use another term there, that basically, the vast majority of production is not controlled by the United States, and there's a piece of paper that says Apple owns something, but in a dire circumstance, obviously China and Vietnam could shut down Apple. And if they wanted to, issue the same phones to the rest of the world without Apple's help whatsoever. So obviously that's a significant potential disadvantage. And I think it's a good point you make about claims on private property, because I think this is so much of what we see. I mean, you look at Vietnam, you look at...
Why is it doing this again? Hey, Chrome, what the fuck? All right, my Chrome is not working. Awesome. Okay.
Obviously, China and Vietnam could shut down Apple, and if they wanted to, issue the same phones to the rest of the world without Apple's help whatsoever. So obviously that's a significant potential disadvantage. And I think it's a good point you make about claims on private property, because I think this is so much of what we see.
Nah, dog, what the fuck?
I mean, you look at Vietnam, you look at Bangladesh, you look at Sri Lanka, you look at some of these other countries in Southeast Asia that have been targeted with these really heavy tariffs as well, and it makes
What the hell? Come on, man.
me think of Marx's phrase that capitalism builds its own gravediggers. They've massively
Yeah.
expanded the proletariat in a general sense, right? And the working class is the only revolutionary class that can overthrow the capitalist class because they make everything. But even in a specific sense, the power of the proletariat has increased. You know, starting with China and Vietnam, which are socialist countries operating socialist market economies under the leadership of communist parties. So just right there, probably the most powerful manufacturing power on earth, and the second most successful developmental country, Vietnam. I think everyone considers those two countries to be the most advanced, like are under the leadership of a communist party. So there you have that right there. A huge percentage of all production now under that guise. But even in Bangladesh and even in Sri Lanka and these places that have these, horrible sweatshop labor regime capitalists who are 100% in the bag and in league with the US brands and corporations. Production has become significantly more concentrated there. It's become significantly more monopolized there, which actually means the workers of those countries have become more powerful because they have more leverage. And we've seen over the past 4 or 5 years, in all these countries, actually including in China, a huge wave of workers' resistance that has in fact led to a change in tune of all the governments in question. China has made a significant turn towards, under President Xi, I think, correcting the imbalances, I think, of a lot of the opening up period and empowering the working class and expanding and improving the cost of living. Vietnam, same thing. Bangladesh, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and a little trickier conversation, but you have seen some rising wages, some reduction of poverty as the result of these worker struggles that have been happening. So in the most general sense, they're losing control over their ability to control the economy through a system of private property. And again, they have to use this blunt force trauma, because how else are they going to enforce that piece of paper indefinitely and subordinate people indefinitely? They're obviously not going to be able to, as the rise of China and a number of different industries has shown. So ultimately, they have to bludgeon them, disperse the production to other new countries, undermine them, get them to open up their economies in ways that the U.S. economy can also undermine their economy, to build up big militaries and threaten them. I mean, all the things that Trump is actually doing: $1 trillion military budget, super chaotic, problematic tariffs that are causing all sorts of pain, sanctions and all sorts of other policies, funding proxy wars and genocides, like the things he's
From fucking real right now. I think I'm running
bludgeon them,
so many programs
disperse
all
the
at
production
once.
to other new countries, undermine them, get them to open up their economies in ways that the U.S. economy can also undermine their economy, to build up big militaries and threaten them. I mean, all the things that Trump is actually doing: $1 trillion military budget, super chaotic, problematic tariffs that are causing all sorts of pain, sanctions and all sorts of other policies, funding proxy wars and genocides, like the things he's carrying out are the only way to disrupt the natural development of the world.
Totalitarianism is not a useful term, as it's just a label the West uses to label enemy states in propaganda. Basically, any time it's applied. USSR during Stalin was still not a dictatorship and had democratic processes. The CIA itself admits as much. There are classified documents about this. You can read it for yourself if you don't know that. The majority of people who lived through the Great Purge didn't get affected or give a shit, since it only affected bureaucrats and party officials, while the people's living conditions were rising due to the deindustrialization. Yeah, and 50 years later, they went to space. Like, how could an ass backwards country from like a feudal country could win the space race, or rather, if you don't wanna acknowledge them as winners in the space race, just they jump started the space race. But I would argue that they actually because their motivations are different from the United States. Like the United States only started participating in the space race because the USSR started going to space, and the US was like, oh my god, let's go to space too. What the fuck, you know? Slavery is allowed in our Constitution. Exactly. You still have that, you know? You still have the 13th Amendment. Also, if I recall correctly, prison labor in the USSR did pay you a wage. It wasn't as much as a non-imprisoned person, but there was a wage involved, so I don't know how this would be considered slavery. And also they were criminals. Like any other country, we have prisons. Unless you like, you can't really point that out without like being, you know, unless you're an abolitionist. Do you claim to be a prison abolitionist? Or is it only, do you only say this about the do you only say this about the USSR, you know? Because we have prisons everywhere. And in the United States it's even worse, you know. They don't really pay much to their laborers. When they use the prisoners labor, right? If they use prison labor, they don't really pay as much. I doubt they pay as much as the USSR did. I thought that the wage was equal to the wage of others not imprisoned. What do you mean? Really? There was no occupation in Poland. What the fuck are you on? The Red Army left when marching towards Berlin. They didn't stay to occupy Eastern Europe. Yeah, where is this coming from, man? Why do they always come up with that? Hold on. They certainly did occupy some Eastern European countries after World War II. Czechoslovakia or Hungary. More people imprisoned in the US right now than went through the Gulag system in the entirety of the USSR. In the entirety of USSR's existence. 13th Amendment, slavery was never abolished. Exactly. Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland and Czechoslovakia weren't fascist, but Poland was a dictatorship before the war. During the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop thing, the USSR did kill a bunch of nationalists and shit, yes. But I'm not gonna shed a tear for them. Okay. So the thing is, like, a lot of liberals would always say, like, oh, but these countries are like the past socialist experiments, like the USSR, were authoritarian. Socialism is, or communism is, authoritarian. But the thing is, like, don't you know that the capitalism is very much authoritarian? You know, like, why did they overthrow 50 plus democracies to stop socialism if it fails on its own? You know? Why does capitalism need 800 military bases worldwide to defend freedom? Like, isn't that too much of a stretch, you know? Why is it so threatened by socialism if socialism bad? If socialism doesn't work, you know? If workplaces are free, why can't workers vote out of their why can't workers vote out their bosses? You know what? This happened in it happened in the Soviet Union. You can fire your bosses in the Soviet Union, actually. Let's just acknowledge that capitalism is violent and undemocratic at its core. Like even with the flawed attempts of socialism, it was always about breaking that system, right? Like let's let a lot of liberals would always like, oh, but this one like capital communism killed this and that, but nobody seems to actually talk about the death toll of capitalism. Like 9 million people die yearly from hunger because of capitalism's food hoarding. 5 million people die yearly from lack of health care. Especially now that the U.S. I literally saw like a TikTok of like a lady that said that her mom cannot afford her like insulin, so her mom is just like not gonna not. Her mom only has like a few months to live because they couldn't afford insulin anymore. Like how the fuck is that like? It's giving third world country. What the hell? How are you like? How do you tout yourself as like the bastion of freedom and democracy and your people can't even afford insulin? What the hell, bro? The US is basically becoming an anarcho-capitalist state. Yeah, well. Why do they even as much as like, I'm not really I have some disagreements with anarchism, but the thing is like, why would anyone lump anarcho, like why would anyone like tarnish the name of anarchism with mixing it with capitalism? That doesn't sound right. Like why the fuck would they call themselves anarcho-capitalists? There's nothing about them is anarcho. I can work with anarchists, never with an anarcho-capitalist. Fucking just remove the anarcho, please. What the fuck? Why you gotta do anarchism dirty like that? Thank you for being frustrated to educate us. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated because there's a lot of like misdirection, right? Like, wait, why are you goal shifting right now? Like, why can't we talk about the matter at hand? Why are we talking about past governments that don't even exist anymore? Why don't we look at, like, sure, yeah, as communists we study history, but we also study the mistakes of the USSR. Do you really think that we would want a USSR 0.2? Like, no. We want better than that, Presses the Engels button. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the others, part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannons. Yeah. I think the modern capitalists have forgotten that the regulations are mostly for their benefits. Yeah. They rode on tanks to our cities and then remain to assure that we won't stay away from the centralism of Kremlin. Saying it's a military presence doesn't make it any less imperialist. It's just a facade. As an anarchist, don't you dare put... Yeah, exactly. Like, why do you, like, as much as I have disagreements with my anarchist comrades, but that's the point. I still call them comrades, right? I work with anarchists in real life, in organizing spaces. There are lots of cool anarchists out there. The ones that I really just hate are the fucking eternally online fucking anarchists, and also the MAGA communists. I hate them too. What the fuck? I don't like that. I like the cool anarchists that I work with in real, the ones that actually organize, not just like, armchair theorize. The mistakes of the USSR was letting Stalin die. All right, we are so like derailed now. Hold on. Let's talk about the tariffs.
Which
It's also okay, let's talk about the socialist view of the economy, okay? True, I just wanted to say the Soviet Union wasn't perfect and I simply don't like when people glaze it. There was many good features of the union, but also, of course, yes. As communists, we have to learn from their mistakes. It's simply stupid to not learn from the mistakes of the Soviet Union, right? Or Mao's China, right? We have to learn from them.
again, since it's the
Those are really important points of in history where we have to not forget about it. We have to study why and not make the same mistake again, you know? I don't know who's glazing anyone. Like, I don't know. I've never met anyone who's actually glazing the Soviet Union. The ones that are staunch, like, Soviet, you know, there are some people who have like who look back at the Soviet Union fondly. I'm one of those people, but then when we look at it, we also like fucking, you know, we also dissect what the mistakes that they made, and also not forget that they made some mistakes, you know? We don't deny it, we don't acknowledge it. The ones that I don't really like are the lies, you know, the people that are lying, just flat out lying about the Soviet Union.
socialist program is exactly
It's one thing to point out the mistakes, but also if that's the only thing that you're doing without acknowledging like the actual harm that capitalism is doing, then that's when I feel like, yeah, okay, so you know, you just don't give a fuck. You just want to defend capital in that case.
exactly what was predicted by Marx, that ultimately capitalism would outlive its usefulness.
Literally in the CIA files they released recently, they say that they back groups in Czechoslovakia. Wait, I want to read that. Tora, do you have like the classified documents for that? Do you want to let's read a little bit of another onslaught of declassified documents on stream. We're still workers. We may see different, but we must liberate the workers. Exactly. We wanted to make a socialism with human face. It was an attempt at socialism with Czechoslovak characteristics. It was started by the Communist Party itself, and the people supported it. Even if it was CIA backed, it was still a local movement. Remember what happened last time you read? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have another Joker. I'm gonna evolve into I'm gonna have another Joker crash out. What do you mean? Wait. You themes? Did you just hear what you said? Even if it was CIA backed? Come on, Rao. Come on. Really? Okay, that's not. Okay, all right. Even if it was CIA backed, come on, man. Really though. Okay, I'm not gonna touch that. Holy shit.
And as Dr. Martin Luther King said in 1952, capitalism has already outlived its usefulness, but it's still trying to hang on however it can. And I think, to me, that's how I look at this tariff policy in sort of a deeper sense, in the sense that the ruling class is very class conscious. And as Trump himself has said,
exactly. That's the thing. Like, the ruling class know who they must subjugate. They are very, very, very much class conscious, right? They know whose interests they must protect, right? That's a problem. A lot of the workers do not have that consciousness, you know?
Sometimes when you're sick, you have to take medicine or you have to have a surgery or a procedure. So it's not that they're unaware that this is causing problems. It's not that they're unaware that this is hurting different capitalists. But I think their awareness amongst Trump and those behind him, or at least some of those behind him, and all of them in a general sense, is yeah, it might be a little painful, but if we don't do something now, that piece of paper might not mean anything because Huawei will be so far ahead of Apple and Apple's production will be so controlled by these other countries, they're just going to flip a switch. And I'll just close finally on that. You know, about $900 billion of China's cumulative trade in goods is with ASEAN, Southeast Asia. You know, about if you add India, it's you know over, and a few other countries, India, you know, South Korea, Japan, it's probably over $1 trillion. You know, the trade with Africa is about $300 billion. So you can start to see how the development of the economy in the world, if it keeps to come, if all the other countries say we're not going to do the same thing the United States is doing, you know, Europe, about $730 billion with China, how the global economy can start to shift. And I think as the global economy starts to shift and continues to be globalized, I think we'll continue to see at least the possibility for working class movements to shape that shift in a way that is liberatory, which can never happen under this US-led imperial system.
Yeah.
Eugene, we were sort of joking around with a friend of ours when we were preparing for this show, and he said, well, if Trump brings some jobs back, we have to maybe cut him some slack. Of course, our friend was joking because that's kind of the Trump message. Yeah, it's going to be painful. This is medicine. You have to take it or you have a surgery. But it's going to be worth it because we're going to reindustrialize the United States, America.
I doubt it, though.
And manufacturing jobs that went overseas, they're going to come back. It's going to help.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, that's why it's a joke, huh?
Help the working class get out of the malaise of
For sure,
millions of
bro.
families who are just barely making ends meet. Let me ask you, is this going to bring jobs back?
The ruling class reads Marx. They do. And it's a completely valid sentiment. The application of shock doctrine in East Germany created a huge demographic problem, among other things. I consider it a genocide, to be honest. The same phenomenon was even worse in post-Soviet Balkan states. Yeah. One of the reasons East Germans don't like capitalism in 1990, we lost our jobs. What do you think of the JCP? They're not even communists. They are social democrats. So I don't think of them. End of story.
Well, I think the short answer is no. And I think if we want to borrow from Trump's own lexicon, his entire approach on manufacturing is a hoax. And I have to say
Come on now. Where are the best channels, documentaries, sources on the DPRK? Wait. Oh, hold on. I gotta send you to like Comrade Larry though, but he's not on Twitch. So anyone can send the link tree of Comrade Larry. He's the best person to go to if you want to learn more about the DPRK. Can any of my mods like give the link tree for like Larry? He's the best person to go to if you want to learn more about the DPRK. The thing is, like, a lot of the people really miss the point, like when they say that socialist states, you know, were authoritarian. Like they were under attack. Like people kind of gloss over the fact that they were actively getting, you know, sabotaged, dismantled. Like, for example, what's that? From 1917 to 1922, like after the revolution, right? The 14 capitalist nations invaded the USSR to crush socialism. That's why the Bolsheviks were forced to militarize in the first place. And also in Cuba, from 1961, right? Like, because of the US blockade, Cuba lost... it cost Cuba over like $130 billion. the blockade cost them that much, right? But yet they still have the lower infant mortality rate than the U.S. Like, how is that? How do they have so many doctors per capita, right? How do they have like less homeless people, or maybe not even? I don't think they have a lot of homeless people in Cuba, actually. And their education is subsidized despite the $130 billion like estimated cost of the blockade that the US imposed on them, right? And also look at Vietnam, right? Like the US, like during the Vietnam War, probably around like 7 million tons of bombs. Like more than World War II, more bombs than all of World War II combined were dropped on fucking Vietnam, bro. And yet they won. Like the Vietnamese won, and they were able to rebuild. Look at Vietnam now. Like you cannot like subjugate the will of the people, right? So there's that, you know. Even if Cuba had homelessness, the people love each other so much they would never have homelessness. Yeah, they have a sense of community. So even if someone was not homeless, others would step in to be like, hey, you know, you want a place to stay in? Because they don't let they have a different mentality than most people who are under the capitalist superstructure. They have different values, you know? They value human life over property. The humans have intrinsic value that in and of themselves, whereas like in under a capitalist society, you're only considered to have value with, like, you know, whatever profit you could generate, or your utility to create value, right? You like it's contingent upon what you generate, right? For profits, for the profit motive, rather than you yourself as a human being is intrinsically valuable, right? They don't have that. Sign sounds like, yeah. Sounds like paradise to me. Like, yeah, even if they're dirt poor, like Cuba is dirt poor. But still, they're able to subsidize education. How the fuck is that even possible? How the fuck do they do that? It's funny because people, or the generation that fought in Vietnam and supporters of South Vietnam, are moving to Vietnam to have a better retirement life. Exactly, right? A lot of those boomers are actually, yeah, moving to Vietnam. Cuba is not dirt poor because of their economic model. It's because of the sanctions. Exactly. That too. Yes, Tile. Also, shout out to Comrade Tile Hopper, who I had the stream with, an Indonesian comrade. Please follow Tile if you want to have like more information about the fascist government, like, you know, what the leftists are doing in Indonesia to combat fascism in Indonesia. You know. Yeah. Hold on. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
It's a cruel hoax. And because this is important, I think, for all of us to understand, the reason why it has resonance is the impact of deindustrialization on this country has been brutal. I mean, it's been a deep wound to huge parts of the country. I mean, anyway, we don't have to go on and on. People in the United States, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I think most people around the world who have read up on it, you know what I'm talking about. So Trump is playing on the hurt, the anger, the frustration of people who feel like the country was just sort of hollowed out for no reason at all. And they're actually right. It was hollowed out for a reason, but no good reason at all. But ultimately, let me stick with the facts here, and then we can come back to that. It is a hoax.
Yeah.
You know, I went to the fact sheet fact sheet that the White House put out
Fact
about
sheet.
the reciprocal tariffs. Because I was looking, I'm thinking, are they going to make any predictions? They're going to throw any numbers out there about the number of jobs they might create? No numbers thrown out there, a lot of different things. But all the way at the bottom, the last bullet point, you got to scroll to get it. They do make a claim about a study. They don't link to the study, they don't mention the study, but they do say that a tariff policy similar to what they're proposing would create 2.8 million jobs. So, okay, I think this is the White House fact sheet. So I think we can extrapolate from that as their view. There's a couple ways you can look at that 2.8 million jobs, because that's a lot of like individuals, right? 2.8 million people. I think that's how we all look at it. That's why they put it in the bullet point, and maybe why they made it the last, because they're hoping you'll go away thinking they're going to create nearly 3 million jobs. So I just looked at that. And of course, the study, since it's not linked, you can't see it. It doesn't say like over how many years or whatever, but I just made some rough calculations. And let's assume it's 2.8 million jobs over Trump's term, right? Over 4 years. And let's assume that the population growth is roughly the same as what it's been over the past 4
I'm
years.
trying to find someone who wants to buy an alcoholic's kidney so I can have some semblance of happiness. Oh my God, dude.
So if you make those two assumptions, and you look again at this 2.8 million jobs, this obvious best case scenario from the White House fact sheet, put there right at the end to hopefully make you leave thinking they're going to create 3 million jobs. Well, if it all came to pass, and again, that's all a hypothetical, but if everything turned out the way they say in that last bullet point, manufacturing would increase 1% as a percentage of the population.
Well, motherfucking 1%, bro. What the fuck?
It would basically go from 7% of the population working in manufacturing to 8%. In their best case
Awesome. Amazing. Jobs are back for the 1%, I guess.
scenario. And they're probably not even going to get there, so it gives you a sense that there is no manufacturing boom coming. But there's there are many other.
Yo, this is insane though. Job creation myth got shattered for me when I realized that all these created jobs don't pay for shit and will become the second or third jobs for people who are already screwed. For fucking real, bro.
Clear factors. Here's another one. Trump himself is saying we're making so much
1%.
money off the revenue for tariffs.
Ooh, we are so back. And will become the second or third jobs for people who are already screwed. Exactly. Like, how the fuck do you need to have 2 or 3 jobs just to make rent? That is fucking ridiculous, bro. Watch Trump admin change the definition of jobs so serfdom in form of gig economy counts as proper job. Right?
We're going to get so rich.
Jesus
Peter Navarro,
Christ.
the number one guy out there, on his horse. He is the knight for Trump on tariffs. He's got Trump's favors.
Creating jobs is trivial. I will pay $1 to everyone who wishes to massage my back. Well, I created a job.
Around his lance, going into battle every day. He is saying that it's going to create $6 trillion over 10 years, so $600 billion a year.
Of revenue.
So on the one hand,
Of revenue. From tariffs.
Tax money.
Yeah.
From tariffs. So if you put all that together, how could they possibly be predicting they're going to get hundreds of billions of dollars in tax money if they're also expecting the jobs to come back? Like you're saying you're going to make $600 billion a year for 10 years. Well, that kind of sounds to me like none of the jobs are coming back. And that in fact, you were just expecting people by and large to pay the toll, if you will. Like if a tariff is a tax, it's really kind of an entry fee, and Trump is raising the price of admission. They're obviously just like movie
It's a pay to play,
theaters expecting us to pay a much higher ticket to get in than what we did 5 years ago,
what the
right?
hell?
If not, they wouldn't be claiming that. And I think the third piece of it that lets you know that it's a total hoax, just a total hoax. So first, their best case scenario, no manufacturing boom, jobs being created. The fact they're saying they're going to get this money being a sign that, of course, no, they are not expecting the jobs to come back. And then on top of that, third, they're saying they're negotiating with all these countries. So wait a second. Either the system is totally ripping off America and the jobs need to come back to the US, which is what Trump is saying, or you're basically saying, I just want you to change some other things and then we can keep going the exact same way we were going the way before. Like, obviously, that means not bringing the jobs back. And Trump's policies in and of themselves can also hurt the manufacturing sector. I mean, you just look There's so many. It's honestly,
Yeah.
it's amazing when you think about it. But just think about this. Okay, Boeing.
Just like I said, like Mochi said that the merch production alone is gonna get so fucked. So this year, IMS expect probably no merch drops because of the fucking tariffs. So there we go. No merch this year, I guess. You gotta pay to play. Thanks, Mana. Now you have yeah, it's a pay to play system. They are very inconsistent as to why they're doing the tariffs, right? Hi, two mouth chan. Hello, Molo. And what use would those hypothetical jobs have if they don't pay well and aren't unionized? Exactly. I am radicalized further if I can't get my consumer merch. Yeah, they're taking away the treats, you know? And that's what people love. We love our treats, especially the Americans, right? Mana is a victim of high tariffs. I think we're all victims of high tariffs. The fall of the U.S. empire is directly linked to drought and mana merch. Yeah. A lot of people love their treats, man. Look at what happened when TikTok was like threatened to get banned, right? People had like fucking meltdowns over that. A lot of neoliberal governments always tout, well, employment is increasing. We created jobs, but rarely talk about the quality of said jobs. Yeah. Like here, for example, in the States, you have like a lot of servers, they have to rely on tips to actually make a living. While in Japan, you know, you're not allowed to give tips, and they're not allowed to accept tips, you know? Because it's already like they already have like a job, like a well-regulated wage, you know? Even as right-wing as Japan is, you know? Tipping culture is just communism with extra steps. No. Nobody, there's no tipping. Nobody, unless they are foreigners, they kind of mistakenly give tips, but the workers would chase them down and then give back the money. Usually. But I think if it's like a tattoo shop or something, I think like some of the artists would accept tips because they have a lot of like foreign customers. But for like restaurant workers and stuff like that, I've never seen anyone tip or anyone accept the tip. I don't think we have that. So we'll have to pass merchandising through the Mexican border. Shoto will help us. Chris is actually American, though. The way the company's primary duty changed from making good products and provide jobs to maximizing shareholder values has been disastrous, because to make good products and provide jobs, the line will not always go up. Exactly, right? No line, line no go up. Similar in Europe, tips here are like a bonus, thank you, but workers are expected to be paid fairly. Exactly. Places with tip culture are just places where the workers aren't paid fairly, to be honest. So I'm so American, I piss gunpowder and bleed freedom. Okay. I'm so metal, I rust in the shower. Can you please not invade my Iran? Can you please not invade Iran? My aunt lives there. What the hell?
Boeing, big time manufacturing entity in America, right? Like when you think about US manufacturing, you think about Boeing for sure. I think if we asked any person they would say that. Big factory in Washington, big Dreamliner factory in South Carolina. Boeing's own corporate materials reflect that every single Boeing plane has parts from China. That's actually from a paper they put out when they were praising collaboration with the US and China. But that means that in addition to other raw materials that may be coming from China for Boeing, that Boeing could in fact lose cost competitiveness to their big competitor, Airbus, which means if they lose that, they will have to reduce their business practices. And if they do that, they'll have to fire people. And that means that manufacturing, in fact, could be hurt, including even in areas which is core to Trump's base, which is, of course, a place like South Carolina where they make the Dreamliner. I'll give you a couple other examples. China is retaliating by saying that they're going to have these 84% tariffs.
Man, I can't stand these, like... Why is Google Chrome doing
That's actually
this,
from
bro?
a paper they put out when they were praising collaboration with the US and China. But that means that in addition to other raw materials that may be coming from China for Boeing, that Boeing could in fact lose cost competitiveness to their big competitor, Airbus, which means if they lose that, they will have to reduce their business practices. And if they do that, they'll have to fire people. And that means that manufacturing, in fact, could be hurt, including even in areas which is core to Trump's base, which is, of course, a place like South Carolina where they make the Dreamliner. I'll give you a couple other examples. China is retaliating by saying that they're going to have these 84% tariffs. Well, you can already see that Caterpillar, manufacturing company, makes a lot of stuff in America. John Deere, manufacturing company, makes a lot of stuff in America. The stocks are sliding because they sell a lot of their machines to China because they're two of the best companies making farm equipment and other forms of construction equipment on earth. Like everyone wants John Deere and everyone wants Caterpillar. But now Trump is actually going to make it harder for them to sell, which means that ultimately they are going to reduce the number of workers. And in some cases, they're already reducing the number of workers. John Deere was trying to send 5,000 jobs to Mexico recently. I don't know where that all ended up, but nonetheless, putting that aside, undoubtedly it could hurt them.
What do you mean Fox News? What the fuck? No, what? Why? Why would I
you talk
watch
about
Fox News?
Rule America, which Trump, of course, they're always saying rule America, MAGA, USA, waving the flag. And that's it. And shout out to Rule America. I mean, I'm from Charlottesville, Virginia. Some people would consider that semi-rule. We have a little country in us, no quiet as it's kept. But that being said, it is core, obviously, to our identity in good and bad ways, right? Of course, in terms when we look at American culture. But, this is like the whole red MAGA hat, huge Trump rally in Iowa reality. This is going to be a disaster for U.S. farmers. I mean, the biggest exports of the United States to China are electronics, oil and gas, and agricultural products, especially soybeans on the latter. And what we saw in the first Trump presidency is the agricultural blowback on America was so significant, he had to give out an unprecedented
Male VTuber 9000. Yeah, get banned, bitch. What the fuck?
amount of agricultural subsidies to big agribusiness to keep the industry
Weirdo.
from failing. We're basically in the exact same situation now. I mean, an 84% tariff. And the way to think about it is like this. If a product is worth $100, if you have an 84% tariff, then you have to pay $84 in tax. So a huge increase in the cost of getting these goods to China. And a lot of these agricultural goods China can get from other countries and its own country means that for small farmers, medium-sized farmers, and yes, even big agribusiness in America, this could be a massive disaster. I've already seen at least one agricultural association say it could cost about $6 billion for soybean farmers alone. So this could rip a terrible swath. So as much as Trump is saying we're going to build back America, we're going to reindustrialize, we're going to come back, beyond his claims not even adding up, beyond the things he's saying showing that it's not what he's trying to do in the first place, even to the extent we're talking about manufacturing and agriculture in the American heartland and rebuilding the country, these tariff policies could in fact have negative blowback that could cause fewer manufacturing jobs and more small farmers to go out of business. So you can see the whole thing is a total hoax. And we could get more into this, and it's a hoax because it's all a cover for this broader policy, which is A, designed to keep America 100% on top from an imperialist standpoint, and B, to help in different ways lay the groundwork for the assault they're waging on working class people here, which plays a big role in terms of how this tariff revenue plays out.
That's an extremely important takedown using actual facts about the lies, the fraud, the hoax of the PR campaign by the Trump administration over what this is supposed to do for working class people. The other thing that we had talked about earlier, Eugene, that you pointed out was that, okay, let's say you add 2.8 million manufacturing jobs over 4 years. Manufacturing employment goes from 7% to 8%. Okay, not much. I mean, small, yes, important for individuals, but big picture, not much.
Yeah.
How many people are unemployed in this capitalist economy right now? I mean, if you add 2.8 million jobs, okay, but quite a number of people don't have jobs at all right now.
Yeah, I believe in March there were 7 million unemployed people. So you're better at math than
Dear
I, but I
God.
think that means that even if you added 2.8 million jobs in this year alone, you would still have what 4.2 million unemployed people, I think would be
Yeah.
the number there. So it's an amazing statement actually when you think about it, that compared to the number of unemployed people, it's not even getting close. And to me, it feels like, and that's the thing about definitions. Like, how would we define a manufacturing boom or an economic boom? To me, if you said America was really booming economically, I would say just kind of like borderline eliminating unemployment would be something that you should say is a sign that the economy is booming. Like if you don't have full employment, that seems like not a booming economy. So when you look at it like that, I think, and I'm glad you pointed that out, it makes such a clear and critical distinction about the scale of the problem that exists and the solutions not meeting that scale. And we talked a lot about that under the Biden administration when I joined this show, about a lot of the challenges of his programs is even a lot of the best stuff was not getting close to the scale of the problem. This is another example. I mean, the growth of structural unemployment is huge. And there's a lot of reasons for it. One, of course, is technology. You know, one interesting thing, there was an AP article that came out recently about a Hyundai plant in Georgia. And this is, people who follow this is one they've been really touting for a number of years. Brian Kemp, you know, is there at the ribbon cutting. They're doing all this. And Hyundai, you know, obviously South Korean company. So they're trying to get out from under, you know, the Trump opprobrium. So they're really touting how this is great, it's bringing a lot of jobs. But the AP article just had a couple interesting elements that jumped out to me. One, they had originally said the plant was going to employ 8,500 people. But at the article, they claimed
Let's just point out, like, how many was that? 7 million people who have out of jobs. It really, do you guys are familiar with the Reserve Army of Labor, right? Like the Industrial Reserve Army. It's a pool of unemployed or underemployed workers that capitalism deliberately maintains. This is not an accident. Right? This is not like, oh no, like, you know, well, no. It has a purpose. Capitalism deliberately maintains it to suppress wages, to discipline the workers and stabilize the profits, right? So why is it important for the for capitalists? Because why? It keeps the wages low. So because they create that competition for jobs, right? There are 7 million people that are out of jobs or are underemployed or unemployed. If you won't work for cheap, someone else will. Right? So it functions as because it will weaken workers' power by making strikes or demands. Like strikes or making demands. It's gonna be riskier because, like, you know, like everything is going to shit. So people are gonna need jobs. So these are like replaceable labor. It's harder for people to make collective bargaining. And it provides like a flexible workforce for booms. For example, like hiring like temporary workers during peak seasons, right? And then you know, they're not really having like that permanent contracts, or they're just employed for a season, and then after that they don't really have a guaranteed job after that, you know, after the peak. So why is it necessary, right? Like I said, it's for wage suppression and profit stability and worker control. Like, for example, Amazon's high turnover, it relies on like a steady stream of replaceable workers. Many from this said like these 7 million people. The from the reserve army of the reserve army of labor. So this is why this is not an accident. The reserve army of labor is capitalism's hidden weapon against workers, right? It's like a permanent underclass of jobless people who that are used to drive down wages and crush dissent. Like, it's really hard. You know why? Like, right? It's really hard for people to make any kind of like militant workers movements right now. This is why.
That they're at full capacity and they're employing 1,200 people. So that should tell you something. Two,
right? See, many of these companies have 100% turnover rate with their employees. See that? Hold on, who counts in those unemployed? Nazi Germany had 0% unemployed because invalids and mothers were counted as full-time employed, or for example. Oh, what? In the US, unfortunately, undocumented immigrants fill the role. Exactly. That's why. Great. And now I totally forgot the reserve army. Yeah, because they mentioned, like, it just dawned on me. Like, they mentioned, Eugene mentioned 7 million. Like, that's a fuck ton of unemployed people. Holy shit.
The report.
So that kind of like, oh yeah, of course it makes sense. That of course you have this many unemployed people because of the reserve army of labor,
was clearly taken aback, and I understand why, because if you've been to a modern factory, it's easy to be taken aback by how many robots there were in the factory doing so many different jobs. So there are a lot of reasons why unemployment goes up and goes down. There's not sometimes robots can don't decrease employment.
Yeah.
They just actually create ways to make people work harder at the jobs they already have. So, I'm not trying to make it 100% one-to-one, but the overall trend we've seen in industrialization over the past 50 years, it's clear that the rise of industrial robots and technology is playing a huge role in reducing the number of people who are employed and creating bigger, broader structural unemployment in addition to other pieces.
You see why? Okay, I just want to mention how does the reserve army hurt the workers? Because first of all, it erodes solidarity, right? You're competing for like this false scarcity of jobs, right? Unemployed workers are pitted against employed people. So the people who would want to have like better conditions for their jobs, they can't have that collective bargaining with their employers, because they can be replaced by the people who are desperate to even want to have a job in the first place. And also, it also justifies austerity measures, right? The governments would cut welfare. It's like what Trump is doing right now, right? Because they always talk about like, to cut down like the lazy people who are unemployed, who are benefiting from all these like government welfares and shit like that, right? And lastly, it fuels fascism, right? So this is why, like, someone in the chat says like, okay, unfortunately the immigrants fit the undocumented immigrants fill the role of that, right? And they are included in the reserve army of labor. It fuels fascism because capitalists would scapegoat immigrants or minorities for job shortages. This is why we have they took our derbs narrative in the first place. Do you see the connection now? Do you see why they want to maintain that, so that we don't ever get to the point of class consciousness? It's okay, simply put, it is again divide and conquer. Again, see, like they use divide and conquer in every aspects of our lives. So do you see that now? It's amazing, right?
So he's saying 2.8 million jobs, jobs in general. It doesn't even say manufacturing jobs, but either way, it would leave you 4.2 million jobs behind the number of unemployed people in the country. And and that's unemployed, but that's not really counting also poverty wage jobs where people are employed but would really prefer to be making more money. And if we're talking about manufacturing jobs that tend to make more money, I think it gives you an even greater sense of how 2.8 million jobs does not really hit at the tens of millions of people who are looking not just for employment in general, but better employment that allows them to take care of themselves and their families and to have their needs and their wants and try to live their dreams the best way they can.
Meanwhile, manufacturing was sent abroad to make the capitalists more and more money, so the amount of jobs keeps exactly. So making the divide and conquer even easier, right? Look at the reactionary, like, the right wing, the far right is just what I mentioned, right? They're scapegoating immigrants. They're scapegoating minorities, like the DEI, the woke DEI. That's because of the resentment of the lack of of jobs, right? But it's not because of the immigrants or the minorities' fault, man. It's capitalism. They don't see it because, well, they're brain rotted in the first place. Like their conditioning is under fucking being under the system. It's so easy to fall into that, They act like minorities have it. Exactly, right? There's a reason they can't solve their racial problems or internal fights without such fights. People, exactly. If people would just have class consciousness in the first place. Heard some songs on Spotify, saw your stream as suggested just now, and learning your anti-Trump is so... okay. Is so based. Okay, thank you. I mean, it's okay. It's a low hanging fruit to be anti-Trump in the in these times. It's the bare minimum. Like if you love humanity, if you're actually if you want a better world, like it's like the bare minimum to be anti-Trump. But just so you're aware, I am anti-capitalist. I am a socialist. So welcome to my stream.
Eugene, recessions, depressions are part of the capitalist cycle. They come every 4 to 7 years generally. So we're almost ready for a recession anyway. The Trump team said they don't really care.
Okay, would you like me to clarify one more time? I am a communist. Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, to be specific. Especially in the VTuber community. It seems like all of them are either pro-Trump or apolitical. Exactly. This is why I'm not doing all that shit.
Care if there's a recession.
Also, I've been a communist before I even became a VTuber. Like, or a V singer. Like I've been like that. I just revealed my real, I just revealed like, hey, I'm this, but I've been like this way years before, Why anti-Trump? He is an accelerationist's dream. JD Pondon. You revealed your power level. I did. On the first 3 months because I cannot fucking take. I cannot. Okay. Why I tried because I wanted to purge my listener base. I wanted to purge the reactionary elements of my community because I've been seeing the step on me, mommy people, the gooners, the fucking. I don't know what you call those motherfuckers, but like they live to goon. I don't know. Like I don't fucking understand, but those people, and also like really, really weird, some of them are 4chan racists. Like I can really see, I can feel it, I saw it with my own 2 eyes in my old server. So I created a new server because I can't stand the old one. So that's why I was like, yo, I'm a fucking communist though. So bitch, bye. So a lot of them were so mad. Like the first 3 months of me revealing my real power level was like, they're more like, oh, but like authoritarianism, though. But like, bro, you literally live under capitalism right now. Be so for fucking real right now. I'm just here for the music and occasional reapping. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy. As long as you're respectful and engaging in good faith, I'm not gonna have any problems with you. The ones that are like, you know, complaining and then making an issue out of like, okay, you can just click out, you know. If you don't want to watch me, then don't fucking watch me, bro. I thought you live in a democracy, man. Nobody is putting a gun to your head to watch my streams, you know? Anyway, I've not seen such things in this community for years. Yes, because like I think when you got into my community, I already purged a lot, like 80% purging. So I've been doing that. I've been doing a lot of purging because I would rather have like a small fan base, but of actual people that I like in my community. Because isn't that what, like, can you really call it your community if you don't like the people in it, you know? So communities are, you know, like-minded people. If they are capitalists, obviously we are not like-minded. So they don't belong in our community. So what the fuck? Typical commie purging their community. Yeah, that's right. What about it? Hitler particles emanating from them are crazy. Yeah, yes, the Hitler particles are. I can sense it. You know, I can feel it in my bones, my communist bones. No, I'm allergic to that. So goodbye. I have not seen such things. Yeah, okay. I would consider myself a gooner, but there is definitely a time and place for that. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you, real Mothman. At least you're being honest, and at least you're not doing it wherever, like, you know, there, like you said, there is a time and place, and that's fine, you know. But these motherfuckers do not understand. They don't have any concept of boundaries, and that's why they got purged. Okay. They aren't. I have the CIA aiming a gun at my head right now. Okay. The CIA agent being forced to watch Mana right now. Hello, CIA agent. My agent. And imagine like my CIA handler would be like, oh my god, there she goes again. CIA got smaller. Vision got larger. The Hitler Geiger counter. The great Twitch. Yeah, I mean, not Twitch, but like my YouTube. The ethical gooner. Real Mothman be like the ethical gooner in the chat. I mean, you know, snaps for the ethical gooner. Honesty is a virtue. Yeah. I mean, yes, I commend you for at least admitting that you're a gooner. So, gooning is fascism. I'm not gonna flaunt my stupidity in asking what a gooner is. There she talks about gooning. There's no ethical gooning under capital. That is true. That is all actually very true though. Because gooning is essentially like consuming, you know, spicy content under capitalism. So yeah, there's no such thing as ethical gooning.
Of course, billionaires make a lot of money during a recession because prices go down. They can buy up properties. You know, the 2008, 2009 Great Recession, it was really a depression. The Wall Street meltdown based on capitalist greed. 9 million families went into foreclosure. 30 million people lost their jobs, couldn't pay for.
Did you see Norm Finkelstein talk about gooning? No, wait, where's that? Gooning is literal commodity fetishism. What? No, wait. Give me a link.
For their mortgages. And then at the end of it, equity firms, they swooped in and they bought these homes, these
All right, okay. Give it to me. Give the link to me, T-Color.
Now homeless homes without people, for fire sale prices. So recession is bad for the working class, big parts of the middle class, bad for poor people.
Wait, is the server? Yes, it's the new one. I kicked everyone out in the old server and I archived it. So I have all the old messages of my ex manager and shit like that. Man, Mana's handler is DPRK's spy. Okay, I'm gonna let me see it. Hold on.
There's an expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, Gooning.
Grooming or gooning?
Gooning, Gooning.
Gooning.
It means basically being transfixed with video porn for like 24, 48 hours straight. If straight's the right word there. And it struck me, now I know this is going to sound harsh, but it struck me that even though this crowd considered itself bohemian, and even though this crowd considered itself, what would you say, anti-establishment, it struck me this was exactly the crowd that would go over to fascism.
Yes, he is not wrong though. But that's funny as shit. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. See, there is like a, especially the ones that are posting a lot of lolly porn. Like literally the guy who was like trying to beef with me is like addicted to lolicon stuff. And I'm like, why is it always the lolicon motherfuckers, you know? And like, the gooning and the Venn diagram of fascism and the lolicon gooners are is a circle. It's a circle. It's a circle. Oh my god, Mana, after so many streams I finally realized your pillow is Karl Marx. Yes. Hello, is Effie? Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're just literally talking about gooning. And how it's like a lot of people who are well, you know, like what Norman Finkelstein said here. They are the kind of crowd that would go over to fascism. And that why the guy that was beefing with me on Twitter is a lolicon addict. Like literally, like what the fuck? It's in his bio too. I'm like, oh my god, why are you like announcing this? Like, do you not have any embarrassment in, I don't know. What the fuck? Yeah. What is the consensus on edging? What the fuck do you mean? I mean, the consensus is what you and your partner would agree with, you know? Like, talk to your partner or partners if you're into that thing about that. And that's your consensus. Like, I can't really say anything about that because that's it between you and your partners, you know? I think it's more so a lack of awareness from fascist gooners. Gooning with the boys. I just realized it's a mark that the Marx is a pillow. Yes, it's a body pillow. But I will never show you the Gyat side. The TOS side. If you want to beef with people, at least not be a terrible person first. But then again, if you get off on beefing online, they probably have no... Exactly. And that's why I it was my mistake to actually reply to their initial post about me. But I deleted my reply because like, you're not going to get any retweets from me, bitch. You can't get any free publicity from me. So, see, I ignored these people and they just move on to the person that will bite, you know, that would take the bait essentially. So they're moving on. They have really, really, really short attention span. So like they will move on to the next thing that would get them engagements because they're not interested in finding out the truth or revealing the truth. They're interested in getting engagements. They're interested in getting attention. Attention is a currency if you are in the content creator space, right? So they want to farm engagements and attention, and they're not getting that from me. Bitch. All the mold people is like that. Plot twist, there's no TOS side of the pillow. No, there is. Muscle mommy, lib left. Molly lib right. What the fuck? I learned the word gooning and edging in Mana's stream. Thank you very much, Ims. Yeah. Talk to your partner. Yeah, I'm just reminding some of y'all are very single. I'm kidding. Okay, being single is not inherently bad. You know, you can when you're not, if you're not interested. A lot of people are not even interested in romance. So you can use all of that time by yourself to improve yourself. You know, to contribute better to humanity. There's so many things that you could do as a single person. You know. Misinformation. Now I'm just imagining that the other side is Mark's in lingerie. Bold of you that he's wearing anything. And then I'm kidding. All right. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to the thing.
But
by the way, shout out to my friend Zephyr Yana. And thank you for dropping by the stream. Check her out, so we just had a new cover on her channel. We covered the Miko Challenge culture. I was expecting on the other side of the I was expecting angles on the other side of the could be, you know. Nah, I just goon away the lonely. Okay, all right. It's your life. Mana culture. That's true. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hope that you're doing well, Zeffy, with your health issues and stuff like that. Among other things, I know that you're a very, very busy woman, so I hope that you are managing well. And I hope that your was it like your donathon was successful. So imps, go follow my good friend here, Zephyriana. And she's a great singer. And very also very, what's the word? Flexible, versatile, rather versatile singer. She can do EDM. She can do ballads. She's also a metal V singer. So, and she also does like she does a variety of streams on her Twitch channel, but mainly her music is you can find it on her YouTube. Anyway. Please support my friend. Thank you.
Not bad necessarily.
Donathon went well. I have meds for the rest of the year. Yay, let's go. I'm so glad. That is awesome. I'm glad that you don't have to think about your med bills in that case. Now you can just focus on, your actual like content and your comms. EDM gives me Israel P. Wash that. Go to the EDM stuff that Zeffy did to wash change your palette, a palette cleanser. Use Zeffy's version of EDM stuff as your palette cleanser to wash away the Israeli PTSD. So
for billionaires. So Trump isn't that worried about it. But let's just talk about the big picture of capitalism. There was the Great Depression in 1929. The stock market crashed in October 29. In 1930, the
Great
Smoot-Hawley
Depression.
Tariff Act was passed by Congress. That's back when Congress actually had some power, retained some of its constitutional authority. Only Congress really, with rare exception, has the right to impose tariffs or taxes, etc. But that had the effect of sanctioning or tariffing other countries, and those countries retaliated against the U.S. So while the Depression was starting to gather steam, the tariff regime from Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act in 1930 really tanked the economy. And by 1932, 1 out of every 4 workers, 25% of the working class, was unemployed. And there was no unemployment insurance. There was no Social Security. The slogan of the Communist Party was "Fight, don't starve," because people were literally starving to death. Literally, including children in New York City. When you think about where we are and where capitalism is going, you know, Marx has the famous quote, it's not just his, he picks up on it. History repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce.
Yes.
It's not just
We're in the farce phase of history repeating itself.
Trump here. This is capitalism. Trump is emblematic of a certain stage of capitalist rule, sort of a chaotic stage. But I think we have to look at it in the last 100 years or so, as Marxists, as socialists, to understand and to help working class people not think, oh, the problem is Trump. He's bad. If only we could get the Democrats back. This isn't real. Trump is bad. Trump's really bad. But the problem is capitalism, which is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. And I think it's a good point. And as you were talking, it made me look up a quote from the Communist Manifesto that I think is apt here. And I'm going to read it exactly. Modern bourgeois society with its relations of production.
Bro, what is this? Bourgeois. You can't spell bourgeois. Modern bourgeois society with its relations of production. Even closed caption cannot spell bourgeois. So don't feel bad if you can't spell bourgeois. Even closed captions can't do it. Bourgeois. Okay, all right.
Exchange and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange is like a sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the netherworld whom he has called up by his spells. And I feel, you know, that's 1847, right? But doesn't it sound like that could have been written today? And you look at what's happening around the globe. I mean, I don't know.
Capitalism has conjured the Cthulhu, you know, like conjured like an overpowered eldritch terror that they cannot control.
Happen between Europe and China, you know, and some people are saying China can redirect towards Europe, they can work together.
Bourgeois society is the bourgeois society in Louisiana. Oh yeah, okay. That kind of makes a lot of sense. With what do they call again the French that they use in Louisiana? Is it was it again? Creole, yes. Creole. Cajun, okay, yes. Creole lady marmalade.
Together, but, you know, I've already saw Ursula von der Leyen saying, you know, she's calling on China basically to not trade with them as much because it could hurt some European industries, you know, with the U.S. knocked out and so on and so forth. And that if they don't do what they want to do, they'll raise some trade barriers. So you mentioned the Smoot-Hawley Act, and, you know, just as they say, trade wars, you know, tend to come before real wars. And the context of all of this, I mean, we've got the United States and maybe now even potentially Europe raising significant trade barriers. We've got a massive, you know, armaments campaign. I mean, Trump saying we need to have $1 trillion war budget. You've got Europe is getting rid of all of its so-called fiscal responsibility in order to do this massive rearming. You've got the UK and the US doubling down on nuclear weapons. You've got other countries that are now doing bigger militaries because they're trying to respond. You got powers like, say, Saudi Arabia trying to make a come up in the world, doing huge business deals with Turkey, doing the same thing, trying to build out their military industry, making it one of the number one exports they send to around the world. I mean, when you start to put all these things together, it is like the sorcerer who has lost control of the netherworld he has conjured up with his spells, that the system in some ways is on war with itself, causing massive chaos to its own own
capital will collapse in its own contradictions rather.
room. It's like a beast trapped in a room thrashing about. But it's because it feels like it's necessary. This is what it has to do to break out of the room and to continue to move forward as the top dog. All these different things that are happening all at this time,
man.
this militarization, the trade war, all of it seems like it as
There he goes again. Why is Chrome
adding
like
up
this?
in a way that's very dangerous. And it shows that capitalism as a system, it tends towards crisis. It tends towards war. It tends towards monopoly capitalism, which is imperialism in a specific sense, that leads us to this place in the four in and of itself. Capitalism, this is what Marx meant when he
It just reminded me of like what Angela Davis said, that a system that prioritizes profit over people will always require violence to maintain itself. So it's inherent in the system, right? It's not a bug, it's the feature, actually.
said it its own grave diggers. Not that it's
there
like,
we go.
you know,
Yeah,
the
see there. Hold on. Let me run that back.
in a specific sense, that leads us to this place in the four in and of itself. Capitalism, this is what Marx meant when he said it its own grave diggers.
Yes.
Not that it's like, the development of capitalism is good, but it's so terrible and chaotic and destructive and creates in and of itself counterforces that could benefit by getting rid of it, that the more it develops, the more it becomes clear, both in terms of its own brutality and immorality, and the possibilities for something different, that it's an outdated and an outmoded system. And that to me seems very front and center in terms of what we're seeing here. Seems very dangerous because it means that the possibility of war is quite significant. And as I think we've talked about a lot, I mean, multipolarity might be the precondition in moving away from unipolarity, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is the golden ticket, if you will. It actually opens up a lot of new contradictions and puts those who are sort of losing in a more desperate position, which is ultimately a more dangerous position. So it's challenging on many levels, I think, the moment that we're in, but I think we have to understand that holistically.
Yeah.
The thing is that also Thomas Sankara said that you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. So in this case, it comes from nonconformity and the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, and that's why a revolution is required. That's just how it is.
In the 1930s, I know we're going to finish in a minute, but I want to stay with some of this history because I think it's very illuminating for people. In the 1930s, that capitalist economic depression, which was global in character, only ended with World War II. All of the capitalist economies that had basically ground to a halt or a near halt, they geared up because they were making bombs and planes and missiles and warships. The whole world militarized in 1938, 39, 40, 41, and that brought the workers back into productive employment. We're getting ready for war. So it looked like capitalism was finished in the 1930s, but then it looked like it stabilized because of war. But by 1945, all of the capitalist countries, major capitalist countries, with the exception of the United States, basically lay in smoldering ruins. I mean, Germany, all of continental Europe, Japan, they were finished. And the United States created this new world order at the end. The U.S. was the last standing capitalist country. It sort of salvaged capitalism. It revived global capitalism. If it hadn't been for that, socialism was going to take over everywhere. But the U.S. was like it held it together. It was the anchor. So then they created this new world order, the UN, the IMF, the World Bank. At Bretton Woods, the dollar became the world reserve currency. These were four institutions dominated by the US. I mentioned the General Agreement on Trade and Tariff.
Hell nah, bro. What's going on with you? I think I have a problem with Chrome.
Tariffs in 1947. That's the U.S. dominating world trade and setting the rules of the road. They did the same in 1993 with the World Trade Organization.
Shit. Man, come on!
So here the U.S. rescued capitalism for a little while. This unipolar power, or maybe it was mitigated some by the socialist camp, but it certainly became unipolar after the fall of the Soviet Union. It seemed like, yeah, that's the end of history.
I don't think China it wants to replace the U.S., and that's a good thing though. Like as a global hegemon, because they're not interventionist.
Capitalism is saved, it's salvaged, it's restored, it's stable, socialism is gone, it's finished. In such a short amount of time, from a historical point of view, a couple decades, we're right back where we were in the early 1930s. It feels like to me, where the European countries, America, everybody, Japan, rearming, getting ready for war, saying war is coming with China. Again, if you care about peace, if you care about economic stability, if you care about human life, you have to say the problem here is capitalism and imperialism. These same trends are reflecting themselves once again. So the danger of global economic meltdown is there. The global war is there. Global climate catastrophe there. The elimination of hundreds of millions of jobs from AI under the rule of capital there. We have to build a new movement. We are building a new movement. I mean, the socialist program and you, Eugene, on Breakthrough News and the rest of the socialist movement, we're building a new movement because multipolarity is not the answer. Multipolarity might be better than unipolar power, but socialism is the answer.
And there we go. Yes!
Socialism is the rational reorganizing or reconstructing of society to eliminate this kind of endless crisis and chaos and danger of war. I mean, all of us have to be thinking about that, prioritizing that. With that said, I'm going to give you the last word.
You know, it's a great point. The Communist Party of India, Marxist, which has over 1 million members, one of the largest communist parties on earth, just recently had their party congress. They elected a new leader.
Man, come on.
Baby,
Chrome.
it's pronounced. Might be Bobby. But he made a very profound point, I thought, when he gave his, what equivalent of an acceptance speech. And he was talking about how the world, for progressive people, the world looks very bad and negative, and there are a lot of bad and negative things. But he said we shouldn't be as doom and gloom. And he made the point that 25% of the world's population, so a quarter of the world population, lives under a socialist society or in a
No, man, come on.
socialist society moving in a socialist direction. So that's, I think, as he was meaning it, a point of hope. I mean, 25% of the world is nothing, is not nothing. And of course, one of those countries is China, which is one of the largest countries and obviously one of the most advanced and one of the most powerful. And in addition to people living in that sense in a sort of national level, you have, say, the Keralas run by the Communist Party, Marxists there in India that are beacons of hope for people around the world and developing different forms of people-centered development, even under a capitalist context. And I think it speaks to the general point that you're making here that we have to increase that percentage. We have to have an offensive to go from 25% to 50%. I mean, obviously 100% ultimately, but let's just say let's have another 25% in the near term, in the near future, because it is the only solution. I mean, I made the point earlier about John Deere and the 5,000 jobs they were thinking about sending to Mexico, or maybe I don't know exactly where that ended up. And I also made a similar point earlier that, I think most people's perception is correct, that the hollowing out of the country had no good reason, right? The industrialization, it was only done for capitalist profits. Those were decisions made by US corporations to globalize production and to move the jobs out of the country for their own good and their own benefit. And that speaks to the fact that it's not really about free trade or about protectionism per se. Like, these are just capitalist trade policies that are designed to keep capitalists, living well, not really to help workers. And if it does, that's incidental to the reason why it exists. It's what do we want to do and what are our goals with society? Like, why is China so successful? Because they have central planning. Like, the idea that free trade or protectionism or whatever is what's going to give everyone a good job that's sustainable, that's doing something productive, and that they can have some level of enjoyment in and improving the overall quality of life is not something that depends on free trade or protectionism. It depends on whether or not you have a society that's run by working class people who look at all of our resources, human and material, and figure out how do we use them to meet those goals of meeting people's basic needs and meeting as much of people's wants as we can, and laying the groundwork to meet as much as people's wants as we can in the future as well, right? Like, do we have a plan for how we're going to use what we have to improve our overall quality of life? That's what China's been doing since 1949. That's why the quality of life has been improving. And that's why they're in a position that every single other country in the world views as an enviable position. It's not like a trick. They're not conjuring up something from some, weird spell world or something like that. And neither is Vietnam. They're practicing socialism and socialized central planning, which is the best way to run the world when production is so totally socialized. Like, everything is already totally interconnected in the economy. So if we want to figure out how to use the economy, which is just our human and material resources, it's what we have,
Economy.
to do the things that we want, rather than just leave it to chance, which
Markets are only exclusive to capitalism.
is the market. Why would we not just plan it and do what we want? Right? Like, that's socialism really in a nutshell. It's taking what we have to do what we need and what we want.
Oh,
and we
yo,
have to
let's
decide
go
that
Occurs. Thank you so much
because we're
for
all interconnected
subscribing
as
for
people
4 months in a row.
the same way
Thank
we're
you,
all
thank you.
interconnected through products. I mean, we mentioned that iPhone. I mean, you think about the fact that, it's coming out of the ground in the Congo and being brought out there in the terrible situation that's in the Congo. African truckers are taking it to 2 or 3 countries, to the ports there in Africa. They're putting them on ships that are mainly made in China or probably South Korea, or maybe the two. The crew is probably all Filipino. The people who are the
Crew, why are the crew gonna be Filipino though?
captains of the ship are probably from Norway. They're then going to take that to Asia somewhere. They're going to turn that into other little pieces. They're going to maybe send it to somewhere else in the same country or Asia and put those into even bigger pieces. Then they might send it to another country, China, Vietnam, wherever, and make it into one big piece, put it back on the same ship, bring it to California, have it get off the docks with mostly, Latino, Black, even some white dock workers, put it on a truck, and take it to a cell phone store that any of us could be the employee in. So just by the fact of having the phone in your pocket, you're directly connected to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of workers for that product alone.
Exactly, and that's why commodity fetishism under capitalism would want you to not think about the all the labor that had to be put into just having that single iPhone that you're using, right? They want you to believe that that's just like like magic. Like, when you think about it, do you really think about the children mining in Congo, the cobalt the children cobalt miners in Congo? None of us are thinking about it,
So we're all interconnected economically and as people. There's only but so much resources that exist on the
Not to
planet.
mention what they
there
did
are
in
potentials
Greece,
to raise
yeah.
that, but the only way that we can use those resources the best is to
Okay, half of shipping labor is Filipino apparently. Shout out to the Filipinos. Holy shit.
figure out what we all need, what we all have. How do we get what we need? How do we get what we want? And how do we allow the groundwork to do more with the things that we aren't yet able to do? And if that process is totally connected, socialized, and globalized around the world, it has to happen through a connected, socialized, and globalized world. It has to be socialism. We have to move away from a capitalist planet to a socialist planet. To paraphrase Public Enemy, it's a fear of the red planet that is making them do these things that they're doing now in the Trump administration. So we have to find a way to push back and to grow that 25% that's living under socialism and make it larger and bigger every single day.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. That's great.
The Filipino labor commodity staying strong. Twist. Swagapino sailing the seas. Yeah, the Swagapinos are dominating, actually.
Hey, Eugene Puryear. If people want to hear more from Eugene, tune in to the Freedom Side Live, a live video show every Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern on Breakthrough News. Eugene Puryear, thank you.
Philippines mentioned. It's all fun and games until a white woman can't afford Tupperware. Then the world will burn. I'm a proud swag. Let's go. My head mod on Discord is actually a proud swagapino. I love her.
Thanks so much for
Her
having me.
name's Avier. All right, let's move on to. I still have some. Do you still have some tank in you? Like, let's react to some of the crazy shit. Hold on. Which one was it that I wanted to watch? Like from. At the very least, I did not I did not, because we're looking at it from a socialist perspective. I'm not, reacting directly to Trump. Okay, tariffs won't save workers, neither will free trade. Let's look at it. This one is a short one, so let's watch it.
Trump just launched a full-blown trade war with China. He's trying to make this out to be a populist move to bring manufacturing back to the United States to create jobs for American workers. But a trade war isn't going to improve the living conditions of American workers. In fact, the whole free trade versus tariff debate is a false dichotomy. Here's what you need to know. A tariff is basically a tax on imports. Anyone that imports something into the country will pay a percentage of the total value of the good to the federal government. So Apple, for example, who makes their phones in China and then imports them into the United States, will now have to pay a tax on those phones when they cross the US border, and the cost of a phone could go up a few $100s.
Yeah.
The Trump administration argues that making foreign goods artificially more expensive than domestic goods will compel American workers to buy American-made products and persuade
But there aren't much American-made products anymore because most multinational companies are outsourcing. The fuck?
companies to relocate their factories to the United States, thus bringing manufacturing jobs back home. Meanwhile, free traders argue that tariffs will just end up making everything more expensive for workers, erasing the benefits that any new jobs would bring. There's a kernel of truth to both sides of the debate, but what no one's saying is that the free trade versus tariff debate is fundamentally a false choice for workers. The United States has had periods where they've employed high tariffs and periods where it's lowered trade barriers. But no matter what trade regime the US implements, that's not what determines the conditions of life for the working class. You'll hear Trump reference the 1890s as a golden age that he wants to get back to, a period where the United States had an average tariff rate of 30%. What's funny about this is that the period he's referring to, which is historically known as the Gilded Age, is a period where America was basically run by a handful of unbelievably rich capitalists, the robber barons, who were US-based manufacturers. This period Trump is saying he wants to emulate was characterized by some of the worst exploitation of the American working class in history. We're talking sweatshops, child labor, 6-day work weeks with 12 and 14-hour workdays, getting paid pennies per hour, workplace deaths, lost limbs, all of that. In other words, the period Trump wants to go back to was only a golden age for monopolists and oligarchs, people like John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, and Andrew Mellon, who built their massive fortunes by working American workers to death. That's why it was called the Gilded Age, because it was a period of misery that was only covered by a thin layer of gold. The other thing that's really important to point out is that this is basically a
Sweatshops mentioned.
progressive tax redistribution scheme. In the late 1800s, as Trump likes to point out, there was no income tax, and the government financed itself solely on tariffs. One of the big appeals that Trump is making is that by implementing tariffs again, we can abolish the income tax. This might sound really appealing, but what it would actually do, and what it did in the 1800s, was shift the burden of financing the government on the working class. By contrast, the income tax is a progressive tax, meaning the more income you make, the higher percentage of your income you pay in income taxes. In other words, rich people bear a larger share of the income tax than poor people. But But if you fund the government by taxing imports, you get the opposite effect. Because while companies and multinational corporations might have to pay taxes on products or parts they're importing, they can just pass these costs on to the workers by raising prices. But this doesn't mean that so-called free trade is really any better. In the 70s, the United States began to pursue a strategy of allowing the rest of the world to produce goods and lowering its own tariffs so it could import these goods more cheaply than the US can manufacture them. In other words, instead of making cars or washing machines or TVs here, it would be done in sweatshops overseas for a fraction of the cost so Americans could buy these goods at a fraction of the price. The last 40 years of free trade have notoriously been a disaster for the working class, which has basically been surviving on credit cards.
Yeah.
This was the era of neoliberalism, ending not just tariffs but deregulating the economy, lowering taxes on the rich and depressing wages.
These motherfuckers, man. They are gender their graves are gender neutral bathrooms now.
Free trade agreements made it cheaper for American companies to close factories in the US and open new ones overseas, decimating the US manufacturing base and turning the US
And up until recently, along with Kissinger.
economy largely into a financial sector and service-based economy. Even though tariffs have remained at historic lows for the last few decades, the rich have only gotten richer, and income inequality has again reached sky-high levels. If Donald Trump actually wanted to rebuild America's industrial capacity and create good jobs for American workers, he would invest money into a massive revitalization campaign to modernize America. He would build new factories for 21st century technologies like computer chips and AI. He would build a state-of-the-art national transportation system, a national energy grid, repair all of the
The throat goat.
crumbling bridges and roads, not to mention the crumbling public schools and the shuttering medical clinics. He'd start a huge jobs program where anyone can get training to have the skills necessary to complete this project. But he isn't proposing that. He's proposing tariffs because, frankly, it lets him bully the whole world on behalf of his billionaire friends. So the point here is workers aren't struggling because we don't have tariffs. They're struggling because no matter how hard they work or how much they create, in the capitalist system, the company's shareholders keep all of the profits. Look no further than the fact that US corporations have been making record profits in the last few years while wages have neared record lows. Whether we have tariffs or free trade, corporations will find a way to push the costs on the working class one way or another. If there are tariffs, they'll pass the rising costs of imports on us in the form of higher prices. If there's free trade, they'll fire us and pay foreign workers in sweatshops for a fraction of the cost. As long as we live in a system where CEOs and investors keep the wealth created by workers, workers will continue living paycheck to paycheck no matter what the tariff rate is. The thing that actually ended the reign of the robber barons of the 1800s and the extreme inequality of the Gilded Age was workers building organizations, collective action, and labor unions. So ultimately, this is a question of who holds power, the working class or the capitalist class. Thinking we're going to be saved by this or that trade policy is like chasing a mirage.
Yeah. Wait. Can you guys send me the clip of the hogwash that you want to watch? So I never wait, like why hold on. You said that. Can you explain why you don't trust figures like Mandela and Pol? Where did I say that? I don't trust Pol Pot, but why Mandela? You're the one that stop putting words in my mouth, man. You claim that. Why don't you explain to us? You made a claim, you explain it. Okay, then do it. Why are you asking me in the chat? Do it then. Auntie, no, I don't want to do. I don't want to do another Jubilee Platinum, please. I just want honesty. What do you mean? What kind of, what the fuck? What did I say that defended Pol Pot? What the fuck do you mean? Do it then! Yeah, see? Okay, you don't want a discussion. You just want to trigger people into like getting baited into your endless loop of discussion. You're not, okay, you made the claim. You're not even doing it. You said, I can do this, and then do it. Why don't you do it? See? Nah. Okay, then nah. Nah. The fuck? Why do you come to my stream and make such claims that I didn't say, and then when I ask you to for proof and explanation, you're like, nah. Nah to you too. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. A twat. You are a twat. What do you mean? You just want honesty. I don't have any opinions when it comes to, like, why, in the first place, why are you lumping Pol Pot with Mandela? Like, we all know that Pol Pot is a fucking genocidal maniac, bitch. What the fuck? Why are you lumping a genocidal maniac with Mandela? What the fuck do you mean? You had the mic, then walked away from it. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, okay, you explain it then. And you're like, nah. So what? Why do you want me to do it for you? Stupid. Weirdo. What the hell? You can't just make a claim and then be like, okay, why don't you explain it? And you're like, nah. You want honesty? What honesty though? Like any socialist or communist worth your time would tell you, hell the fuck no, we don't support Pol Pot. The fuck? But the problem is you're lumping that historical figure to Mandela of all people. Huh? You explain to, I'm confused. I guess you're just confused. I am as confused as you are. The fuck do you mean by that? What a weirdo, man. Kissinger, big Pol Pot supporter. A great pal of the left. Right? Also, shout out to Dave Legend. Comment hello. What's up? We're just talking about... We're hog watching. I want to hog watch, but nobody's sending me a clip, okay? I don't want to do a vaccine. I don't want to do another Jubilee, please. I don't want to do that. My favorite Maoist is Nixon. I'm really confused, like, but with people like, what the hell? He smashed kids, so he loved kids so much that he smashed their heads on trees. What the fuck? Yeah. Probably just attention. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I've never heard of that take. Like, this is my first time actually someone lumping in like Mandela and Pol Pot together. What an idiot. What the hell? Who the fuck does that? Hello, Henge. Also, give me that thing. Okay, what about this one? Hold on.
As Trump's
All right, so another one, another socialist take on this.
tariff chaos is continuing. We are very, very honored to be joined here on the show by Ashok Kumar, who is an associate professor of political economy at Birkbeck University of London. Ashok, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it's an honor to have you here, and I have to say, the second Trump's first chart came out on reciprocal tariffs, and I know now we're moving things around, but I immediately thought of your book, Monopsony Capital, because seeing China, Bangladesh, Vietnam, all of these Southeast Asian countries, I was thinking so much of, your thesis there about the increased leverage for workers in a world where these U.S. supply chains were becoming more and more reliant on just a few producers. And I wonder to what extent you feel this, potential rise in worker power, at least potential worker power, and maybe more solidified supply chains that aren't as easily manipulated by global North countries are playing into the policies here and the thoughts.
Well, there's a few things, right? So very early on when, the system of globalization as we know it came into being, really, I think after the crisis of the 1970s, it was a system built for the benefit of large capital holding countries and the capitalists and corporations that were within those countries, so namely the US. So the entire system was basically built for them. So when Trump prioritizes talking about trade deficits, that doesn't really matter because the entire system is built to be traded in dollars, highly financialized, disintegrated, meaning, there's very powerful buyers and not so powerful sellers in the global South. So it was a completely asymmetrical system. By hyper-focusing on this kind of trade deficit is sort of, missing the point. The point is the entire system, whether it's a trade deficit or a trade surplus, ultimately feeds the imperial core and benefits the global north.
Yeah, chat, remember to go out and join an org. PSL and DSA needs your help. Like, any leftist movement in the United States would, not except for the MAGA communists, by the way, but like PSL, actually, at this point, you know what? Join PSL. Because who else is gonna be on the left in the United States? Like, there's not much options that you have there. So, at the very least, please move left. Please join leftist organizations and organize in real life, and help your own community.
North countries primarily. We see that sort of changing in 2005, 2006, when primarily driven by China, the consolidation in China, the development in China, it sort of changes the dynamics quite dramatically. So now you have, Trump's rolled out in the last hour that, today that China is going to have 145% tariffs. China is 84% tariffs on U.S. goods. And what that is actually in 10% across the board, is trying to, it's a geopolitical tactic to try and roll out a kind of new Cold War to put pressure on China. The fact is that China has been prepared for this for at least the last 30, 40 years. That's why you have a, diversification of their trade regime. They're hegemonic trade partners in many countries in Latin America, 54 countries in Africa, across Southeast Asia. They have the Belt and Road Initiative that, embeds Chinese capital and investment across over 100 countries. And they've done, debt relief in over 70 countries in Africa. And the low.
That's why I didn't mention DSA, because a lot of them are libs. So maybe just PSL.
Loans that they give out are between 3 and 4%.
But if you really have no choice, then join the DSA and join the Marxist caucuses.
Which is the same percentage that the U.S. loaned to Germany and Japan and Italy after World War II, part of the Marshall Plan. So it's a much different program than the US has and had. And so what you'll see is not what the US is expecting, which is countries abandoning China, which, you know, China has 0% tariffs for most African countries and Latin American countries, but countries moving closer to China because there's an economic incentive to move closer to China.
You know, I think that's a really good point. I mean, I was reading an article in the Chinese media a couple months ago that said if America isn't careful, you know, they'll move themselves into regional party stature in terms of the regional power status in terms of the overall global order. And it seems like that's the case. And I guess I want your thoughts about whether, and I think maybe it's implied, but just to pull it out a little bit more, the possibility of this actually creating more jobs in the United States. I mean, this is, of course, how it's being sold by Trump, but it just doesn't seem like the dynamics are there for that possibility of, you know, tens of millions of jobs or something coming back the way he's presenting it.
Look, if you're a capitalist and you're trying to start a factory in a country, the thing that you want most is stability, but you also need, you know, built up infrastructure in America that's deteriorating. You need, you know, workforces that are, you know, invested in terms of, you know, their education, etc., concentration of workers, you know, all of the dynamics that you need, but you also need stability. So a tariff regime that you don't know it's going to exist in 10 years, 5 years, what you had in China and why companies were investing in China, especially in the Pearl River Delta region, was because they said, we have a 5-year plan, we have a 10-year plan, we have a 20-year plan that tells you that we're going to have this much stability. It makes sense to invest here. In the US, it doesn't make sense why a company would invest. I mean, maybe some companies that are secondary units, so like automobile companies, they might go to a supplier in Mexico. Those suppliers may invest in the US, or Foxconn, which produces exclusively for Apple. They may stop moving goods from China, where they're primarily based, and they also have facilities in Indonesia and South India and Brazil, and they have one facility in Wisconsin, so they might invest more in that Wisconsin facility to expand it. So you might see elements of that. But when most products, you know, even that are made in America, 90% of the supply chain will be outside America, the effect will be an enormous cost to consumers. And I mean, this isn't a radical position. This is the position that of anybody with any economic understanding. There's no other way there's no other direction of travel. And this is something that, you know, Trump has really been committed to this anti-tariff position since the 80s, when it was a kind of left-wing position. And now it's not necessarily a left-wing or right-wing position. It's just objectively the case that unless the state is investing in factories, which I don't see that happening anytime soon, capitalists are hugely disincentivized from investing in the US because of the volatility.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a really good point. And I mean, I think it speaks to a deeper question, too, about how we really build worker power, you know, capitalism versus socialism, because I feel like so much of the conversation, at least here in the United States, is, you know, you have to have tariffs if you want to have a strong working class. There's no way to actually expand the economy unless it's a beggar thy neighbor type policy, you know, pitting workers here against workers in the global South. It's all, you know, South Carolina versus, you know, Sri Lanka or whatever it may be. But it seems like for like the working class, that is not really the standpoint to be looking at these sort of global geopolitical issues.
Look, there's two things that go here. We can't have a kind of writ large argument about workers, because right now, even if companies move to the US, they'll have huge tax incentives to do it, and the wages will be depressed. And, you know, there is some incentive necessary to expand in the US, and obviously those conditions might be better than, say, somewhere in Latin America. But the difference is about sector. So if you look at, you know, the garment sector, those factory jobs coming to the US won't necessarily increase wages and mean better conditions. But if they, say, had targeted tariffs for, like, I don't know, the steel industry, that would benefit steel workers, because then they're not necessarily competing with other places, and they're not as movable. So, for example, in Britain, the fact that you've had these tariffs means that the steel industry is sort of going bankrupt. That's been privatized. Now the national government is talking about renationalizing it, right? They were talking about this yesterday. I don't know if that'll happen. That's a positive development. So renationalization is a positive development. What it means for workers' power, in certain sectors, it could increase workers' power because you have limited options for capitalists to undercut their wages. But in other sectors, it may not do that, because what it might mean is workers are also consumers. So, you know, the price of goods going up, the asset prices falling, inflation being run away, that has a negative impact on workers, especially if it doesn't lead to more investment in the real economy, which it doesn't seem like it will.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of the UK and policy there, because it seems like the UK and, of course, the EU is not exactly the same thing, of course, but are at sort of an inflection point here vis-a-vis their own relationships with China and the United States and others of, whether they're going to try to, find a way to go along to get along with Trump, or whether or not they, too, will embrace, working more collaboratively with China and other nations in the global south to, I don't know if isolate the U.S. is the right word, but at least to find a way to sort of get around this attempt to throw up a bunch of tariff walls.
That's one of the benefits, I think, of this tariffs. I mean, especially people who are more critical of the global order. Right now, you have an imperial bloc, which is Western countries, Europe, the US, Canada. This imperial bloc has geopolitical consequences. It has those consequences, say, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, essentially in the South China Sea with Taiwan. So geopolitically, a fissure between the imperial bloc, Europe, Canada, Australia, and the US has only positive outcomes, because if the US is trying to build a coalition to go bomb another country, it can't do it as easily. So they don't have that kind of hegemony to do that. The secondary point is that it has a much more interpersonal. Across Europe, they're boycotting goods from America. Canada, they're boycotting goods. This is a net positive because the US has a hegemonic hold. So I think China is reaching out, for all evidence points to them reaching out to Europe, and Europe might be in more and more economic pressure. If China says, okay, we'll have no tariffs, and the US is saying we'll have 10% tariffs, increasingly parts of Europe may try to move closer to China, especially as it becomes less in their interest to be this kind of imperial bloc.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good point, and just a couple more questions I want to ask you here. I mean, I wonder also how you think it could rebound on South Asia. I mean, it seems obviously, there's an attempt to kind of, India 29%, now China, 130% and counting, all these different pieces to sort of pit the different giants of South and East Asia against each other. But it also feels they have a lot of incentive to collaborate in this context. But obviously, India has its own, motivations, as does Pakistan and other countries, vis-a-vis how they relate to the United States. So I wonder how you see, insofar as we can see, this affecting the overall dance, if you will, between China and India around this, the concept of both countries rising or attempting to.
Well, look, Pakistan has historically been allied to the US. I mean, Imran Khan came in and tried to switch that. Now he's in a prison. So we don't know where that's going to go. In India, obviously, it's been 10, 11 years of the far-right government of Modi. Even though you would assume that they would become closer with the Americans, they actually have much closer ties with Russia. As Russia becomes closer to the US, that might also change that dynamic. And that, the jury's still out about that. With China, India fought 3 wars with China. They historically have had quite an antagonistic relationship with their border nation, but increasingly they've had increasing talks about over contested land. So those talks might lead to more stronger bilateral relations. So all of this is sort of up in the air. It's hard to know where India will fit in here. India's it's not a clear cut. It still has elements of that sort of non-aligned movement where they're not clearly with Washington, they're not clearly with Moscow, they're seeing where they can get the best probably trade agreement. So it's hard to say right now.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, real quick, Israel obviously had tariffs put against them by Trump.
Yeah.
Netanyahu couldn't get them lifted, but we're seeing more. Their investment going into Israel is obviously going down because
Not terrorists, but tariffs. What the hell? Closed caption.
they're waging this genocide, and people don't know if it's a good investment. I mean, could there be some geoeconomic aspects to how, the sort of the strength of the Israeli apartheid project that could, come into play here in terms of the overall relationship of forces in West Asia, because so much of their economic model and the way it's integrated in with the West seems like it's also getting caught in some of these headwinds?
There's a few things here. So some of the arguments that people have said, why from the left, that people are saying, oh, Trump is doing this is to prevent de-dollarization. But the de-dollarization prevention argument doesn't make any sense because it's not targeted. So like you said, 17% for Israel, 10% for Iran. Obviously, they've now flattened that out to 10%. So that argument doesn't really make any sense. But what you see is the economy in the U.S. going down, weakening, their relationships with other countries and allies weakening. If we understand Israel as a proxy of the U.S., effectively a military base in the middle of piercing at a critical choke point, the African nations from the Asian countries, then the weakening of its imperial power and the economic power of the West and the strengthening of China. I mean, China doesn't have a hostile relationship with Israel, but they have a much more favorable relationship with Palestine. They've, had all the factions meet in Beijing, the Palestinian factions. They had, they negotiated the peace agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, Syria under Assad and the Saudi Arabia. So they have a much more peaceful relationship to the Middle East. They're not as hostile or antagonistic as we'd like them to be with Israel. But they certainly are a much better have a much better relationship to the Middle East. So the weakening of the U.S., the weakening of the imperial powers, the weakening of the U.S. economy, all potentially allows for a weakening potentially of Israel. So it's really again, this is they've now flattened it out. Iran has 10%, Israel has 10%. There's obviously lots of disinvestment that's happening in Israel. There's also been a brain drain recently. There was an article that talked about the brain drain that's happening in Israel. You also have the Yemen forces Red Sea blockade that's having a negative effect, 20% increase costs for prices for any goods in Israel because it takes 2 weeks longer to go around the Horn of Africa. You also, just recently, New York Times 4 days ago did an article about that the U.S. ballistic missiles and precision missile stockpiles are emptying because they're bombing Yemen so much. But the Pentagon anonymously officials said that they're being completely ineffectual. So the blockade is being quite effective. So all of these combination of forces, both meta forces and specific forces, could be putting medium, short-term pressure on Israel and hopefully longer-term pressure to really try and dent that economy.
Well, a lot of different factors, a lot going on, and we really appreciate you being willing to join us here to help sort through it all amidst the chaos. Ashok Kumar, thank you so much for some of your time here in the Freedom Side.
That's awesome. Okay. All right, now let's go to the 5-minute clip, not clip, like a 5-minute segment that I want to watch. From Hogwash for the Joe Rogan Experience. Oh my god, bro. I don't. Okay, all right. This guy. Let's watch this guy. Who's this? Who's this guy? Dave. Who is this between Dave Smith and Douglas Murray? The China L in this situation is providing Israel with surveillance technology. Yeah, fuck that, man. Oh, it's a Nazi. Wait, what's his name? Oh, Douglas Murray. Okay. All right, let's watch this motherfucker. I hate this. Okay, I hate this already.
I am so startled by the post-October the 7th world, not just in Israel and Gaza and everywhere where I've spent most of the last 18 months, but in what's happening here in the United States of America. It blows my mind, much of the response here. And the desire to leap over the first victims of this and go on to all of the proximate causes, theoretical causes, what-ifs, and so on. I was, as I described in the opening of this book, I was in New York on the 7th of October, and I woke up and started seeing what was happening and discovered that later that day already there were plans to organize a protest in Times Square. And what was the protest in Times Square? A massive protest in support of Hamas, as the massacre was still going on.
Bro, like, did he just like equivocate that? But us here, the leftists support the freedom fighters. So make of that what you will.
And one of the things I just cannot get out of my head is why in the last 18 months, when Hamas did what they did, have so many people made excuses for them, or decided to side with them, or deny their actions, or excuse their actions?
Why do you think that is?
Several very, very big things. One is, I think people wanted to ignore the nature of the atrocity because it was so appalling that it went against much of their narrative. I was at a reunion of one of the survivors.
Speak for yourself. That atrocity has been going on for 70 years against the Palestinian people. What the fuck do you mean, bro?
Survivors of the Nova Party on one occasion, and he said to me, "What would you do if this had happened in your country?" And I thought, well, it hasn't happened at this scale, but something like it has happened. the Ariana Grande arena bombing in Manchester in 2017, the Bataclan massacre in Paris in 2015, the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2015. But all of these occasions when young people were murdered for being at a pop concert or a nightclub, the world's attention...
Why is he equivocating that to like an apartheid, having a party outside a fucking concentration camp? These two are not comparable, you know? They were having a fucking Coachella festival outside of a concentration camp. Okay.
The world's empathy, the world's sympathy went to the victims.
He forgot
in the
to
case-
mention like the location. Like all of like the Pulse nightclub, they are in a nightclub. Like they're not anywhere near like a fucking concentration camp, you know? Fucking the biggest open air concentration camp. Mind you. Maybe the subsequent slaughter of hundreds of thousands of people and the prior genocidal acts against Palestine has something to... Exactly. Like they kind of... These motherfuckers, the Zionists, would always try to like skirt around like the root, like the actual origin. Like, why do you think that people, do you think that they just came out of nowhere? And just one day they just wanted to become a terrorist? Like, like they're just fighting because they are Muslims? Like, what the fuck do you mean? He is a British white nationalist. You're wasting your breath on such a... Yeah, I know, right? Like, why are you making me react to this? Like, we all know, like, this is the typical Zionist talking point. There's no entertainment value out of this because they're just... This is the Zionist playbook.
Of the young Israelis dancing in the early hours of the morning on October
They're dancing outside of a concentration camp. Like, okay.
the 7th, 2023.
Nazis dancing. Imagine Nazis dancing outside fucking Auschwitz, you know?
Do the victims become victimized again and not believed? The era we lived through in the late 2010s was the era of believe all women.
This is not an entertaining hogwatch, but it's okay. Now I know who to avoid at least. But this is a very tired, typical, run-of-the-mill Zionist talking point. This is exactly from the Zionist playbook.
And of all the
Very
Israeli women
tiring.
who were
Very. See, and then the mention of another of this one, the grape situation here. That was already disproven. When is this? April 11th. This is already disproven. You know who does grape for fun? The ones who are partying outside the concentration camp. They are the ones that do that for fun.
that morning. Much of the international community does
No,
not
there
want
was
to listen.
no. This was already disproven. And all, like, will this guy mention the 40 beheaded babies? The 40 unnamed. To this day, they couldn't name a single baby that was beheaded.
And certainly doesn't want to believe them. And there are many reasons. One, at the most fundamental level, is that I think a part of a generation that's coming up has been told there is something especially wicked about Israel, that
Yes,
there is
because it's
something especially
apartheid.
wicked about Israel's existence and its actions and its people.
Yes, because it's an apartheid.
And it means that when their people are burned alive in their homes or raped at a music festival and shot in the head,
There was no evidence of that. The grape one, nah.
they are uniquely undeserving of sympathy. And I think that people have been
Yes, because they are an apartheid. That's why they're undeserving of sympathy.
indoctrinated.
That's what happened to Rhodesia. That's what happened to the apartheid South Africa. They are all undeserving of sympathy. So fuck off.
By very bad actors into this, and as a result have excused atrocities or will make excuses for them.
What about what are they saying about the atrocities they have committed against Palestine? Why is he? Why? Yeah, this is very tiring. This is very, very, very tiring.
Make excuses for the people who do them. I think, in addition, it plays to some of the darkest things of the regional mind as well as the international mind.
The regional mind. Okay.
The aims of Hamas, their stated aims, include the annihilation of the Jewish people.
No, there's no such thing. He's just making shit up. This motherfucker, you're making shit up. You're just making shit up. There's no such thing. They never. No, they never said that. Even, he talks so slowly because he wanted to sound intelligent. He wanted to sound contrite and measured when he's just literally just like regurgitating every Zionist talking point under the sun. There's no such thing. This is not a thing. They never mentioned any of that shit, man.
And October the 7th, they had their best go at doing that. And the fact that in a decision between whether or not you're on the side of the people who want to dance and live in peace with their neighbors, or whether
want to dance, live in peace with their neighbors, it's not their they don't even consider them their neighbors. They don't consider Palestinians as humans. What the fuck do you mean?
You're on the side of the people who want to rampage through a dance party bar in the early morning.
Yes, in outside of a fucking. Let me remind you, it's outside. Imagine dancing outside a fucking concentration camp, man. I can't do this anymore. This is so tiring, because all of the things that are mentioned here have been disproven, so there's no point. And yes, you are right. The red tide rises. Yes, I will skip this because there's that's it. Let's watch funny vids. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but there's funny hog and tired hog. Well, exactly. I mean, I now I know that this motherfucker exists. So thank you for that, Stand You. But let's move on to a more a funnier version. This is very tiring. And it's like this motherfucker has the energy of an emotional vampire. That this is the face of a fucking energy vampire. So let's not do that. Energy vampire. This motherfucker. Avoid. When you meet someone like that, and really avoid at all cost. Block all of them. Anyway. Please watch this idiot instead. Okay, hold on. I never thought I was going to lose this much money. Okay, let's do that. I think a lot of us seeing all of the Trump voters kind of having the leopards eating people's faces moment. And it's sad, but then Schadenfreude moment of all time. Personal opinion, we should have a 6th international and working on the actual red tide. Yeah. We get started on the 5th internationale immediately. You think I let people like him walk? I'm taking their knees. I know. Technically, the current socialist union in Europe is kind of the 5th internationale. And this guy is always funny. Hogwatch, if you didn't know. Okay, wait a minute. I need a bathroom break. So, I need to stretch too because I feel like I've been sitting for too long. So, do your stretches, Ims. Hydrate. I also need to get some water. So, let's do that for a bit. All right, I'm gonna be back. See you later. Okay, we're back to the dumpster. All right, let's move on to this unfortunate soul that voted for Trump.
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
Ideally, we'll get 100 pounds of honey per hive per year.
Hey, yo, let's go. Eeyore. Is it Eeyore? Eeyore Lore Witch? Lore Twitch. Thank you so much for subscribing.
How do you feel about paying more for things?
Well, you know, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me. People who already couldn't afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Did you ever think when you voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Okay.
Among other things,
You
Jim
think?
imports packaging supplies for his honey, so he's paying real close attention to the tariffs Trump just put in place.
We just bought our year's supply of bottles from Taiwan and our year's supply of corks from Portugal about 3 weeks ago. So that would have been, another $5,000 or $6,000 out of my pocket.
Which is partly why he's repairing instead of replacing this 40-year-old forklift.
The cost of equipment has just gone through the roof to buy anything like that because it just would be cost prohibitive.
He's also holding off on improvements around the farm.
Well, we're not going to hire any more people, that's for sure.
It's more than just the tariffs. For the past 2 years, Jim has been selling honey to the federal government, which then provides it to schools and food banks. But after Donald Trump took office, the USDA cut those programs suddenly as part of the federal government's effort to streamline spending.
For a lot of other local farmers around here, it was a major source of reliable revenue.
The food stamp program too, like that was meant to subsidize the agricultural sector of the United States. And this motherfucker voted against his own interest. How do people get government subsidies? Vote for exactly, right?
For me, it's going to cost me.
Because they don't understand like the system that they're in. They fell for Donald Trump's right-wing populism without actually seeing that Donald Trump seeks to destroy the very thing that they're relying on,
Around $150,000 a year.
$150,000.
Yeah, roughly 50% of my revenue.
Yeah.
That's a huge hit.
That's a massive hit.
Not far from Jim's farm, we found other Trump supporters who give the president high marks on tariffs.
How do you feel about the tariffs?
Well, I feel like for years we've been getting ripped off, and why not make it fair? 0-0. And I
What
think
an idiot. Okay. 0-0. Okay.
Trump was upfront about it. He said we're going to hurt some now.
I think some of the countries are going to
Gonna hurt some. Now it's gonna hurt for the rest of his entire presidency. There is no coming back from this, man. What the fuck? 0-0. Maybe speak for your fucking self, dude.
They're already.
Yeah, they think Obamacare and Medicaid are two different. Yeah, right. They don't know. Because there's an Obama, it's just their racism too. Like Trump really weaponized people's ignorance and racism, that he can just like pander to their xenophobia, and be like, oh, I'm gonna make all of everything, foreign related. I'm gonna make America great again. America first, bro.
Starting to come around. It's going to be good.
Trump set his bank account to 0-0. Make it fair. Put that old man in a sweatshop. The man just divided by 0. Real world trade understanders over here. Exactly.
I really believe that.
You have faith in Trump?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Make America gay again. Yeah, I think that's the MAGA that I can get by. -70 million people with -70 million people with healthcare. Yeah, we give them our money and they give their stuff. We just lost money. We have to get our money back. We're being ripped off. We must kill them. What the hell? I want some Fukujinsuke and Koko Ichibanya. Ah, you mean the curry shop? How much you gonna bet in about 2 years Trump is gonna make a U-turn to get popularity? He'll maybe even do a Bismarck and found social insurance to take voters from the left, but the voters just stay left. I don't know. There is no left. There are no left voters though. Material reality or faith in daddy coming back from the gas station. No, he went out to get some milk. Oh my God. I think Americans only care about their cheap commodities, so if the prices rise, people won't forget. Yeah.
I think he's doing the right thing.
What? What thing, ma'am? What the hell? You don't even know what the fuck he's doing. Jesus Christ. Also, Trump is doomed with China, South Korea, and Japan teaming up. They have the resources to make a goddamn Gundam. Okay.
In order for us to get back where we need to be, he needs to get the money somewhere, and they're charging us. Why not charge them?
Back at Jim's farm, though, still
Who
plenty
is
of...
them? Who is the them that she's talking about? Okay, oh my God, does she know what? Whoa, okay. I underestimated the magnitude of stupidity that these boomers have. Like, damn, what? Who is them? The Oompa Loompa looking guy is fooling the granny. I know what happens in the future. They call me the prophet. Trump's gonna get a stroke due to his old age in 2026. He will do complete U-turn on his policy, solidifying the complete collapse of America. These people just don't understand basic math at this point, right? They don't know what the fuck is going, they don't know the first thing about global trade. Like, what the hell? That's the transgenders people, the they thems, the pronouns people, the alphabet people. I think they call the LGBTQ people the alphabet people. I think we should charge them 40% so at least the number is correct. Republicans in the US have a mindset where it's everyone versus them. Yeah. I think we talked about that before. Like the that's why there's like an army of reserve labor to pit people against each other so that, you know, people who are already racist, they can just have they can just scapegoat the immigrants and minorities for that matter. From the vibes-based school of economics. That's true. It's just vibes. Then the U.S. is tariffs or the regressive tax yeah. For fucking real. The U.S. has been paying me millions, so I wouldn't raid their cheese vault.
Worried. He says raw honey...
You're only worried about cheese at this point, Zetter.
...is considered a luxury.
Yeah. The alphabet mafia. Okay, yeah. That's the right term. Not the alphabet people. The alphabet mafia. That's how they refer to like LGBTQ folks, the queer folks online. You have pronouns in your bio. The alphabet mafia are on it again. These DEI wokes.
Good, similar to organic vegetables. As prices rise.
I don't know what that's going to do to consumer spending.
Trump paused the majority of the tariffs for 9.
If you don't already already know by now, dude, your business is going to fucking tank. Holy shit, do you not see the writing on the wall? What the hell? Proud member of the Alphabet Mafia and the Antifa Super. Me too, actually. I'm part of the. I'm the B in the Alphabet Mafia, by the way. Yeah. Alphabet Mafia sounds like a criminal ring of Pioki trading. What? Letter soup. Okay. Truly the only rival of Keynesian and Marxist schools of economy. Yeah, true. I'm the L. I'm the B. The B gang. Yeah, let's go, B gang.
90 days
the bisexual colonizers.
after we'd left Jim's farm. Jim told us by phone, it's flip-flopped so many times you can't take it to the bank. Who knows what it will be next week.
The only colonization that I approve of is the bisexual colonization. The Baikal gang. The Boston Tea Party was over the Brits forcing tariffs on its own colonies. Would be ironic if Trump fucking the country with unfair tariffs caused modern revolution. That's true. Someone at my work said that the Americans are getting rich off of the tariffs. Me and my producer were like, bro, what? What the hell? I'm only an Alphabet Mafia affiliate. Level 1 crook versus level 100 Mafia boss. He still has the Gulf of America map in his office. Oh my god, dude. I think that guy is smoking packs. Bro. You should write a thesis about bi erasure, right? That's true. Yeah, every time, man. Why are we seen as a threat? We just love everyone equally. What the hell?
Adding, it seems like he's heard the American people. Randy Kay, CNN, Linden, North Carolina.
I don't understand how people don't understand basic economics. Me neither, but look at us looking at people that don't understand basic economics. Liberation Day, your wallet getting liberated of its money. That's a real liberation there.
All of this volatility and uncertainty brought on by the trade war that we were just talking about. You know, you've got China announcing it's raising retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods from 84% to 25%.
Oh, damn,
that coming
okay.
after President Trump hiked the rate of Chinese goods, the rate on Chinese goods coming into America from 104% now to
145%. Oh, shit. Okay.
All of that, creating so much uncertainty, is having a real and immediate impact on businesses.
And this is why we do not have a merch drop this year.
Big and small across the
Maybe.
country. One small bit.
Like, Mochi did say that we might be able to still do small ones, but like the bigger ones, no. I don't think it's possible. He lives in my area, and I hate leaving work with him because I don't want to hear him yap when I'm done working. Jesus Christ. Who lives near you? Okay, hold on.
Business owner joined us on the show just yesterday, describing how the daily chaos and the changes in policy have left her with no good options.
It's hard to make a decision. You know, we had an idea yesterday after the announcement of, well, maybe we can export to Australia, repackage the products, and then re-import them from there.
Re-import them?
Because
What?
policy changes every 36 hours or so, I don't want to make that decision and make that move only for something else to change in
Embargo the U.S. IMS. Damn.
just a couple more days. I'm paralyzed. I can't even make a decision right now.
Paralyzed. Another big area of concern is what this means for American farmers, of course. China is, among other things, the biggest export market for American soybeans. China bought 52% of the American...
The true soy boy. The true soy boys are turned the Chinese people.
of American soybean exports last
my
year,
God.
throwing American soybean farmers, understandably, into a whole new level of uncertainty right now. And joining me right now is Scott Metzger. He's a soybean farmer out of Ohio.
Yeah,
Also
exactly. Like, why are you fighting against the soy boys? Like, they literally make your business profitable, you know? Shut the fuck up. Give us more tofu, bitch.
serves on the board of directors for the American Soybean Association. Scott, thank you very much for waking up and taking time to speak with me this morning. This change, I was looking forward to getting your take.
The soy is the friends we made along the way. Exactly. Gotta crank the soyja boy. Hello, Firestorm. When you tariff the world, you really tariffed yourself. The soybean are pig feed.
Yesterday afternoon,
That
and
also,
now we
yeah,
have this
true.
new change overnight coming from China, announcing 125% tariff on all U.S. goods coming in. That includes on soybeans. What does
Acceleration is eating good right now. Bro, JD Pondon, let's go.
this tariff on this new level of tariff on your produce mean for you?
The guy looks like he is about to cry. That's true.
Good morning, Kate. Yeah, that
Okay.
it's an alarming concern. You know, with the tighter farm economy that we're in now, the tariffs are just adding issues.
On top of them losing subsidies because of the Doge, the Doge purge, right? Or whatever the fuck Elon was doing, right? On top of that, I don't think America would have like food security in the next coming months.
Used to problems.
Can you imagine that? Like, you're gonna have a Hunger Games style competition to compete for like basic resources by the end of the year.
That we already have. We want to.
Just imagine what this does to America's food security. Like, no, dog, what the fuck?
It's just making it more complex.
Jokes about food loans are no longer exactly, right? Baldy might have to sell his 5th mansion to survive. I dropped my mojito flavored energy drink. What the hell?
Making the farm, making it harder to make decisions on what we.
I have never had a mojito, by the way. I don't actually drink, so that's probably why. Make Canada and California part of the EU, then restart the EU Federation program again. Last time the UK vetoed it. Americans be like, climate change isn't real. And they're burning, literally.
Need to do.
I've heard the word complex from a couple farmers actually as well. It's already a complicated situation.
How is
and
it
now
complicated?
It's becoming even more complex. I mean, you're, I believe, a 6th generation farmer farming with.
And the last one, I'm kidding.
Your brother and cousins. How does this moment feel for you?
Bro's about to crash out. Holy fuck.
Well, you know, we never have, going back to 2018. We really haven't recovered from the tariff trade wars back then. And you know, we were probably 40% higher on soybean prices back then, and the farm economy in general was a lot better back then. So you go forward to now with what we are, and you know, a lot tighter farm economy. And complex, and adding these tariffs to it, it makes things really, really difficult. You know, a fear that we have, if this continues into the fall or even into next year, you know, there's a potential that, you know, there'll be some farms go out of business. You know, you could have a next generation not want to come back or not able to come back just because of the economies or the farm situation in general. And adding these tariffs to this, you know, there's just no room for error. But personally, in our operation in the state of Ohio last year, we were in extreme drought, and we roughly had half of a soybean crop and a corn crop last year. So in our area, it's feeling it even a little bit more. Having less of a commodity sell and these lower prices, and now
What
we're
did they
throwing the
expect
tariffs
though?
on top
Holy
of it.
shit.
It just makes things very difficult.
Obviously, bro is just stating the obvious at this point. Bro, it's scary because funding for food banks and support systems for low-income people have been cut across the board too. Yeah, right? Please, somebody get me out of this hellhole. I only pay $3,000 a month. Jesus Christ. For your rent? Time to take money from the stocks and put them on rice stocks. The U.S. makes fun of Soviet bread lines, but the U.S. doesn't have bread lines or anything like that, right? You just let people, at the very least, like the USSR had bread lines, although they have to wait in line to get bread, but they still get bread at the end of the day. What about the U.S.? What about people starving on the streets in the U.S.? They don't really mention that. It will just let people starve in the time. Yeah, exactly. First, California joins EU, American economy collapses, then EU revolution and US revolution at the same time. Commies don't understand the basic economics. The liberals saying in this in question. Exactly. We call this type of American a human thumb. What the fuck? Most farmers, quote unquote, that are interviewed are probably just farm owners, not actual farmers. I mean, yeah, I think that goes without saying. That these are, landlords. There's a reason why being a farmer is a right-wing fantasy. Modern farmers are more like kulaks. That is true. Yeah. I mean, you gotta be really stupid to undermine your agriculture industry. They expected rules for 3, but not for me. Yeah, true, right? Not realizing the more this goes forward, the more they become. Yeah, true. In the US, you don't have bread lines because you don't even get the exactly, right? Neoliberals be like, shut up, commie. You don't understand magic wizard economics. Ships jobs overseas, crushes people with austerity, crashes exactly. But line goes up though. Line goes up. So that's the only thing that matters. Line goes up.
And at the White House, in his cabinet meeting yesterday, the agriculture secretary spoke up talking about, if there's one thing, if people know, a group of people who know uncertainty would be farmers and ranchers. And I'm wondering what your ask, your plea, or just your message would be to the president in the midst of this, given your long experience and what you guys are facing.
Yeah, we urge the administration to to quickly couple the announcement with some negotiations to address the tariff and non-tariff.
The breadlines that they do show you to argue communism are breadlines from the Great Depression. That's true. And then Republicans are like, shut up, libtard, demolishes the economy.
Barriers with the U.S. exports. We want to, and we're thankful for the 90-day grace period that we got to.
Getting turned away from the homeless shelters, getting hustled by the cops, passerbys hate you, can't even get food from the food bank. I'm not surprised that the homeless are mentally and physically fine. Yeah. And they don't, and America, as it is right now, capitalism would never solve that problem because it's not profitable. And also, the reserve... The reserve army of labor. Keep that up. See, you don't want to be that guy? Yeah. Keep your head down, do your job.
Help.
You don't want to starve in the streets? Keep your head down, do your job.
Some of the other countries come to the table and negotiate with the president before any more reciprocal tariffs comes on for those other countries. And also with China, let's get to the table and get some things done. Maybe introduce the phase 2 trade deal on this, just so we don't have this prolonged suffering for the U.S. ag economy.
Boomer homeowners are also like modern kulaks. They will become petty mini landlords and will also crush any attempt at things that help or house local poor or younger families because property values. Yeah, it's true. U.S. citizens moving anywhere else are fucked because U.S. forces you to pay taxes to the U.S. no matter where you work. Even giving up your citizenship leads to 10 to 20 years of taxation without representation. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucked. Like my American coworkers, they still have to. I think there's a threshold though. Like there's a certain amount of money that you earn. If you earn like a certain amount, you have to pay taxes. I think. I'm not sure, but like that's what my coworker said. Oh, Dorn, thank you so much for the cheered bits. I'll be taking my leave now to get ready for an exciting concert event today. Thanks for the stream, Mana. See you all again. Bye, Adorn. What are you watching? Who are you watching, rather? Citizens, a movie. Let's see. U.S. is not starving. They just have the highest malnutrition rate in the first world. USA. That is not true. Depends on which country and your income bracket. So you have to still pay? Like the full amount? I don't know. Like my coworker has an accountant to do that for him. Yeah. You pay more for making more. Yeah. If you get higher pay, you are put on what's called a different tax bracket. Okay. The same thing everywhere, right? Got a few friends from the U.S. living in my city. My bro's wife is American. She gave up her U.S. citizen and will have to pay U.S. tax for the next 10 years or become a stay-at-home mom. Damn, okay. Should countries have Americans deport them? The U.S. uses its taxation of citizens abroad to deficit imprison its own citizens, basically. De facto, okay. De facto? De facto? De facto imprison? No, they take out money with each paycheck and you file your taxes each year. If not, go to jail. Okay. What? Yo, that is fucked. Where you make like 1.5k euro, but things are cheap. How is Japan handling the tariffs? There's not much ruckus going on at the moment, but we'll see it in a couple of months. Nope, because the U.S. forces the foreign banks to tell them everything. Jesus Christ. Oh, Whitechapel. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, Phil Bozeman reacted to my contest entry. And he was like, her name is Mana? That was really funny. Anyway, enjoy the concert, Dorned. I'm Greek now. I'm Greek. I know how to dodge taxes. Just gotta find a country that won't cooperate with America. How hard could it be? Chinese century of prosperity is upon us. Yeah, for real. Fellow Balkan tax evasionist.
And even with that, it even goes to the, it's not
fucking
only the ag
IRS,
economy,
man.
but it's the rural economy as well. For every dollar we spend, it kind of rolls out probably 4, 5, 6 times in our local rural economy. So as a whole, if you don't have a strong farm economy, it usually then goes on down into your rural economy as well.
Yeah, the ripple effects, and as anyone knows, I mean, I grew up in a small town. The ripple effects are very real when the farm economy is struggling.
Yes.
Scott, it is really good to meet you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay, what's the other one again? What's the other clip that we're watching? I mean, these people are already like stating the obvious. Like we already kind of understand, right? Like this is where it's going, and that now there's like more evidence of them like tanking their businesses tanking because of voting against their own interest. Dodging taxes in the U.S. is revolutionary praxis. Most of that money just goes towards bombing brown people anyway. Why should you bother paying? Yeah. Maybe because you don't want to go to jail. Chaz Convo is reminding me of a cursed YouTube video telling people to leave, complete with Bush-era threat level for groups of people. Yeah. Technically, not filing taxes isn't illegal. They just tell you it is. If you can prove it in court, there's nothing they can do. If you're employed in a big company, you can't do much. Does that mean that Amazon is the greatest revolutionary in America? Well, yeah, they're not paying taxes. Yeah, that's true. Comrade Bezos. Bill Maher be like, I had dinner with a confidence man and he was very superficially charming and cordial to me. I think all of you leftists are being hysterical. You can totally trust him with your wallets. Who is the confidence man? Is he talking about Donald Trump? What the fuck? I think he's not. I don't think he likes Donald Trump. I don't think he has. That's gonna happen. That's gonna end up helping because only a handful of people will do that, and that's not gonna make a dent. Systemic change is the only way. Yeah, that's true. A con man, a confidence man. Bill Maher had dinner with Trump and talked about how nice and sane seeming he. Yo, okay, he is now on a right-wing grift, huh? He is now on his way to the right-wing grift. I guess. Wasn't he supposed to be a lib though? Like I checked out from the lib space for way too long. Like I don't give a fuck about these liberals. Always has been. Oh, okay. Man, I have to go to work. Take care of it. Bye, Florian. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good day at work. Jesus. Okay. This is absolutely 100% true. It's getting more than 50% of the country on board. More like 75%. All libs are, yeah, I mean, of course. But then, like, you know, he has that kind of image that he's like on the left, right? He is an enlightened centrist. Oh, okay. But the fact that, you know, like he was like, you know, like cozying up with like Sam Harris and all that shit. Like I stopped watching that guy like a long time ago. Trump is a con man. Of course he is charming. Con man entire game is charming people to manipulate them and fuck them over. Yeah, that's true. To be fair, Hitler was described in private setting as friendly and sane too. Yeah, they all are. Maher probably has child-sized skeletons in his closet, to be honest. Yeah, I believe that. He has, you know, his own Epstein classified document. Epstein-related classified document. Bill Maher is a neoliberal right-winger who constantly bashes the left. He is a piece of shit. I thought he was like some sort of like a lefty lib, like, you know, he was like an atheist, you know, like those atheist debate bros, you know. He wanted to go to art school, then made a really hard pivot. Yeah. What is it with rich people being pedos? Is this some kind of requirement? It's because it's the greatest taboo, you know, like the greatest taboo that they can get away with. If you have money, you can get away with being that. Like exploiting children and getting away with it, it's the biggest taboo that they can. Like Samuel explained that, like why it's such a huge thing among, you know, rich people, because it's the biggest taboo. To exploiting children, you know, is the biggest taboo that they can get away with because of their status and money. And that's I think that's what gives them the most like adrenaline rush. Because what else do they need? They all have the wealth in the world. They all have like the money, power, and influence. What else can they? They're just testing the wall. What else can they get away with? You know. There you go. Also, to be rich and powerful, you kind of need to be evil, and that's true. They always want more. Yeah, exactly. Also seem I also seem nice and sane, but I punched an animal abuser's face in like a week ago. That's good. I don't condone unnecessary violence, but justified ones, like punching animal abusers in the face, was self-defense, you know, because you're it should be considered self-defense because you're defending a helpless animal. They also use it as a way to gain trust with each other. Like, if you do it, then you can be trustworthy. There is dirt that can be exploited if someone steps out of line. Yeah, it's like the Diddy parties, you know? There are two terms that they use to describe billionaires: eccentric and reclusive. And basically, it boils down to how flagrant their PD file is. Yeah. To be rich and powerful, you don't need to be evil. Imagine being born into wealth. People ain't born evil. But yeah, people are not born evil. Like it's the system that incentivizes. Like we're all not inherently good or evil. Like our human nature, quote unquote, is dependent upon, right, the material conditions and the systems that you grew up in. And under capitalism, the worst traits of humanity are incentivized. So there you go. Because there's an incentive to act. And it's like there's an incentive to acting on antisocial behavior, and that's where, yeah, that's why a ton of Nazis were PDFs, including some infamous ones who fled to South America after World War II and tortured people for Pinochet, while forming a PD Nazi cult. Well, there is a horrifying stop-motion animation film about that called The Wolf House that will give nightmares. Yeah, I don't want to watch that, but that's good to know. It's good to know. Now I know. I don't want to see it, but like, damn, holy fuck, that makes a lot more sense now. There are lots of like PDF file like rings in South America. That makes a lot of sense that the Nazis who fled from Europe actually jump-started that. Jesus fucking... A lot of that comes from Christianity, I believe. Libs unironically think humans are born evil. Yeah, because of their original sin, huh? Okay, let's see what this horses guy says about fascism from a liberal perspective.
Fascism is immensely dangerous, but fascism is also probably the most egregiously and frequently misused word in political discourse, certainly in America anyways. This combination is a huge problem. I'll get more into that later, but for now, I believe it is irresponsible and cheap to recklessly throw this word around as a partisan attack or a sensational headline. Instead, we should strive to understand history's most violently destructive political ideology, and we should learn to...
If this guy mentions the Soviet Union and lumping it under fascism, we're clicking away from this, because I don't want to see that. It's a tired argument.
To identify fascism in an accurate, honest way. Only then can we realistically keep fascism out of our modern systems of governance. So with all...
If there's no Gramsci involved in this, there's... Okay.
Well,
I mean, the premise is it's a liberal trying to interpret fascism anyway. Yeah, I have a feeling too, Emerald. I have a feeling that he would just put a picture of Stalin.
Let's get started.
America, if it was a dystopian oligarchy shithole run by PDF, yeah. A photo of today's America. That's true. It's a must-see film, but it's disturbing. More in a don't look away from this evil way. But for me personally, I'm already like not, I'm already convinced that about that argument. I don't need to see it. I think it's for people who are still like on the fence. For me, yeah, of course. But for people who are still like, nah, yeah, okay, watch it then.
If you're looking for a really quick, effective definition of fascism, that's too bad. Such a thing simply does not exist. Fascism cannot be holistically summarized by one-sentence quips or turns of phrases. Roger Griffin is perhaps the historian who is accepted to have gotten the closest, saying, "Fascism is a genus of political ideology whose mythic core in its various permutations is a palingenetic form of populist ultra-nationalism."
That is such a word salad of to like meant to obfuscate so people won't really understand what he means.
Palingenetic here as in the rebirth.
Fascism is just vibes. Fascism is a genus of political ideology whose mythic core in its various permutations is a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. I don't even know what that means. What does palingenetic even mean? It says palingenetic ultranationalism. It's true fascism. Okay, all right. That's his own term. Relating to palingenesis, or being biological characters as the... Okay, there are derivations from distant ancestral forms rather than adaptations of recent origin. But what does it mean? Like, really, what do they mean by that? Rebirth, regeneration. A regeneration, palingenetic ultranationalism. Palingenesis means rebirth. So a rebirth of ultranationalism? It's not just that, though. It's more like a red herring. The nationalist, the ultranationalism flavor of it. Ethno-nationalism, okay. Okay, essentially it means a violent rebirth that expunges the corruption of society. Okay, Westoids ruining our language with goofy ass made up terms loosely associated with Greek roots. Yeah, that's true. Because they wanted to sound intelligent. There's a trick to understand these sentences. The last 3 to 5 words say everything. Ethno-nationalism. Okay. Whose mythic core in its various permutations is a paleogenetic form of. So basically, he's just saying is ethno-nationalism. Yeah, because that's where like they redirect. Like that's where the divide and conquer starts. Why do you think it's always like they always have a scapegoat, Make America first. Make America great again. Make the Third Reich great again. Make Germany great again. Make Europe great again. Who is this video for? Who people who know these words already know what fascism is. This is for the liberals. This meant for a liberal audience. Whitechapel will be doing a meet and greet, so do you want me to mention Ftakchimana? No, you don't have to say it. He probably already forgot about it because he was like a judge from like the Cardivox. Maybe you can mention like Cardivox. How's he doing? But anyway, you don't have to. It's okay. You could have non-ethnic fascism. The key is nationalism, not race. Though it usually includes a racial element. That is true. American Libs is popping with lib friends I know. Yeah.
Birth of a nation, a revolution. Although elegant and accurate, Griffin's definition is a simplification that isn't functionally very useful. This definition alone doesn't make it any easier to pick out a fascist regime. A succinct definition of fascism has indeed eluded historians for decades, for a lot of.
Except the Marxists, Why don't you just look at the Marxists? I recently learned that many of the members of the White Army from Russia that fought the Bolshevik fled to Germany and helped grow Nazism. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Got it. Have a great day, everyone. Bye, Adorn. Enjoy the concert. This is for liberals to ego boost because they hear a buzzword, a big word or two. Yeah. They just want to think in abstract. They just want to pontificate and want to like feel intelligent and without all that theoretical understanding or without having all of that translate into actual significant changes in society. They just want to because that's what liberalism is. Like, it's just pure ideology. That's why we're in a trash can right now. It's in a fucking trash can, a dumpster fire, right? A dumpster fire called ideology. Anyway,
of reasons. People will often begin this conversation with the etymology of the word fascism. It is derived from an Italian word for a bundle of sticks. Then you could say that one stick is easily broken, whereas
liberal metaphysics, exactly. There's no these all of these things that they're being discussed here. There's no absolute it's not gonna be a guiding principle for their praxis whatsoever. It's just this content to be consumed.
Bundle are stronger when united.
Exactly, an ideology without practical application. It's just for entertainment and, for feel-good shit, like, oh, now I learned. That's it. So what are you going to do about it? Nothing. We already solved the problem. Fascism solved.
Describes fascism, yes. but it also accurately describes a huge number of other political systems that have existed throughout history. In fact, you could argue that the point of all political systems is to create strength through unity. So this discussion doesn't really do much for us. Another thing we should not do is define a political movement by the particulars of its incarnations. In this video, I will give examples of fascism being applied in real life, but I will not say, because Mussolini wrote X, Y, and Z, fascism as a whole means X, Y, and Z. Just like America's Electoral College does not define democracy, the methodologies used by specific fascist regimes do not define fascism. Instead, we need to look at what, ideologically and functionally, these regimes have in common. This generic version of fascism, though, only exists as an abstract concept. The term is not intended to be an ironclad box, but rather a framework under which to further analyze individual political movements. For example, Nazism was quite different from Italian fascism, but they were both generically fascist.
Okay, I can agree
Extreme
with that.
nationalism is the core tenet of fascism, which inherently makes the word difficult to define. Each nation has its own values, identity, and cultural idiosyncrasies. An English fascist utopia would look very different from a Mexican fascist utopia. By contrast, something like democracy does not inherently lean into national identity, so it manifests similarly wherever it is implemented. Fascism by its nature is different everywhere it appears. There's also no universal end goal for fascist regimes. Marxists work towards a classless society. Anarchists work towards a stateless society. There is no single, clear-cut objective of a fascist regime, other than the vague, emotionally charged idea.
Fascists were even more vague about the shape of their ultimate utopia than were members of most other revolutionary groups, because of their reliance on vitalism and dynamism, produced a mode of permanent revolution. Who's this? Like Trotsky? That almost by definition could take no simple, clear final form. They sought nothing so seemingly clear-cut as the classless society of Marxists or the stateless society of anarchists, but rather an expansive nationalism built of... Wait, what do you mean Marxists don't want a stateless society? Why are you trying to divide us? Why are you trying to divide the Marxists, the Marxists and anarchists? We both want classless and stateless society. That's literally the end goal of communism. What the fuck? Who wrote this? Stanley G. Payne. That's the end goal of communism. A stateless, moneyless, classless society. What the fuck? G. Payne. That's his rapper name, G. Payne. Right? I know, right? Like, what the fuck? Why? What do you mean okay. Nah. They want to frame Marxists, communists / socialists as people who don't want stateless societies, because we are statists, you know? I think that's like what most anarchists, like, who are not, you know, who did not read any Marx at all, absolutely no Marxist like training or whatever, Marxist input or whatever. They just call themselves anarchists because it's cool. Yeah, they would just, yeah, fuck you, statists. You're a statist, bro. Like, no principled anarchist would say that about Marxists. Come on now. Do you even really understand your own brand of anarchism? Marxism is nationalism, bro. My brain is literally getting fried right now because it's already like almost 2 a.m. But let's I think I can only go, like, I don't know if I can finish this video. Why they got T-Pain on the book? Anarchists and Marxists should always be allies till revolution is successful. Then we can stab each other. No. We need to do better than that. We don't need to repeat the same mistakes of the, you know. I think that he is trying to simplify it for people who have zero idea about it. It's also a rule of 3 as part of learning. Using 3 examples makes easier to learn. Yeah, but that's also making the biggest misconceptions of all time, though. And that's why, like, people, when people say that, they would automatically, when people, when you say that you are a communist, it would immediately associate you with, you know, the transitional, like, not wanting to leave the transitional period of communism, which is having a state that's a socialist state, you know. You think we want a perpetual state? No, we want a stateless society too. The fuck. I'd never trust anyone with Zizek in their name. That's cringe. Yeah, no, let's not argue. Let's not do that in my chat, please. Let's not do that. I am a Neolithic farmerist. All my bros hate metal tools. Mana burn. Yeah, I'm burning the mana burning the midnight oil, and by midnight oil you mean my brain cells? Yes, I am indeed burning my own brain cells for this shit. Holy fuck.
Of a nation's greatness. More than a single practical objective, fascist movements are decidedly negative. By this, I mean fascist.
I fell victim on my impulse. I will be. Yes. Now let's not do that here. Like, remember, they're not the enemy. I think they're also just memeing, though. So let's be respectful towards each other. As long as they're not, no fascist right winger detected. Like, you know, you can be hostile to the right wingers, but let's not be hostile towards each other.
Fascism specifically espouses what it hates. Few movements are as purely negative as fascism, which claims to be anti-individualist, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-democratic, anti-Marxist, and anti-capitalist. But fascist ideology is not so specific about what it supports, and in practice, fascist movements have acted in disagreement with these aforementioned antis, which even further muddies the water. Fascism is really a set of philosophies and methods, and these things also appear in a bunch of other non-fascist systems of governance. So it's easy to see something that is present in fascist regimes and then assign that thing itself as the definition of fascism. For example, if a political party is trying to silence their opposition, that alone does not make them fascists, despite that being a tool used by fascists. Now, with all that silence their opposition, that alone does not make them fascists. The party is trying to self as the definition. Fascism is really a set of philosophies and methods, and these things also appear in a bunch of other non-fascist systems of governance. So it's easy to see something that is present in fascist regimes and then assign that thing itself as the definition of fascism. For example, if a political party is trying to silence their opposition, that alone does not make them fascists, despite that being a tool used by fascists. Now, with all that said, we can still identify fascism. Fascist regimes, whether they came to power or not, have things in common. We can break down the ideology of fascism in a meaningful way. Yeah. It just takes some patience.
Fascism were the friends we made along the way as... Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? Suppressing color revolution is based. Yeah. Oh my god. This guy is like... What the fuck? It really depends on where you are. Like you said, Jeremiah, right? Like... If you're suppressing a color revolution, yeah, I would agree to that. This is so ahistorical, though. What the fuck? That's something a Nazi would say.
In his book,
right?
Fascism,
right?
Comparison and Definition, historian Stanley.
Bro, he is a fan of G. Pain. G. Pain.
offers this table to explain fascism. More than any single...
Okay. Espousal of an ideal vitalist voluntaristic philosophy normally involving the attempt to realize a new modern self-determined secular culture. creation of a new nationalist authoritarian state, not based on traditional principles or models, organization of a highly regulated, multi-class, integrated national economic structure, whether called national corporatist, national socialist, or national syndicalist, positive evaluation of use or willingness to use violence and war, the goal of empire expansion or radical change in a nation's relationship with other powers. The United States?
Sentence or definition.
The fascist negotiations, anti-liberalism, anti-communism, anti-conservatism, though with the understanding that fascist groups were willing to undertake temporary alliances with other sectors, most commonly with the right. The United States of America?
This table effectively communicates
Style and organization. Attempt mass mobilization with militarization of political relationships and style with the goal of a mass party militia. Emphasis on aesthetic structure of meeting symbols, political liturgy, stressing emotional and mystical aspects. The bald eagle.
what fascism
America? Fascism is simply an expression of capitalism, imperialism, attempting to maintain its and save itself. Yeah, right. Like a lot of Marxists maintain that fascism serves capital, serves to protect capital. I want to see what this guy has to say fully. Attempted mass, extreme stress on the masculine principle and male dominance while espousing a strongly organic view of society. Why is this describing the United States? It's giving America. Exalting of youth above other phases of life, emphasizing the conflict. Like, have you seen the fucking red pilled, this is red pill philosophy, bro. Extreme stress on the masculine principle and male dominance. Hello, Andrew Tate. Exaltation of youth above other phases. Hello, Andrew Tate. Specific tendency towards an authoritarian, charismatic personal style of command, whether or not the command is to some degree initially effective. Donald Trump? What the fuck? Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Okay, what the hell? How is this? Okay. Girl, it's giving America. Exactly, but you'd ask this guy, he wouldn't say America, right? This describes America. America. This is one. Wait, am I being delusional here? What the hell? Can anybody in the chat like resonate with me and say in like seeing all these words put together in context? This is like, you know, this is a long way of spelling America. The United States of America. Right? America to the T. Holy okay, and he should have ended within the 5 minutes. Why do we need 19 minutes more of this? What the hell? What is this video for? You hate so much America? But you use American-made platforms. You use you use smartphones, but you hate capitalism. Shut the fuck up, bro. Yeah, because we are forced. You know why? Because they're the global hegemon. We are forced to use the dollar in the fucking global market, you fucking idiot. This is why we care about the politics in America. Because we're subjected to the fucking tariffs, bro. Are you a fucking idiot? Coming in my chat like, ooh, bro, what the fuck? You hate feudalism, yet you toil in the fields. Exactly. No, they're a first time chatter, so I don't know if they're really being memeing or not, but I don't know. You criticize society, you live in it. Yeah, exactly. Wait, hold on. Is this guy really joking though? I can't tell anymore because of the previous people that were in the chat. Like literally today we had to deal with someone who lumped Nelson Mandela with Pol Pot, and then asking me to explain why I should not trust Pol Pot and Mandela. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Where did I say that? Like, and I'm like, okay, you explain it then, because clearly I don't know that narrative that you're talking about. And they're like, nah, I just want honesty. I'm like, okay, then explain it to me. Like, you have proof? And he said, like, yeah, I have the proof, I have the evidence, and etc. etc. Okay, give it to me then. Why don't you do it in the chat? And they're like, nah, whatever. So I'm like, okay, what is your point? Why are people like this? I don't understand. Motherfuckers, when they find out who made the phone and who keeps this platform working. Exactly. And then they got pissy when I asked to explain. I'm like, nah, you're banned from this. It's the source. Trust me, bro. He literally placed the burden on me to explain that. I'm like, I don't even have that talking point. You have that talking point. Why don't you explain your own talking point to my audience? But I'm as confused as everyone. The fuck? Where's that coming from? It's the standing on a soapbox but having nothing to say of value, yeah. Love the body pillow though. Thanks. This is okay. All right. Now that we established, it's 5 minutes into this. We typical typological description of fascism. All of this, the United States fit into. So what do we need the 19 minutes of it? Man, come on. Please strawman my reactionary talking point. Exactly. Let me yell at the clouds for a minute. I will be back. Okay. The yapping is powerful. Sounds like Russia. Oh, yes. Yeah, current Russia? Yes, definitely. I do not disagree with you. Russia, oh my god. Like, a lot of people are confused. They think that I agree with the Russian government. What the fuck? Hook an uncle up, uncle. I need my timeouts, man. Please, hold on. I will give you 1 minute. With what country do you agree? Nothing. No, actually, well, now that you ask me about that, I agree with the DPRK and Cuba. I agree with socialist countries.
Is. Again, though, this is not a hardline, ironclad definition, but rather it provides a framework for a generic idea of fascism.
I'm in Canada. Many people think Russia is still oh, bro. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. We wish. We wish. It's not. Oh, I wonder how social network works in Cuba. What do you mean, social networks? I think you missed my stream. I already talked about Cuba earlier. Let me just So Cuba, since 1961. To this day, right, the U.S. blockaded Cuba, and the blockade cost $130 billion. The blockade against Cuba is worth $130 billion. Yet, it still has the lower still has a lower infant mortality rate than the US. What does the US have to say about their housing crisis compared to Cuba? Why does Cuba, despite the blockades of the United States, still has more doctors per capita? Explain that to me then. You're concerned about social networks? Bro, these people are literally doing cancer research. The fuck do you mean? Why would they care about, like, oh my god, more social medias? No. They're trying to find cures for cancer, you idiot. Yeah, exactly. I had a Cuban coworker who had her master's degree in education, right? Like and another one, master's degree in education, and then she was also a med student. And I'm like, why are you in Japan? Because she just wants to have fun. She wants to live here because she wants to experience living in Japan, and then she quit her job. Totally not related. The job was totally not related to any of the things that she the job here that she had was not related to the what do we call this, the what she studied in Cuba, but like that gave her like some, she had like double majors and stuff, you know. So because in the US, becoming a student is more expensive than houses. Yes. So wait, what is your point? No Twitter or Facebook slop that indoctrinated people into capitalism. Socialism is when no social media. Exactly. Love to visit Japan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fun to visit Japan, but if you don't speak Japanese, you would probably have a hard time living in Japan. So I implore people who would want to live in Japan to at least get like basic Japanese language skills, so you don't have a hard time. I'm so confused right now. Yeah, I don't understand like what your point is when you mention the social networks, because why would they give a fuck about that? They're out there like doing research to cure cancer. Like, why is that their major concern? Oh no, my brain rot. Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, bro. The fuck. Japanese is so hard, bro, but it's probably worth it. I don't think it's, I mean, yes, it is difficult when it comes to like kanji, but like you can probably get by with like conversational, you know. If you learn conversational Japanese, then you're probably pretty much golden though. Maybe they're a little concerned with social media as last one. Zunzuneo was set up as a CIA front using USA. USA aid. Okay. USAID. Just be one of the kanji illiterate youth. For real though. Like my nephews would like forget. I mean, for me, I didn't grow up here, so I'm excused. I'm allowed to not be super literate when it comes to kanji because I did not grow up here. But my nephews though, even they were literally studied under the Japanese educational system. They still sometimes, you know, like they still have to like rely on their phones to like how do you spell it? What are the strokes again? How do you say this again? You know, even bro, like literally, like I had to go to the city hall, and the frigging worker there, like one of the clerks and one of the staff, like there was like a certain kanji that they wanted to like kind of point out, like they wanted to write by hand, but they forgot the strokes. So they had to look up that word in a dictionary to copy the frigging kanji. I want to learn the actual language to understand the art coming from Japan. Insert sob emoji. No, learning. What do you mean by learning the actual language? You can learn the language though. Did you mean that? Did you interpret that having a conversational level of Japanese is not learning the actual language? What do you mean? But and also you can have there are interpretations, there are English interpretation, but I get what you mean. But it's for me then, for example, me, I want to appreciate Russian art. I would never fully understand Russian art the way that a Russian speaker or a Russian person would, But I would still appreciate it because there are English interpretations of that, Wow. My bad. I mean, I'm sick of Duolingo and the very basics. Yeah, nah. Duolingo is not going to be helpful. You need to be speaking to a real person though. They throw in the most random shit. What? People don't say this in conversational, fucking situations? Huh? People don't ask this randomly. What the hell? The art of wrestling with bears while being drunk. Yeah. That sums up, my image of Russia. I'm kidding. I'm looking at other resources. They're still teaching me words after multiple units instead of grammar. They're killing me, bro. Yeah, no, don't really learn the grammatical structure of Japanese. Yeah, that's bullshit. You need to have a basic framework of how the Japanese grammatical patterns work. And once you got it down, how the particles work, how the conjugations work, then you just need to build up your vocabulary, from then. Once you get the what do you call this, the grammatical structure, once you understand how the grammar works, then you just need to build up your vocabulary. It's gonna be easier from then. So yeah, learn the grammar. But sometimes there are words for example, there are readings of kanji, why is this read like this? Sometimes it just doesn't it just doesn't make sense to ask why. Just memorize as a set. There's this Japanese creator that says, "No why, memorize." No why? No why? Memorize. So that's what you do. Just memorize it. Memorize the set of kanjis. Don't ask why it's read that way because it will drive you fucking insane. Just memorize it. Know why? Memorize.
Fascism is built on an idealistic, almost utopian approach to extreme nationalism. Fascism says with this philosophy alone, a society can build itself into a great nation, in charge of its own destiny and united by the blood of its people.
Yes, that channel. Same, but different, yeah. Because of all the homophones in Japanese. And the other guy was like, "What? Why the fuck? Find a different word." Fine. Why is it the same? Know why. Memorize.
This extreme sense of national greatness is the heartbeat of fascism. Fascism promises to create a new culture and a new nation which is capable of achieving.
I thought we're not finishing this video. I just wanted to like where it leads,
Greatness in ways that previous society.
For 5 minutes they're just talking about ultra nationalism, they're just talking about ethno nationalism essentially.
Simply could not. does not promise improvement, but instead a whole new paradigm of existence for a nation. Fascism
that?
further seeks to promises to create a new culture and a new nation which is capable of achieving greatness in ways that previous societies simply could not. Does not promise improvement, but instead a whole new paradigm of existence for a nation.
Except for that one.
Fascism further
Creation of new nationalist authoritarian state not based on traditional principles or models. Isn't this what Donald Trump wants to do?
Further seeks to radically change a nation's relationship with other nations. This could come in the form of imperialist expansion, but it does not have to. Within fascist framework,
Nationalism is bad though, and most MAGAs are nationalists, so yeah, right? Why do liberal theory videos have to drag on for so long? I know, right? This is so like, okay, let's instead of like watching this, because it's 6 minutes into this and there's he's still talking about ethno-nationalism. Okay, we get it. What's next? What? Instead, let's talk about why, like as Marxist, right? From a Marxist perspective, why fascism even like appears. So for us, fascism emerges when capitalism is in deep crisis. It's a response to the capitalist crisis. When we have an economic collapse, like what's going on right now, when there are revolutionary worker movements, right, the unions, or the line is not going up anymore. It's tanking. Like we have I've been watching the fucking what was that, the stock market crash, all the red shit that's been going on. Hold on, let's watch that instead. It's entertaining. It's a Bad Apple music video that's like, except it's what do you call this? It's a stock market crashing. Let's watch that instead. Let's be entertained by this. Hold on. Let me replay that. Let's enjoy the music and it's gonna get, because I'm gonna upload this on YouTube and it's gonna get copyrighted. So not stricken, but like it's just annoying to deal with the copyright claims, because then it will mute the video. It will sometimes they will block the video. So but then there we go. Anyway. It's a good song, definitely. I agree. Anyway, okay, hold on. Where were we again? We talked about why why does capitalism oh yeah, okay. So when the ruling class can no longer maintain control through normal democratic means, when people are like, "Hey, wait a minute. Why is there not there are no changes happening, even though we voted for blue no matter who, right?" Because its core function is to save capitalism by smashing working class resistance and enforcing extreme exploitation. So It's like it's basically like a violent reset button. So I guess the G Pain has a point there where it's like paleogenetic, because it's a violent resetting or rebirth, right? I guess, you know, let's use that word. Like the G Pain himself used paleogenetic. Is a reset button, essentially. So, of course, you know, the biggest example for that is the 1930s Germany. Well, after the socialist, the KPD grew and capitalists feared revolution, right? The big business, the capitalists, like, what was that? What are those businesses? Fucking Krupp, right? Yeah, Krupp and IG Farben or something. Am I remembering it wrong? They essentially funded Hitler to crush unions. That's why you have that I shared it the other day on Twitter. First they came for the communists, right? Where is that? The poem. This one. See? First they came for the communists and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. So, but the thing is, like, there's a lot of communist erasure here. Like they I think in the in some quotes they removed the first they came for the communists, because it's just such a blatant commie erasure, because they want to lump in the people who want to frame that communists are the same as Nazis. You know, they want to frame that communism can be lumped into Nazism. They're under the same umbrella, would want to erase this, because that's how they frame it. You know, like I don't want communists. I don't want communism. I just want socialism. Yeah, this is, yeah. Oh yeah, and also let's not forget about Chile, right? When Allende nationalized the industries, of course the U.S. did not like that. When socialists would nationalize their own industries, they installed, the U.S. installed Pinochet, and that's where the fucking Operation Condor started. Essentially, this guy is not explaining why. Like, he's not mentioning capitalism anywhere. He's just mentioning ethno-nationalism. But fascism it does not oppose capitalism. It protects capitalism. It's in fact capitalism's, you know, like the, what do you call this? Fascism is capitalism's Frankenstein's monster, essentially. Dr. Frankenstein's monster. It's what do you call this? It's capitalism's antibody. When the system is threatened, it deploys fascism. Because what? Literally, right? It's all in history, right? When there was a growing socialist movement in Germany, what did the capitalists do? They funded Hitler. Because why? Fascism does not seek to abolish private property. It reinforces them, right? So when Hitler they, like the poem said, it crushed. First, they came for the communists because what did they do? They banned unions. They the strikes and leftist parties. They crushed the entire leftist movement. He outlawed KPD, and he imprisoned so many socialists. They were the first ones to go. Historical revisionists would not mention communists. And do not let them. Remind them who did Hitler imprison first? It's the communists, the socialists, the trade unionists, right? And when that happened, when there were no more workers' rights, that's when the exploitation of labor came in, right? Not even super exploitation. Because there's nobody was fighting for the workers' rights anymore. And after that, what did they do? They had state corporate mergers. Like IBM, I think, helped automate the Holocaust, right? And then Ford and General Motors supplied the Wehrmacht. So, okay. It was Germany's privatization spree. So, punch card machines, yeah. Fascism is capitalism and liberal democracy, just mask off. Yeah. Dude lumps in communists because he considers Marxism nationalism with a wider in-group. G-Pain original. Capitalism's final form. Capitalism's mask-off version. Are you pro-Palestine? If yes, why? Because I am against apartheids. That's why. Why are you still here? What is your point on my stream? Why are you here? If you don't like my content, just fucking click out. We are against genocide and apartheid states. So, yeah, of course, that's what I wanted to hear. My commander in the IDF was Muslim. Wait, I think they're against the freaking genocide though. Hold on. Let that guy speak a little bit. I want to hear their side. Let's unban you. Hold on. Okay, so you served in the IDF? Are you pro-Palestine? "21-year-old IOF Brigadier General." What does that even mean? Like, so what? So what if he was a Muslim? It doesn't make my argument any less valid. Like, what the hell? So? Oh, he was trolling. Okay. Okay, let's ban him then. Okay. Muslim as in a follower of the religion, or was he brown? Right? They always lump in, like, they always kind of misconstrue like Muslims as like Arabs. It's a religion. It's a religious practice. Like there are Asian Muslims. What the fuck? I think so too, as a Muslim. Okay. All right, then let's ban him. Goodbye, disco cocaine. I bet you're having I have this cocaine. I bet you're having cocaine outside of a concentration camp. Exactly, right? Most Muslims are not even Arabs. The fuck? And also, some people would like say like when someone mentions Arabs, they immediately assume that Arab person is Muslim. No, there are Christian Arabs though. There are so many Christian Palestinians, bro. Literally, one of the oldest churches in history, Christian churches, was blown up by the IOF. Like, what the fuck? Those are UNESCO like protected like cultural heritage. What the fuck? My commander in SS was Jewish. So when we hunted Jews was okay, bro. Yeah, all right. Yeah, see, it's the same narrative. Holy shit. Misconceptions caused by Arabs attempt to inject their culture and customs into Islam, which I don't give a fuck about. I mean, yeah. Like, humans have fucked up all religious like practices, you know? Like, there are Christians who are not as crazy as, you know, the Southern Baptist Church, Guys, the Imperial Japanese can't have comfort women of Korean, Malay, Chinese, Filipinos, Vietnamese, because they were Korean, Malay, Chinese, Filipinos, Vietnamese people, etc. People that collaborated with them. Exactly. That's literally their argument. Just because there are a couple of people who are, you know, from that group that were working against that group that they belonged to. That's perfectly valid. Somehow. What's this? Oh yeah, I tried doing the, speaking of which, speaking of practice, I've been trying to do my lows now. It's not really like perfect yet, but it's getting there. And my tones are getting better, I guess. Anyway. Yeah! Okay, anyway. Let's move on to... Where's that... who's that other person who wants to send a video? I think this will be my last clip, though. Mana so goth, she lives in black and white. Yes. Religion is used as a tool. Religion is nor right nor wrong. It's practical. It's practiced for the ruling class. It depends, because I wouldn't want to remove religion entirely. I think that's a mistake of the USS, like the Soviet Union, that they were so anti-religion. Let people practice religion, as long as it's not legislated, you know? I think that banning like religious faith, like having that, is like one of their mistakes, one of the biggest L's that the Soviet Union did. Oh, second thought. Let's go. All right. Why would anyone work under socialism? Okay.
This episode and others like it are brought...
It's not a hug watch, but, you know, I already agree with this. So. But let's dive into it. For people who are not familiar, please pay attention.
To you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support my channel, get early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. What is socialism? If you answered sticking it to your dad, you're absolutely right. That's what really matters. Never lose sight of that. But believe it or not, there is more to it. Socialism is a fundamentally different project for society. A society organized around a different economic model. With that much at stake, it's natural to wonder how such a society would work. And because it's the topic of this video, how this society would work. Currently, we don't live under that economic model, of course. We live under capitalism, a system in which a small minority of people privately own the vast majority of all productive resources. Companies, factories, stuff like that. They own the tools, so to speak, to make stuff. This ownership over the so-called means of production, the means required to produce, allows capitalists to put other people to work. That way they make a nice little profit. Or a big, humongous, I feel like buying Twitter today kind of profit, regardless of whether they work or not. Socialists have a different idea of how things should be run. Instead of concentrated and individual ownership over the means of production, ownership should be collective. That way, whatever we produce by working, we could redistribute amongst ourselves, or use to do cool stuff like, I don't know, what if nobody lived on a concrete slab right next to cars and sewer water? Crazy ideas like that. But capitalists like to keep their profits more than they like doing cool stuff. So that's pretty much where the story ends. And where does it end with you socialists? First you want to treat the homeless like they're people. Now you're telling me you want everyone to have guaranteed shelter, food, medical care, and education?
Yes, that's the plan.
I don't think so. If people aren't fearing for their life at least once a day, why would anyone ever want to work?
See, now this relates to the reserve army of labor, right? See how it ties in together? Yeah.
How would we get anything done and guarantee these things you're promising to everyone? And you know what? That's actually a really good question. Let's spend about 15 minutes trying to answer it. The first piece of the puzzle we need to look at is work under our current system, capitalism. That's because socialism is not a perfect utopian society where everyone is happy all the time.
Yeah, people who like point out like that's a utopian like dream who had never ever read or even heard of Frederick Engels, let alone his work. My God, okay.
Socialism will have its limitations, and in order to properly assess those limitations,
I'm trying to like not get a stroke, okay?
We have to compare them to the kinds of limitations we're currently facing in our resplendent capitalist economy. For starters, how does capitalism incentivize work? A big way capitalists incentivize people to do stuff is by imbuing work with innate value. You might have heard this called the Protestant work ethic before.
Yeah.
Capitalist cultures have all assimilated the idea that work is good in and of itself. No matter how degrading, punitive, boring, or evil, it's morally good to work and morally bad not to work. Better to be the CEO of a company dumping waste into a local river than to be one of those lazy poor people. At least the executive is out there doing something. This innate belief in the value of work is what makes the sentence "get a job" so universally recognizable to all of us. But there are a lot of people for whom this kind of cultural pressure doesn't work very well. So the other, more significant way capitalism gets people to work is through material coercion. You are not guaranteed a minimum standard of living under capitalism. So it's either you work or you starve. You work or you can't make rent. You work or you're at the mercy of an unfortunate medical surprise. It's a brutal way to organize labor in a society. But the theory is that even though it's bad, at least it'll get our society to be as productive as possible. And overall, that will mean
Marx and Engels specifically pointed out that it won't be some idealist pure equality with no issues in his critique of Dühring. Exactly, like when there are like, you know, I think the Eugene mentioned it earlier in the video that we watched. As you know, as contradictions resolves itself, new contradictions will arise because that's simply how it works. Because life is dialectical, right? So there will always be contradictions wherever you go. Under a new socialist government or within transition, there will be contradictions, and even in you know, in under communism, they will have their own new contradictions that the future people living in a communist, like a true communist state, will have to struggle with. You know what I mean? So it's not a utopia.
that we will maximize human potential. Millions may be destitute, but hey, we got the lines to touch.
If you think, I think you're right on the particular thing you're talking about. It's just we're not talking about the same thing, just both named under the word religion. Okay, all right, you're talking about different. You're still stuck in the religion part. Work is a necessity for humankind. If people don't work, we will die. So it's the interest of people to work for surviving and living. And also, I never genuinely met someone in their right mind would just like bed rot, you know? It is not dialectical, me being dialectical. Struggles like fixing the environment, exactly. Just that the current state depresses me so much that it makes the alternative seems utopian. No, that's you biting into the forbidden apple of capitalist realism. This is exactly how they want you to think. Exactly. You are playing by their rules. You are reinforcing the system by thinking the way that you do.
Except it does.
Just accept. They want you to be a defeatist. Don't be. You know, there's still another way out. They don't want you to think about the alternatives because they want you to make it seem like, oh, it's a pie in the sky. No. No. You just, you know. It's not dialectical. It's not, okay, where's that? It is human nature to produce. The meaning of labor has been obscured. Yeah. Like, why do you think there are people who would just create for the sake of art? What about the cave paintings? There's no incentive to that other than, you know, expressing themselves, other than there was no profit motive with the cave paintings, right? But still humans they created cave paintings. Why is that? What's the point? And communism isn't meant to be permanent. It's meant to be a step right in the right direction for society. Believe it or not, most people enjoy being productive when they aren't effectively forced to do so at the threat of violence or starvation. Exactly. Why do we have hobbies? Why do people solve jigsaw puzzles? Right? Fucking. Why do you do gunpla? That eats up so much of your time. It's not making you any profit. Why do you do it?
Doesn't work. Capitalism doesn't maximize productivity or human potential, even by its own standards. In the US, there are more people that are unemployed than there are jobs for them to do. While you may have heard that there are more jobs in the economy than people to fill them, especially during the quote, Great Resignation, that's not strictly speaking, what's the word? True? Most news outlets use the government's preferred data on unemployment, a number that is usually pretty low because when that number is low, it looks good. The most commonly used number on unemployment is called the U3. And the reason it shows a relatively low rate of unemployment, one that makes Americans look lazy when there are all those good jobs out there, is because it flat out doesn't include a lot of people that it really should. Excluded from the U3 unemployment rate are people who are underemployed, marginally attached to the workforce, meaning they want to and can work but aren't looking anymore, or that are categorized as discouraged. All people who in one way or another easily fall into the unemployed category, but aren't counted as such.
Why is
But
that?
that's not all. Sometimes the unemployment number will be even lower than that because the government just counts wrong. As a result, when you try to actually count up how many people are really unemployed by adding up those who are miscategorized, unemployed, or underemployed, you get a much bigger number.
Yeah.
26.8 million people.
This is besides the point, but I've read some cave paintings might have been a part of hunting ritual to ensure the kill for food. Sure. But still, some people, like, they leave something, you know, they do something. It could be, but maybe it's just not that, you know.
Way more people than there are jobs to fill. What
There was no profit in hooking up 100 car batteries in series and melting metals just for the sake of content. Work is essential, and everyone has to work, not for survival from starvation, but to complete ourselves as people individually and to build better future for humanity collectively. As a social system provides the necessities to make work sustainable and humane. That's true. I think we're so stuck in this system producing for the sake of selling and buying endlessly is rotting people's exactly, because that's the kind of reality that they want you to accept and internalize. So that's why the other person in the chat was like, "Oh, this seems really this seems really utopian." Because you've already we have been ideologically trained to think like that there is no other escape, that this is simply how it works, and it's just gonna be like this forever. But that's not true, because like what, it's inevitable. Capitalism's collapse is inevitable, just like feudalism's collapse was inevitable, you know. And by and denying that is just simply denying reality altogether. Like, you cannot, you cannot stop time. You cannot fight against historical progression. The practice of produce enough, efficiently sustain and survive is unthinkable. The practice of produce enough to efficiently sustain and survive is unthinkable. If people are more involved in the planning and distribution of goods, there will be even more incentive and motivation to work. Exactly, and that's why we want socialism. I think that the idea of people being naturally lazy comes from the fact that capitalism has stripped value of everything and transform it into a simple commodity. Why would you do good work if you aren't paid? Exactly. Like, people are like, like, that's why I really hate the talking, the narrative that your hobbies, all of your, like, if your hobbies don't turn into a side hustle, then it's not worth doing. Like, what the fuck? But I've seen videos of that. Like, how to turn your hobby into a side hustle. Like, what the hell? Granted that my hobby, making music, really turned into a side hustle, but that's by chance. I did not go into this expecting to be monetized, expecting to have a following. I just wanted to express myself through music, and so happens that I hit the algorithm gold and found people that people found me, and I found the people that I want to, like, cater my music to, not all the time, but like, most of the things that I put out, they kind of like. So it's a win-win for me, but not everyone is as lucky. So I'm not the basis for that. Like, I am the exception to the rule, I would, even if I did not hit algorithm gold or whatever, or that I didn't meet the lucky strike, I would still want to be doing music. Not with the same level of production, because I won't have the funds to do it, but still, that wouldn't stop. Not having the funds would not stop me from making music, because that didn't stop 14-year-old me from making music. So what the fuck? I was still making music back then. I did not profit from anything, but it made me feel fulfilled artistically, So me, you know, like now that even now I have like a monetary incentive to do this, I still don't do it for that reason. Because I respect the 14-year-old me that loved doing music. I honor her. Every time I make my music, I always look into the feeling that 14-year-old me felt when I made music, you know? If I don't feel that, I won't make it, you know? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Even if I have the monetary incentive now, I still wouldn't do it because I still, you know, I still pay respects to that 14-year-old girl who wanted to make music for the sake of making music, you know?
What does this mean? Well, it means that millions of people are being
Exactly. Art for the sake of itself. Exactly.
hit with a stick and promised a carrot that
You even made a song. Yes, I even wrote a song about it. See? Thank you so much, El Samio.
many of them will mathematically never get the chance to eat. We are subjecting millions of people to crushing poverty without guaranteed housing, healthcare, or adequate food on the theory that it'll get them to work, despite knowing full well that we don't have the room in our job market to accommodate them all. It's misery for misery's sake. And this is completely contradicting the idea that capitalism can maximize human potential. That's because maximizing human potential doesn't maximize profits.
Yeah.
It is more profitable for our companies to overwork some people, according to one study, about 1 in 3 Americans, and have a separate, unemployed pool of people in a desperate living situation,
Yeah.
ready to accept just about any job.
Yes, this is where the reserve army of labor comes in, right? Again, Marxist concepts. They always appear.
For very low pay. Our governments care more about how profitable an economy is than putting that profit to good use. So this reserve army of
Exactly, right? I play guitar for myself, not a paycheck. There you go. Why do you spend so many hours practicing the guitar, right? If you're not like generating profit from it. Because that's what humans do. We have hobbies. We want to express ourselves like in different ways. Mana is a commie magnet. Also, not everything has to be monetized. Why can't people just do things for fun or because they enjoy? That's exactly what hobbies are. But apparently now you have to monetize, or your hobbies have to be side hustles now. It's stupid.
of labor is perpetually maintained. If government
Nothing crushes your spirit faster than turning your hobbies into side hustles.
solved poverty, they would hurt profits. And that's what's most important to them. But that's for the unemployed. Those who escape unemployment aren't making it into some hallowed sanctuary of regalian pleasure. Most Americans don't like their jobs. That may seem subjective, but according to Gallup, 66% of Americans are either not engaged or actively disengaged from their job. We might call that kind of feeling alienation.
Again, another Marxist term. That what we've talked about over and over and over again in my channel. When the people are burned out, and just replace them with someone desperate to work until they themselves are burnt out. And then when everybody's burnt out, nobody can really think about doing a revolution, you know? When you're burnt out, the only thing that you would want to think about is sleep and like maybe play like a couple of hours of video games. Or spend time with your friends or family, you know, if you have, you know, a good relationship with your family members.
The way Gallup comes up with these numbers is by getting yes or no responses to basic statements like, "At work, I have the opportunity to do what I do best every day." Or, "At work, my opinions seem to count." Or, "The mission or purpose of my company makes me feel my job is important." And even basic bottom-of-the-barrel statements like, "My supervisor or someone at work seems to care about me as a person."
Damn.
Why
wait,
are so many people...
Let me run that back. What the fuck? Majority of American workers not engaged in their jobs. Highly educated and middle-aged employees among the least are likely to be engaged.
At work, my opinions seem to count. Or, "The mission or purpose of my company makes me feel my job is important." And even basic bottom-of-the-barrel statements like, "My supervisor or someone at work seems to care about me as a person."
See, goddamn, like this is where we are right now, in the point, and like, At this point in history, this is where we are. Also, like, this makes me really grateful about my workplace too, because like I really love my coworkers, because we just care about each other. Because I don't know, like, we're just really friendly towards each other. Not to, like, basically we can work with each other because we have that harmony. And it's not the same as other workplaces that I've heard of. Like, a different branch have like their conflicts, but we don't really have that in my workplace. So it's just like the combination of the people that I work with and our attitudes towards each other. So it's just a lucky it's like a gotcha. And our manager is really awesome, so I'm not a very red person, but I think that there is a metaphysical aspect to human, because everyone wants to strive for something more than themselves, something truly purposeful. Yeah, you don't have to be red for that. You don't have to be like red to like figure that out, right? As an American, what is the fastest way to leave and move somewhere else? I don't know, dude. I'm not an American. Get married to someone who's not American and then get the citizenship. I don't know. Get a visa of your spouse's country. At work, my opinions seem to count. Yeah, seem is really putting in work there. But see, like this is like the bare minimum though. Because the bar is in hell.
Why are so many people unable to answer these questions in the affirmative? It's because the jobs we're working and the context in which we're working them aren't built with human needs in mind. We aren't working for ourselves or our
We are working to generate profit and make the line go up.
Community. We are working to make someone else wealthier, not to become more fulfilled people, not to improve the lives of the people we love, just to put another buck in someone else's pocket and get enough of a kickback to pay for the things we need and maybe a couple things we want.
Yeah. I had a boss who just randomly said one day What? I had a boss who just randomly said one day I killed people like you. What the? No way, dude. What does he mean by people like you? Way to hop on another country citizenship. I'm single. If you want to marry me and move to Mexico, just bring your video games. That's the only reason I have left my current job. I get along with all the people there. Yeah. Right? Me too, actually. If the dynamics in my workplace change, I would probably look for a different job. If you go somewhere else and lose your citizenship, you still... Yeah, I think, yeah. You still have to pay for 10 years of taxes? Shit, man. I think he was Bosnian and I am half Turkish, so yeah. Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. I live in Iraq. So if you can handle the heat, then I won't mind. My workplace is in the process of unionizing. One supervisor at a sister location said to a tech, "We used to fire people like you." Oh, yo, holy shit. What do they mean like you? People like you, what do they mean by that?
We are alienated from work, and that means we can only ever see it as a sacrifice of our time.
what the
For the thing that takes up most of our waking hours, that's a...
Shouldn't that be harassment? Like shouldn't... Wait, what? Can it not be reported? What the fuck? That's just like blatant workplace discrimination. That's why I can't wait for AI to replace people like that. Jesus Christ. Hummus every day sounds pretty good. Why the fuck is your supervisor so mad? Crabs in a pot, yeah. Bring each other down. People who they know are leading or outspoken about union efforts. Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? Yeah. Fuck them. Holy shit. Motherfucker thinks they can speak to like that to a worker. The US and DPRK are the only countries who still take taxes if you work in other countries. Then again, never met someone from the DPRK living anywhere but the DPRK. Yeah. Offices are the absolute fucking worst. I hated office work so much. Yeah. That is true. It depends on what your work is though, but like in general, yeah. Like if it's like a desk job of some finance company, yeah, I would feel dead inside too.
Problem. So what about socialism? As a refresher, socialism is a society where the means of production are owned collectively, and basic needs are guaranteed to all unconditionally. For any theory heads in the crowd, here we're talking specifically about lower-phase communism, just to make our case as difficult as possible to defend. Anyway, how do you get people to work if all their basic needs are met? For starters, there's just going to be less work that needs to be done by everyone. Convincing people to spend 4 or 5 hours on a job instead of 8 is already making things easier. With fewer jobs that exist only to drive up profit for capital owners, and by eliminating the artificial work scarcity capitalism produces, we can greatly reduce the amount of time people spend working. The incentives a capitalist society follows lead it to overwork one chunk of society, while sustaining another group of immiserated people who do not work despite wanting to.
Yeah.
In contrast, in a society where everyone has democratic power over economic decisions, the most likely outcome is to divide work equitably, hence less work per person. This reduction in working hours would also be helped by automation, which wouldn't face the same resistance as it does under capitalism. Under capitalism, workers are disincentivized from advocating for more automation because it threatens to rob them of their job, which they need to live. Capitalists
Unofficial lesbian hot sauce raid with socialism with lesbian characteristics. Hello, unofficial raiders.
Are also disincentivized from automating jobs away because it's not very difficult to find someone desperate enough to do it for a lower pay. Building robots is expensive. Moving a job outside the imperial core is not. Under socialism, if a decent existence is not conditional on work, having machines take over your job or at least alleviate the time and effort it takes is a no-brainer. With a democratic model of economic decision-making, automation has much more room to develop, since it's in everyone's interest to reduce the amount of work being done. Here again, the appeal of a shorter work day or work week comes back into focus. In general, this logic of lower working hours can be applied to all sorts of jobs in a more targeted way. If a job is particularly unappealing because it's especially physically demanding, for example, the number of hours spent on the job can be reduced in order to make it more appealing. Once again, this kind of logic runs counter to what we experience in capitalist society. Capitalism has, in most parts of the world, drifted towards a standardization of work around the 8-hour day and the 40-hour work week. That is because the driving force of work under capitalism is always maximizing the exploitation of human capacity, up to the point where the law steps in. What this means is that jobs that have no business being 8 hours long are 8 hours long just because they legally can be. Less time working is already great, but there are even better ways in which work under socialism gets incentivized. One of the big reasons your job can suck is because of who your boss is. Usually, they aren't accountable to you. There's a strict hierarchy, and odds are you're near the bottom. If you have a bad boss, there's very little you can do about it. And there's a lot they can do to make your time on the job a lot worse. As a result of the common ownership of the means of production, this kind of thing would not be a feature of socialism. Either your company's hierarchy is completely dissolved, or if some amount of hierarchy is necessary to make things run smoothly, your management would be elected by the entire body of workers like you see in some co-ops today. So you either no longer have a boss, or your boss is accountable to you, not the other way around. A better work environment, where your voice counts just as much as anybody's, is a lot more pleasant than one where you are told what to do, and you can only resist by threatening to leave the job entirely. An ultimatum that more often than not is not worth making.
Yeah.
Overall, a less alienating job that takes up a lot less of your time and treats you like a human being with agency and not like an interchangeable cog will inevitably entice people into working in ways that current capitalist labor doesn't.
Yeah.
After all,
human beings want to feel like a sense of purpose, right? A sense of like existential belonging. Tell that to developing countries. 8 hours a day is a dream. 9 hours a day is the norm. 10 hours a day is a nightmare. Yeah, for fucking real. Holy shit.
Everything we do is work. If we can make the unpleasant things we do pleasant, we will do them because that's how we treat everything else. That's why we cook for ourselves, make our beds, and clean the counters.
Right?
It's why 1 in 4 Americans volunteers. We make necessary things pleasant. Doing work with a clear result that has a demonstrable impact, where you can see progress, and where you work with other people makes people happy. Work that takes this into account, not just the bottom line, is work that is attractive. We can do that for the whole economy once we stop prioritizing profits. But admittedly, all this might not be enough. All these factors may not be sufficient incentives to produce for all our collective needs and wants. If that's the case, we might choose to add an extra incentive by rewarding some jobs better than others. Even if all your basic needs are met, you might still benefit from doing a job very few people want to do themselves. This would never lead to the staggering inequality we face today. After all, no one makes billions of dollars off a higher wage, but it would still produce some benefits for those who are willing to sacrifice more. In this lower phase of communism, the guiding principle would be from each according to their ability, to each according to their contribution, as opposed to the more classic, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, which we would expect from a later stage communism. It's not an ideal scenario, but again, we're not even sure it's necessary. While you'll often hear things like, why would a doctor take on such a grueling job if they only made as much as a janitor? That's not as rock solid of an argument as some may think it is. In a lower stage socialist country like Cuba, where doctors don't make especially high wages, but the health sector has been properly funded, there's an abundance of
earlier I mentioned Cuba has a lot of doctors per capita.
Doctors.
The fuck?
So much.
Despite the fucking, the U.S. embargo.
So that the country deploys physicians to its neighboring, oftentimes wealthier capitalist countries when they're in need. Reality does not support the idea that because a task is unpleasant or difficult, people are not drawn to it. People like doing things that matter in conditions that fulfill their needs and desires. Not only that, people don't like not doing things. If you're still wondering why people would work despite having all their basic needs met, think about what it's actually like not to work. Within just a few days, doing nothing is unbearable. We are hardwired to want to do things. Sitting passively in front of a screen all day is more punishing than it is relaxing. And with an abundance of things to do around you that benefit you directly and your community.
Why would I spend hours, practicing? Right? It's really I can just, with the following that I have right now, I could just put out something. I don't need to I guess some people would say I don't need to put so much effort because I feel like I'm already doing, I can just churn out whatever and people would like it or whatever, but that's not true. Right? I don't, and also in the first place, I don't do this because with a motivation that people would like it or people like it. It's because I like it. How about that? I do things because I like it. I want to do it, It's not because of the following. It's not because of the money. In the first place, even if it wasn't, if there was no following, there was no monetary incentives. Like I said, I would still be doing music.
As a whole,
Weirdo.
staying inside all day is almost certainly going to be
it is in need of self-improvement and achievement to make your own validation for your own existence. Exactly. I'm trying to find meaning in my own, like, I want to find meaning and purpose in my own existence. So I create music to express that.
The worst option of the two. But I briefly touched on the idea of limitation.
To be fair, dogs deserve to be treated better than humans. Not really, though. Like, I mean, we all deserve to be treated fairly, except the exploiters. They don't deserve better treatment because, they exploited other human beings.
Earlier, so it's probably good that I actually address it before the video ends. Socialism would not be a perfect society. For example, would there still be coercion? The honest answer is maybe.
Yeah.
So long as there is scarcity, there will almost always need to be a way to resolve disputes over how scarce resources are divided up. Scarce resources can be physical, material things, but also more abstract ideas like leisure time. Under capitalism, the decisions over how to distribute these scarce resources are made by capital owners and markets, by the competition of all against all, with the consequences of vast inequality and mass poverty we see today. Under socialism, these disputes would either be resolved through democratic means, within a company, community, or throughout society at large in some form of national assembly, or self-imposed.
Yes. That goes without saying, Samuel. We know who these types of humans are. We don't claim them. We don't claim them because they rejected their humanity already.
That there is a
by becoming, dehumanizing, once you dehumanized other human beings, you've already rejected your own humanity. So we don't claim you. Given the treatment of humans, the bar is in the pits of Tartarus. Yeah, it's true.
A want that is not being met, and with individuals taking it upon themselves to satisfy it. It's not clear how much of a role scarcity would play under socialism, given how much of the scarcity we experience today is artificial or exacerbated in order to drive up profits. But even if we imagine scarcity to be just as important a feature as it is in our current lives,
after the War of Independence and the Civil War, Cuban doctors were one of the only ones who... Cuban doctors were not one of the only doctors who stayed during the war and stayed after to teach in university and continue practicing. They are seen in high regard and respected. Yeah, everyone I've talked about it within the medical field has massive respect for them. And it's hard to ignore the advantages of socialized medicine and education too. As a side effect. That's true, yeah.
There's no doubt that the socialist model is more legitimate in settling the disputes scarcity would produce. Okay, but can this system work perfectly? Here again, the honest answer is probably not. But it doesn't need to. It just needs to work better than what we have now, and better than brutal poverty, massive unwanted unemployment, and a general dissatisfaction with how we spend the bulk of our days isn't that hard to do.
Yeah.
I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. As you can probably imagine, YouTube doesn't like to promote left-wing political content. I've gotten a lot of reports recently of people not getting notified of my new videos even if they have the bell clicked. Because of this, I'm having to rely more heavily on viewers like you to maintain my channel. If you like the kind of videos I'm producing and you're able to chip in even $1 a month, I would greatly appreciate the support.
Support JT and Second Thought channel because he makes these great content. So I would love for JT to be able to make these types of content for as long as possible. Is this a safe space to say I don't understand what socialism actually is? Yeah. How do you understand socialism? So maybe we can help you. But actually, it's already 3 a.m. in my side of the planet. You could have mentioned it earlier, but how do you understand socialism? I really don't know the basic at all, to be honest, about socialism, something about no private companies. Okay, so I want to know what is your ideological leaning? Do you pivot more to the left or right? Who do you look to? Like, who do you watch when you seek like political content? So basically, and like to break it so this is in simplest terms, like, because it's already 3 a.m. and I need to go soon. But in simple terms, socialism means the workers own the stuff, right? When we say the means of production, it's the factories. It's where labor is created, right? So at its core, socialism means the workers, the people who work there in that place, they have collective ownership and control of the workplace. So, which means they're like you said, no private companies, right? So, there will be no more CEOs hoarding the profits, and the key resources like healthcare, energy, housing, that is owned by the workers. Democracy at work. So essentially, you can fire your bosses. Bosses are elected, not the CEOs did not put the bosses there. All right. So the workers themselves put the bosses there, but they can also have the right to fire their boss. So why is that? Why are we socialists? Why is it a better alternative? Because, well, there will be no more so there will be no more billionaires while other people starve, other people are homeless, right? So essentially, because capitalism promotes or upholds profit over people, socialism would flip that. It's a society that puts precedence on people over profit. So under capitalism, people get charged for insulin for $500, right? But under socialism, these if it's not like, if you're still in the transitional, we call it like the low face communism, which is a socialist government, right? These insulin would be for free, like how it is in Cuba. Why do you think a lot of people from Florida would go to Cuba to get insulin? The fuck? And there would be no bullshit jobs. Because the jobs would serve human needs, not greed, right? So there will be no middlemen. And it's not just like when socialism is not when the government does stuff, right? So like that's called a social democracy. It's the means of production are not owned by the workers. Still, it's still like a welfare state. It's a welfare state. So it's essentially socialism is not just, when the government does stuff. It's not just in politics, but also the economy. It's like democracy everywhere. Like, let's see. Hold on. Let me see. My brain is already fried right now. So it's already 3 a.m. So let's see. Okay. So what if Amazon is socialist, right? So let's say like their warehouse in a socialist Amazon. Warehouse workers would probably be able to vote. They should be able to vote on company decisions, and they share profits equally. And they won't have to pee in bottles to meet quotas because we are putting the well-being of people over profit. They won't have to live in their fucking cars because they would be able to afford to buy homes. Or not even buy homes, but they're afforded homes, you know? They won't have to pay mortgages or rent. But I guess, like, you know, I guess in the DPRK, right? They don't pay rent in the DPRK. What is rent? On a more like a fucking, let's see, like on a more personal perspective, think of it as like a neighborhood potluck. Under capitalism, one guy who owns all the food and then sells it back to you. Like, that's their idea of a potluck. But under socialism, everyone cooks together and then we eat together. Let everybody cook. You know, not just one guy cooking everything and selling it to you. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's that an apt. Was that an apt like analogy? My brain is really fried right now. It's already 3 a.m. So this is my 3 a.m. brain taking over. But I hope I explained it to you in very, very simple terms. It makes sense. Okay, nice. Thank you. Holy shit. Thank God. So, but there's more to that, okay? So don't just take my word for it. Like, actually do your own research and look into it, because, you know, what I said were just kind of like spark notes of what socialism is. So there's more to it. And the more that you get into it, you know, the more that you understand, and the more that you yourself can put 2 and 2 together. Not because just some anime bitch on the internet told you that this is how it is, you know? That you can figure it out for yourself eventually when you start reading into it more. And start connecting like your material conditions to like historical events, right? Why is this happening again? You know, why is it like it's giving 1930s Germany? What the fuck? You know, so you can relate to that in your personal life. Very good job with 3. Yeah, I'm literally, my brain is so fucking fried right now. Like I've literally said this socialist Amazon. Holy fuck. But what about the landlord? They get fucked, landlords. I can't do that. I can't banter any more, imps. I've been streaming for like 6 hours of politics, so maybe I need to give it a rest now. Just gotta ensure that your populace does not receive adequate education, and then conflate the meaning of terms to paint their best interest in a bad light. Exactly. This is why Trump voters voted the way they did. This is why we have welcome to McCarthyism, Red Scare propaganda. Exactly. 6 hours. Yeah, man, this is like a fucking almost what do you call this? Like a day shift, a work shift, a day shift, bro. What the hell? When you want research topics, my recommendation is basic definitions and literature of word meanings from their keyword and related topics, and also like the actual socialist political writers, you know. Because sometimes, you know, the dictionary doesn't really give you that. Is this a record for stream time? I think for Twitch, yeah, I think this is the longest time I've streamed. Holy shit. Day shift at Freddy's mentioned. No. Finding good people on topic would be the next phase to help with these. Yeah, that's why like we introduce like different breakthrough news is so good. The one that we watched earlier, and JT Second Thought, Hakim, Yugopnik, you know, name it. Like these are like my my sources when I was like still learning about socialism. But I hope I helped you a little bit understand, clear up the misconceptions of what socialism is. It's not it's not when the government does stuff. People explaining that, oh, I just want socialism. No, you want welfare. You want a welfare state. You don't want socialism. Socialism is workers' ownership of the means of production. That's it. All right, anyway, I need to go because I am seriously super fried right now. And I've been saying this like for like the last 20 minutes. But I hope that it helped you, and I hope that I'll see you guys soon. I will be doing another Soviet, I mean, maybe if it's not Soviet, but another watch along on Wednesday, and then I want to do another China. I want to do another China related stream on Saturday. I wanna see like how like the US is crashing out with the retaliatory tariffs that China is doing. So it's gonna be interesting. But anyway, that's it for me today. My brain is so fried, and I hope that you guys, even if you're on the fence, I hope that you will start looking into the stuff that we discussed today. So hopefully, like, do your own research. Don't just take my word for it, and question me and yourself. Okay. All right, that's all for me today. Later, motherfuckers. Bye. I'm gonna see you soon. I'm done. I'm tired. Bye. Later.